He was slightly bitter that Dian hadn't called his name, even to be a working disciple. After all, no matter what happened between them, he was still the former #1 core disciple. That counted for something, no? Even Violet gained a position as a working disciple of soul-rending peak. However, he didn't say anything. If he angered Dian again, he might die without a corpse. Still, he couldn't help but feel bitter because he was quickly approaching the age limit for the Saint Floors. The middle-aged family head stepped forward, curious about why Dian had called him. Do you understand the original role of the Jafari and Keats family in this quadrant? Dian suddenly asked. The family head had mixed feelings facing the killer of his eldest son. But, after learning what his son said, even he believed Olaf deserved death. It was clear he loved Donari's mother much more than Olaf's. The original families were pillars of their respective subpeaks. The Keats family supported Slaughter Peak while the Jafari family supported Unseen Peak. Dian nodded. So, you understand where your family's peak heaven technique comes from, correct? Meeting Dian's pointed gaze, the family head couldn't help but slightly tremble. In the end, he sighed. Our peak heaven technique was originally a portion of the core teachings of Slaughter Peak. If you would like us to return it, we will do our duty. However, we swear that we have no idea where the other portions of Slaughter Peak's core teachings lie. Surprisingly, Dian shook his head. I don't want you to return it. The technique is yours originally. I am not a thief. However, your family must once more take its position as a pillar family of Slaughter Peak. As a reward, I will fully awaken your son's constitution and give you the remaining lost portions of Slaughter Peak's core teachings, thus completing your family's legacy. The family head trembled. Could it be he had heard wrongly? His family was instrumental in the destruction of the Jafari family. He had even backstabbed his longtime friend Zabia's father for the sake of preserving his own family. Now, he was being rewarded for it? How could he have ever guessed that something like this would happen? The family head didn't know what to say. This was really too good to be true. He almost felt like it was a test. Dian shook his head and explained. There's no need to be confused. Isn't it your family that said that your peak heaven technique couldn't be used by anyone without your bloodline? The family head burst into a cold sweat because this wasn't entirely the truth. He didn't know whether he should tell Dian the reality or not. However, Dian only chuckled. I know that this isn't the whole truth. The reality of the matter is that your Keats family and anyone else can use these core teachings. It's just that your family has the highest affinity for these techniques due to your special manifestation, the blood heart. Of course, Dian didn't magically come to know these things. He had his master with him right now who was originally from this quadrant. Of course she would know these things. The truth is that the best candidates to become the next master of Slaughter Peak come from your Keats family. No other family can help this peak to reach its full potential. By that same token, only the Jafari family's expert use of time and darkness can fully realize the core teachings of Unseen Peak. The Keats family of Slaughter Peak, the Jafari family of Unseen Peak, the Sanctus family of Holy Peak, the Stivus family of Blooming Peak, the Lapsa family of Gliding Peak. This was the original structure of the subpeaks. However, during the war, 3 of these 5 powerful families were completely eradicated while your Keats and Jafari families were terribly crippled. In fact, I'm impressed that you've somehow managed to become a 3rd-grade Celestial. It's clear that your family still has some remaining heritage hidden that helped you along. If this is the role you've chosen for me, I humbly accept. The Keats family head lowered his head in a deep bow. Dian nodded. Don't misunderstand. I'm not choosing you to be master of Slaughter Peak. However, I do hope that one day one of your descendants will qualify. That said, you are qualified to become an outer elder of Slaughter Peak. Normally, you would be too weak, but advancement in the subpeaks is also heavily reliant of affinity and master of their core teachings. Disciples won't be allowed to learn core teachings until they become core disciples. But you've clearly skipped this step. So, you'll be granted a position as outer elder. The family head nodded, not showing a hint of dissatisfaction. It was clear he felt that this was more than he deserved. For the subpeaks, Dian continued, working disciple elders will receive 5 top-grade celestial condensing pills and 5 saint stones a month plus 1 grandmaster weapon. In addition, you'll receive 10 hours of mediation in the mystical world per month. The hearts of the former core elders warmed. 10 hours of mediation in the mystical world may seem like nothing on the surface, but the reality was that to them, elders who were already nearing the end of their lives, this was more valuable than any of the other treasures combined. The life energy in the mystical world so dense that it could even heal the lands outside of it with just the energy that happened to leak out. If they mediated within for a few hours a month, it could extend their lives by precious decades. The gift of life was far more than they could have wished for. The 4 elders fell to their knees, tears in their eyes. Others didn't understand the value of the gift Dian was giving them, but they did. Dian waved his hands, sending out an invisible wind will to help them up.
There's no need to kneel to me. As long as you treat me well, I will treat you well. The 4 elders still profusely thanked Dian be re-entering the crowd. They couldn't help but wonder how their dead friend would have reacted to this news.
You elders will also receive free reign of common-level techniques and the right to rent 3 Earth-grade techniques at a time. Outer elders of the sub-peaks will receive 1 4th-stage Grandmaster weapon. In addition, they'll receive 5 Saint Stones, but 10 top-grade celestial condensing pills a month. Elders of this rank will have the ability to browse core teachings. However, this will be limited to the heaven-grade core teachings. In addition, this browsing is limited to a 3-day period per month, occurring within soul-rending peak. This is a temporary measure for now until the appropriate hierarchy is formed. The crowd trembled. What did Dian mean, limited to the heaven-grade core teachings? Could it be that those core teachings included divine-grade techniques?
Did that mean if they became inner elders they could practice techniques of that legendary grade?
Dian smiled. The potential of our peaks is far beyond your imagination. We have a mighty history that I plan to rebuild. Others may believe that the soul path is weak, but we'll show them the truth. There'll come a day when Soul Rend Quadrant will become synonymous with the rulers of the cosmos, and you all here, along with me, are the foundations of this future. As long as you all work hard and display your loyalty, I can hand the world to you.
I promise that there is no one who can bring you to greater height. Soul Rend Quadrant will rise again. The blood of the disciples and elders alike boiled. This was true God Sicharo before them, promising to hand them the future.
His presence, his determination, his absolute confidence couldn't help but infuse them with the same level of belief. The remaining elders and those of the up-and-coming families can step forward now, Dian said with a smile.
Unfortunately, you elders do not qualify to be disciples or working disciple elders. In addition, you families do not have the blood of those 3 lost families within you, so you cannot become pillars of the sub-peaks. However, I will not neglect you all either. Dian's words made them sigh a breath of relief. There really would be no place for them if Dian didn't help. I want to establish 18 academies, 3 to each planet. You all will become the pillars and instructors of these academies. Foundation and Meridian Formation stage warriors are too weak for the environment of a sect. Your roles will entail laying the foundation of the younger generation. The fees of these academies will all be handled by me. Anyone, regardless of talent, social status, or financial situation, will be allowed to attend. Over the next few months, I'll be giving very strict instruction on the Foundation and Meridian Formation realms. Unless you meet my requirements in understanding, you won't be allowed to become instructors, and as such will not be allowed to partake in the benefits. After those who qualify take up their positions, I will evaluate you based on my own understanding and the review of your students every 3 months. If you receive bad reviews, your monthly rewards will be cut. In the worst cases, you will be killed. A slight killing intent radiated from Dian. He was very serious. He wouldn't allow the future prospects of the younger generation to be toyed with. If these instructors showed any signs of harming them, Dian really would directly kill them. The former elders and up-and-coming family heads shivered, but they nodded seriously. Dian was giving them a chance to prosper in their own lanes, but if they ruined that opportunity, it would be their faults. For now, there will be no age limitations for the academy. Anyone who wants to join can join. However, in 3 years, this will change. Those older than the age of 19 will graduate after this time frame. Those who show adequate potential on a grading system I will introduce later will be admitted into sub-peaks as working disciples with a chance to improve. Those who show outstanding potential will be admitted to soul-rending peak as working disciples. From then onward,
The age of admittance will be 10 years old. In addition, the graduation day will be either 19 years old, or the day they become essence gatherers.
The cultivation techniques of these academies will be of the peak common level. This grade will increase in the coming years as the universe's situation stabilizes. Special instructors will visit these academies once a month as well. They will evaluate those children with the potential to be raised as demon generals. Should consent of the child and parent be given, they will join a special legion of warriors I will personally cultivate. For now, the headmasters of these academies will be left vacant.
These positions will be evaluated in 3 months. Those with the best performance will be chosen. As instructors, you'll be given a salary of 50 profound stones and 1 top-grade St. Condensing pill a month. C-grade students will receive 5 top-grade foundation setting pills a month. B-grade students will receive 10 top-grade foundation setting pills a month. A grade student will receive 20 top-grade foundation setting pills a month. And S-grade students can choose between either becoming a Demon General Junior or directly becoming core disciples of Soul-Rending Peak. Diane paused, scanning the crowd calmly before nodding in satisfaction. Ruling a universe was expensive, but Diane had no choice. For now, Clara's profits should be just enough to sustain this until Soul-Rending Peak began making money of its own. With a smile, Diane continued. Now I'll hand out rewards to those qualified to become outer and inner disciples. Consider this to be part of the reward for advancing. Diane's hands flashed, causing 3 pristine robes to appear in the skies. They had the very same golden color Soul-Rending Peak was known for, but they were very clearly no longer made of normal fabrics. The robes gave off the aura of master-level treasures, making the crowd tremble with envy as they floated into the hands of Sophia, Donari, and Kernick. These will be the new robes of our peaks, following the same previous color scheme. Each will be given this defensive treasure with a life-saving teleportation feature. In addition, there is a jade within that will act as your disciple identification badge. When you've learned to utilize your soul appropriately, leave a mark within. With it, even if you die, I will know who did it and seek revenge for you even if it costs me my life. Diane looked seriously at the 3 outer disciples. His meaning was clear. Even as outer disciples, your lives were valued by him. He wouldn't allow anyone to bully his disciples. With a wave of his hand, another robe appeared. It looked almost identical to the former 3, but this time, it radiated out with the aura of a Grandmaster-level treasure, making their status difference clear. The words I spoke to them count for you as well. Within 2 months, I will also save your wife, Diane said seriously, giving the robes to Marco. With a heavy nod, Marco's eyes glistened. It was clear that Diane had won them over. With that done, there is only one final thing to do, Diane said with a smile. Those with injured souls come forward. I will heal you all. Over the next few days, Diane healed thousands of disciples. In total, the 6 peaks only had about 100,000 disciples in total. Usually, this number would be in the millions. However, because of the corruption of the universe and the cathedral, only those from relatively well-off families could even think about joining. Those from poor families who managed to make it were all overwhelming talents, like that girl who was forcibly taken away during the trials. That girl was still unconscious, but Diane already had plans to reunite her with her family once she woke up to fulfill his promise. The soul slaves would likely become the true backbone of Soul-Rending Peak. If Diane was lucky, he might be able to find some with bloodlines from those 3 families so they could take helm for Gliding, Blooming, and Holy Peak. After their healing, Diane learned that there were many others who met the requirements for Soul-Rending Peak, but he didn't change their rankings. He would patiently wait to see if they would meet their true potential. The good news was that many of them had already chosen to recultivate the Meridian Formation stage in order to become outer disciples. Days later, Diane laid in bed with Clara by his side. His face was still pale, however he was taking his time to recover. Unfortunately, he had been very busy, so he hadn't had much time to spend with Clara. Are you sure about the direction? Clara suddenly asked, clinging to Diane's chest as though he would disappear. Diane sighed. I don't want to rule a kingdom where my subjects are nothing but glorified slaves.
But I also don't want the truth of soul-rending peak to leak early. I'm not too worried though. To combat this, I had Donari block off everyone's access to the tower. Even if they wanted to sell this information, they wouldn't be able to. This was an ability of the key wielder. It was because of this ability that the Kitsune didn't dare to attack Snow Palace, or else Saru would follow through on her threat to ban them. Clara giggled. And here you even fooled me into thinking you trusted them. How could I? Human hearts are deceitful and disgusting. Until Soul Rend Quadrant is strong enough, I need to keep a tight rein on it. Diane shook his head. Forget this, how is Ree doing? Diane still felt horrible. Although it wasn't his fault in the strictest sense, he still felt responsible for Ree's near cultivation deviation. This was the trouble of the soul-connecting necklaces. If his wives knew whenever his soul was in danger, they'd worry far too much. She's doing fine, don't worry. Her soul took a small hit, but dual cultivating with you has made all of our souls more resilient. She won't even need pills or the soul tome to heal as long as she takes her time. In fact, her soul will become stronger from this. Clara comforted Diane. But the Kitsune are getting restless. They even surrounded Snow Palace a few days ago. They only left after they realized Ree wasn't there. Diane's gaze turned cold. The 3 Kitsune heirs were still locked up in his tower's dungeon. Diane didn't plan on dealing with them for a while, but his soul being unlocked made it possible for him to execute his plans sooner. Let them stew a bit longer. They should count themselves lucky that I haven't slaughtered them all. It wasn't just the 3 heirs Diane had, after all. He also had Aki's younger sister and the rest of her team that refroze. Other than that, the Emperor Giant clan seems to want to provide help to the Kitsune because a few of them were present when they surrounded Snow Palace. Diane sneered. With my soul unsealed, I don't mind teaching that Anik character a real lesson. Before, Diane had a 1% chance of beating Anik and could only use tricks that left him severely injured. But now, Diane had a 100% certainty of crushing him. If Anik dared to continue along this path, Diane didn't mind slaughtering every Emperor Giant on the Saint floors. He couldn't help but think about what the consequences could have been had Ree not gone to their corner to awaken her pseudo-domain. If anything happened to her, Diane would have started a massacre. They can consider themselves lucky, Diane said coldly. Since Saru was still in her trials, the Kitsune couldn't be punished for now. But that didn't mean Diane couldn't personally do something. All right. That's enough. Clara climbed on top of Diane. Weren't you bragging all this time about blowing my mind with when your soul unsealed? Plus, your master told me that you've been being annoying about dual cultivation. Wouldn't dual cultivating with us make us stronger too? Stop being stupid and teach me. Diane bitterly chuckled. So that's why you dragged me in here even after I told you I had things to do? Clara rolled her eyes. We could have healed your soul forever ago. Do I look like a prude to you? If you keep leaving me sexually frustrated, I'll... Diane grinned, flipping Clara below him. You'll what? Looking into Diane's piercing hazel eyes, Clara fell into a trance. She had been truly worried about him for the past few days, not to mention missing him dearly. Although she had been with Ree just a few weeks ago, she hadn't seen Diane in months. Diane's eyes slightly glowed as a gentle aurora flame appeared to coat his fingers. He trailed Clara's jaw, causing her hips to involuntarily tremble. Diane's lips sealed hers, flooding her body with a comforting feeling just as the seal blocked off the view of the spirits in his mind's eye. With gentle movements, Diane slowly removed Clara's robes and clothing. It wasn't long before much of her beautiful caramel skin was exposed without a single flaw to be found. Diane grinned, lightly grasping Clara's ass. These hips would really go to waste if I don't put a baby in you. Clara's face was flush. The aurora flames pouring into her were so comforting that her muscles went completely limp. She couldn't even reply back with a witty comment. In fact, she almost subconsciously nodded as though that was exactly what she wanted Diane to do. If she didn't believe Diane's bragging before, she definitely believed it now. It was almost to the point of it being unfair how aroused she was at that moment. Diane slowly removed Clara's undergarments, revealing a breathtaking scene. His hands slid over her glistening skin, pinching her soft thighs and squeezing her plump breasts. Clara's breath turned ragged, but her gaze was resentful as though she despised Diane for teasing her like he was. Imagine threatening your husband,
Diane whispered into Clara's ear as his hands slid between her legs. Shouldn't you be a little more obedient? Diane's blood boiled. The longer her spent teasing Clara, the more his demon sage blood threatened to sear his skin to ash. The heat in the room doubled, then tripled. If it wasn't for the fact both he and Clara had powerful bodies, it would be highly uncomfortable. Instead, they did, making the atmosphere incredibly comfortable.
Clara's hips pulsed to the rhythm of Diane's hand as she held onto his neck, fiercely pressing her lips against his. Diane cradled his wife gently in his arms, focusing his everything on pleasing her. Originally, Diane didn't want to take Clara as his third wife. It wasn't because he didn't have feelings for her, but rather because he thought she deserved a man who would be able to give her his everything. He hated not being able to spend every moment of every day with his wives. He didn't want them to feel abandoned or neglected. Maybe it was because Diane felt that he was alone much of his life. He knew how painful that empty feeling was and didn't want those beside him to ever experience it. Yet, at the same time, he knew that without power he could never keep them by his side. That was why he decisively left the 3 women he loved most in the world for almost 15 years. What pained him was that even though he was back now, he still didn't feel that he was powerful enough to walk across the world with them. It seemed as though challenge after challenge kept weighing down on him, forcing his dreams further and further from him. Diane often thought about simply joining a high-profile sect and becoming their legatee. With such a strong umbrella of protection, wouldn't he be able to live out his life peacefully? Become an arrogant young master without a worry in the world? With his talent, what sect or clan wouldn't drool over the prospect of recruiting him? Of course, Diane shared this thought with his wives. They could ignore all responsibility. Maybe if they were lucky, they'd die peacefully before the entity even awoke and leave the problem for someone else to deal with. One could imagine how that conversation went. Even the calm, goddess-like Madeline became angry with Diane, berating him for being too selfish. It was funny. Technically, the reason Diane thought of taking this path was for a completely selfless reason. He simply wanted them to never have to miss him again. Yet, their thinking was the complete opposite. They knew Diane's personality. How could he be satisfied with lying under someone else's protection? To be restricted by someone else's means? For his life and death to be in the hands of someone other than himself. In the same way Diane didn't want his wives to want for anything, it was the same way they didn't want him to. It was truly a twist of fate. Diane lowered himself on top of Clara, stroking her cheeks that glowed with a post-climax shine. He smiled genuinely, his eyes filled with care and love. His tips slowly glided into Clara's pink folds, delicately separating them. Clara's legs wrapped around Diane tightly, unwilling to let him go as her soft lips met his. At that moment, a flood of information connected their mind's eye. For the next few days, if one paid close attention to the master's peak, they could faintly see the illusion of a dragon and phoenix mating in the skies. A few days later, Diane sat in bed meditating. His skin was glowing with an indescribable strength. His handsome features even seemed slightly sharper and more perfect. In an adjacent room, one could faintly see a beauty washing herself in an elegant tub. If Diane opened his eyes, he'd be able to see her alluring curves cling to the soapy water and a beautiful bird hanging off to the side. Within Diane's inner world, he could see the faint outline of 33 more seals forming, giving his primordial yang a total of 63, 66 if one included the 3 he shattered before. It seemed the rules of the dual cultivation technique slightly changed when Diane gained a second partner. It should have been impossible for Clara to form the first 33 seals until she had the cultivation of a half-step transcendent according to what Diane understood. As the Dragon King explained, there were a total of 99 seals available per person. The first 33 represented the mortal plane, while the latter 66 represented portions of the technique the Dragon King didn't have. If Diane broke all 33 seals, he would be able to cultivate to the peak Tao formation layer. However, he would need 8 more sets of these 33 mortal plane seals to reach the half-step transcendent realm. According to the technique, a husband and wife are meant to work together to form the seals, and although it was possible for the male to break the seals alone, it was much easier to do so together while dual cultivating. Clara's seals were able to feed off of Evangeline's already formed 33,
making their formation vastly easier. However, because they were built upon such a solid foundation, the first of Clara's seal was even more difficult to break than the last of Evangeline's. In addition, Clara's seals only contained half the aspects Evangeline's did. Essentially, a seal not only increased cultivation, but also talent. This was why battle prowess was a factor in breaking them. While Clara's seals had the ability to call down the heavens to infuse both her and Diane with added talent, her cultivation was too weak to provide the seals with the necessary energy. From Diane's understanding, it was this process of filling the seals with energy that improved the female's cultivation. Diane and Clara would work together to fill the seals. Clara would receive a boost on the front end, while Diane would receive his boost when he shattered the seal. This may seem odd, but it was this rule that balanced the technique. If it wasn't like this, the man would receive too many benefits while the women would hardly receive anything. Obviously, Evangeline didn't need Diane to help her infuse energy because she was already a half-step transcendent. This was why her seals were perfect while Clara's were only half complete. As of now, he and Clara had completed the first 3 seals partially. Simply put, among the 33 seals, 11 were for the body, 11 were for the soul, and the last 11 were for energy of whatever path you chose. Whether that be conventional, devil, or whichever else. Clara and Diane only managed to fill less than 1% of the first energy seal. However, they closed in on about 5% of the body seal. As for the soul seal, Diane's soul talent was very beneficial to Clara, helping her to fill it to 100%. If it wasn't because Clara couldn't take any more because her body was lagging behind her soul, Diane believed he could fill 1% or so of the second soul seal as well. However, it was because Clara could manage to withstand filling the first to 100% that had Diane intrigued by constitutions. Currently, Clara's soul was mere moments away from breaking into the celestial stage. In fact, it could do so at any moment. If it wasn't for Diane using the seal at a critical time to stop the rest of the energy from overwhelming Clara, it would have happened. Why did he stop Clara's breakthrough? Because Clara only had a saint body yet a celestial soul. When Diane's soul had to break into the celestial realm, his body almost fell apart. If it wasn't because he had Amphory with him who also helped his body break into the celestial realm, he would have collapsed into a ball of bloody meat. So, the question was, how could Clara sustain a celestial soul with a saint body? But Diane couldn't? There were 2 reasons for this that Diane deduced after speaking with his master. The first was that Diane's soul wasn't normal. Never mind the fact it somehow took the form of a baby. His divine sense alone was enough to shock anyone. Diane's divine sense covered an entire half of a planet while still being in the celestial realm. In fact, according to his master, he could double this range without having to break into the Tao formation realms. Reason being because he reached the peak celestial level due to outside sources, so his foundation wasn't stable. If he recultivated with his soul rend divine grade technique as he was meant to, his soul would become even more powerful without needing to break through. This aside, this sort of range should have been impossible for a celestial. For context, Clara's range was only about 10 kilometers. Although now it had increased to about 100 kilometers. Diane's was 20,000 kilometers. The difference was too clear. Diane's soul was special. It was a miracle that it could even be contained in the first place. The second reason was something that Diane had been thinking about a lot in recent days. Constitutions. Clara had awakened 3 constitutions, and although one of them was a heaven grade one, the other 2 were God grade constitutions. This clearly gave her body more leeway than that of others. If Diane wanted to seek these advantages, he'd have to awaken his own. There were just too many choices. Much of the reason Diane hadn't already done this was precisely because he couldn't decide. One had to remember that the reason Diane was limited to 3 was because the effectiveness of pills diminished the more you took. The more heaven-defying a pill was, the less of it you could benefit from. This was why you could use a energy-condensing pill thousands of times without any noticeable drop-off, but couldn't do the same with many other pills. A constitution awakening was exactly that, heaven-defying. The original rules of the universe didn't allow for this sort of outside resource. If one was born with a constitution, it should have been up to luck and fortune, not to mention hard work and perseverance, before you could accept the full benefits. However, the founder of Array Alchemy and Diane's grand teacher's first disciple, found the heavens to be stupid. When he created array alchemy using his master's aurora, he also created thousands of heaven-defying pill formulas, including the Constitution Awakening pill. That said, Diane bet he never thought that someone would have so many hidden constitutions within them like Diane and Clara did. The fact it could even work 3 times was a testament to the genius of Diane's senior brother. "What do you think, Master?" Diane suddenly asked. A giggle sounded in Diane's mind. "When are you going to let them out? Those poor souls, you've caged them like animals." Other than his master, Princess of the Skies, Ice Princess, Princess of Strategy, Princess of Beauty and Princess of Melody, the rest of the spirits were still sealed away by Diane. After all, Clara was still here and she was taking a bath. How could he allow them to see? Diane smiled but didn't say anything. "I believe that you should try and find research pertaining to the ancient constitutions. Fair warning though, regular Constitution Awakening pills aren't enough to fully awaken them," Diane's master said thoughtfully. "Diane, I think I'd like to follow little Clara." Just as Diane was thinking, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. With a thought, Diane focused his senses on his mind's eye to appear before a group of women. Although they were spirits, they looked almost human because of the overwhelming amount of energy Diane's soul could provide them. Now that Diane's soul was unsealed, they no longer needed to worry about slowing down his unsealing process. So they could be awake all day. Diane's gaze focused on an elegant female with hair that was such a pale green that it almost looked gray. She had a sharp aura to her, but it had nothing to do with swordsmanship. It was more about the way the air seemed to behave around her. This was none other than the Princess of the Skies. "Ah, you asked before I could." Another woman spoke. She looked like an adorable little Lolita. She was barely 5 feet tall, and her dress dragged behind her since it was clearly too long. However, her large brown eyes twinkled with an unprecedented intelligence. This was none other than the Princess of Strategy. "Don't fight me over this one," a delicate but shy voice called out. She had beauty just as breathtaking as the first 2, but it seemed refined with an elegant and noble air as though she was a born empress. Everything about her seemed elegant to an extreme, making even her gait seem like a work of art. This was the Princess of Beauty. Diane was surprised at first, but then he chuckled. Although these princesses followed him and they knew that if Diane accepted their legacy seriously, he was more than talented enough to learn them to their utmost extreme, they still felt like they wanted a true disciple. When the 3 of them saw Clara for the first time, their eyes lit up. The Princess of the Skies saw that Clara's affinity for wind was even more overwhelming than her own. Plus, with a beast partner like the 3-tailed silverback falcon, she would be able to dominate the skies and take up her mantle. The Princess of Strategy fell in love with Clara's intelligence almost immediately. She felt like Clara was the perfect candidate to become an esteemed general of the heavens. She wanted nothing more than to pass on her teachings to Clara. As for the Princess of Beauty, although she didn't sense an affinity for music within Clara, she felt that Clara's disposition was perfect for calligraphy, painting, and becoming an undefeatable goddess of Go. Diane smiled. "I'll accept 2 of you following her, but not a 3rd. The beauties frowned, unsure of how to proceed. "It's not that I don't want you 3 to follow her, it's just that my wife's minds I can only sustain the life of 2 of you with suffering any ill effects. A 3rd would bring problems." The princesses sighed. They knew that Diane was correct. "How about this? Princess of the Skies, Princess of Strategy, you 2 perfectly match Clara's disposition. If she accepts you, you can follow her." The Princess of Beauty began visibly saddened, but she knew that this was the right choice. "Don't be disappointed." Diane looked toward the Princess of Beauty. "My first wife, Madeline, is even more suited for you since her affinity for music is very high. Also," Diane looked toward the Princess of Melody and Ice. "My first wife can also accept you, Princess of Melody. And my second wife is perfect for you, Ice Princess." In the end, Diane didn't end up deciding on any constitutions. His master's words about the ancient constitutions intrigued him, but there was next to no information about them. Theoretically, those constitutions might not even be within Diane. After all, the reason he had so many constitutions within himself was because they were taken from the billions of talents that should have been born on Earth but had their cultivation sealed. Simply put, There was no guarantee that someone had been born with constitution and thus had it transferred to Dian. The only method Dian had available to him was to meditate on the truths of his body. Since there was no information on ancient constitutions, he had to delve into his own body to see what secrets it was hiding. To do this, he had to gain more control of his body. It was similar to the way one had to forge their own path with their manifestations. Unfortunately, Dian's understanding of his body was too low. The good news was that the treasures the demon sage hid might be the key to solving this issue. The next morning, Dian stood on the peak watching the sun rise with Clara in his arms. "You really want to come?" Clara gave Dian a sideways glance. "What? Am I only good enough to be a working disciple too?" Dian laughed. Fine, let's go then." With a simple push of will, Dian soared into the skies with Clara still in his arms, her silver robes fluttering under the morning wind. After dual cultivating with Clara, not only had his injuries healed, he even felt slightly stronger. Soon, the husband-wife pair made their way to the back of soul-rending peak. The atmosphere could only be described as being filled with feng shui. Numerous small streams poured into just as many small lakes. The trees were so thick that it would take more than 20 adults to wrap around them fully. Even the air seemed far sweeter here. It was no wonder it was an area restricted for the master of the sect. The dawn's light seemed to give the small area more character, filling those who saw it with a sense of calm. At that moment, Dian was thankful for the life stone. If it hadn't repaired this area after the war, he would have never seen such a beautiful scene. "When we get married, let's get married here," Dian suddenly said. It was as though he couldn't control his words, but he clearly meant what he said. "Let's raise our children here too." A smile bloomed on Clara's delicate lips. She didn't trust her voice, so she just nodded, falling further into Dian's embrace. She had thought for a moment that Dian had forgotten that she, Ree and Madeline still wanted a wedding, but this clearly proved otherwise. Although their souls were connected, Clara, Ree and Madeline didn't want to let go of their childish dreams. Of course, Dian would fulfill their wishes. There were 2 entrances to the mystical realm. One was set on a timer, meant to open once every 10 years in order to test disciples. This entrance was meant to be opened a few days ago, but it never opened. This was because the array had the ability to sense danger. Knowing that soul-rending peak was suffering an assault and also sensing many unfamiliar auras, it remained closed. The second entrance was only able to be opened by the master symbol. Unless you were accepted by the ancestors of soul-rending peak, it was impossible to use this entrance. Trying to forcibly take control of the master symbol would result in your soul being obliterated. Luckily, this was no problem for Dian. It wasn't even worth mentioning. That aside, it was because of this entrance that Dian could promise the former core elders a chance to use the mystical world once a month for 10 hours. Clara played with the hamster twins and little wind in her hands as Dian scanned the area. Now that they had tethered themselves to Dian's timeline, it was much easier for them to appear and disappear at will. Soon, Dian found what he was looking for. A small fountain in an equally small clearing appeared in his vision. It was made of an ancient gray stone and was inscribed with a language Dian didn't recognize. Dian's hand lightly brushed the ancient stone. "This water. It seems that this water is only a few decades away from becoming holy water. You're lucky those greedy bastards couldn't come back here with the control of the master symbol, or else this would long be gone." The true holy water was used up in the war though. A thoughtful expression appeared on Dian's features. He remembered that according to what he knew about the life stone, the active ability was known, but the passive ability was lost in time. He wondered if this holy water was related or not. In order to open the gates to the mystical world, you have to speak the words on the fountain, while also having control of the master symbol. It goes like... Dian's voice grew hoarse trying to pronounce the words as his master dictated to him. By the time he finished the first phrase, he could already feel his vocal cords shearing apart. In the end, although he finished, he was violently coughing up blood. Luckily, the fountain accepted his words as passable and began to slightly vibrate. Unlike what Dian expected, there was no grandiose ceremony. As he was slowly healing his throat, a calm blue portal appeared before the fountain, inviting him in. Dian and Clara entered a flat fielded area where green grass and dandelions stretched for tens of miles. Diane's master frowned. The master symbol is supposed to have direct access to the 18th tier. Before, the 25th White Mother had warned Diane of the dangers of the mystical world because she hadn't thought that Diane would become the master of soul-rending peak so soon.
Originally, Diane's plan was to enter along with the disciples and undergo this venture as a trial. But the master symbol should have negated the need to do that. Yet, this plane was very clearly the first tier. Someone shifted the portal entrance. Her frown deepened, not liking the meaning behind such a matter at all. It's no big deal, Master, Diane smiled, but there was a clear strand of killing intent within them. Clearly someone was trying to disrespect his status, and he didn't take too kindly to it.
With the master symbol, although it would take a lot out of me, I can shift the portal again. But, since we're here, why don't I take this opportunity to train a bit? I don't have any pressing matters for now. My clone will handle things while I'm away. Whoever did this was clearly looking down on Diane's abilities. With the abilities of the master symbol, undoing something like this was relatively simple, yet they did so anyway. There were only two explanations for that. Either they believed he was too stupid to know he could, or they wanted to draw a line between him and them so whether or not he knew didn't matter. Be careful, Diane. The top tier is only made for core disciples to reach. According to normal standards, only those at the peak of the celestial realm would attempt this trek. Diane nodded. I only plan on climbing 8 or so tiers. Afterward, I'll directly teleport to the top tier using the master symbol. This didn't calm the 25th White Mother at all. In all these years, none of the supposed core disciples of the new soul-rending peak had even cleared the first tier. Of course, Diane was much more powerful than they were, but thinking that he could clear the first tier simply because of that was foolish.
All of these tiers were designed for first-grade, absolute genius celestials. Even the first tier was difficult beyond imagination for those of the outside world. However, in the end, the 25th White Mother didn't say anything, only sighing. She hesitated in whether she should lift Diane's ban on high-level techniques and weapons, but she felt that that would just insult Diane, who was clearly already angered. Although Clara couldn't hear the conversation between Diane and his master, she clearly felt the shift in her husband's mood, so she guessed some things. Diane squeezed her hand. We'll give them a good show.
You sit back and watch while your husband vents some anger. Clara rolled her eyes, but chose not to say anything in the end. Taking a deep breath, Diane did something completely unnecessary. His eyes glowed with a vicious golden light just as a massive defensive array appeared around him and Clara. The golden light began to slowly change form, snaking through the skies as a fierce creature began to take form. Moments later, a majestic, golden-scaled dragon that covered hundreds of meters appeared before a piercing roar shook the entire first tier. Diane stood calmly on the head of this dragon, holding onto his wife's hand lightly, his rage boiling. His eyes glowed once more, causing tens of beautiful white lilies to appear in the skies. 10 became 100, 100 became 1,000, and 1,000 became 9,999. They each bloomed, releasing a perfect replica of Diane out of each and every one. Diane's manifestation appeared in the skies, radiating outward with a ferocious, unbridled aura. The bright world seemed to dim under its presence. The 6 black gold halos hovering behind it rotated, allowing a weapons pagoda spilling over with killing intent to roll to the top. The halo expanded first to 2 times its size, then 10. Eventually, the pagoda lorded over the skies, standing more than 100 meters tall. The world trembled as its doors creaked open slowly, allowing thousands of beams of light to shoot outward, each heading for one of the clones. In a mere moment, every clone became equipped with what looked like illusory battle armor and weapons. Yet, each and every one of them radiated with aura of a peak spiritual weapon. In the distance, the once empty plains began to quake as beasts surged toward the source of the draconic roar, bearing down on Diane and Clara with vicious expressions. Roaring tigers, majestic deer, vicious wolves, deathly vultures, creatures of all kinds bared their bestial intent. Standing on the dragon's head, Diane sneered, his mind perfectly controlling each one of his clones. They were perfectly split into 9 legions, each legion controlling a different one of the 9 primary weapons, and each brimming with battle intent. At that moment,
Dian inexplicably looked upward, his eyes filled with disdain and disgust. To think that cowards who've been hiding with their tail between their legs believe that they have the right to test me? In the future, even if you drop to your knees and beg to be a part of my kingdom, I'll reject you. 17 tiers above Dian, 12 men and women sat silently, watching a projection of what was occurring. Whether it be Dian's mannerisms, his arrogance, or his speech, they heard and saw it all. The setup of the room was fairly odd. Unlike many other council rooms, the 12 elders sat on beast skins that lined the floor. In addition, none seemed to have a higher rank than the other, as they were seemingly equals except for 4 individuals who seemed to lead 2 others each. The first of the 4 leaders was a man who gave off a mischievous aura. His chest was completely bare and only a short beast cloth covered his important regions. His hair was an almost blinding white, and considering most of his face was covered by this hair, he could light up a dark night with his mere presence. His sideburns were just as outrageous as his beard, giving his face an almost perfectly square proportion. As if that wasn't enough hair already, his chest was covered as well. Even still, those hairs were white as well and just as bright as the ones that covered his face. This was the current leader of the Xianxia family. The second of the 4 leaders looked much older than the others. While they were middle-aged at most, this elder woman looked as though she had 1 foot in the grave. Her wrinkles were so layered that her murky white eyes could barely be seen behind her sparse white hair. Her back was hunched, but she strapped what looked like a scaled turtle shell on it. Despite her weak appearance, the other leaders didn't dare to look down on her, knowing very well that the shell on her back weighed nearly 1 billion gene. This old woman was the picture of wisdom, radiating outward with an ancient, aged aura that commanded respect. This was the current leader of the Tudo family. The third of the 4 leaders was just as scantily clad as the leader of the Xianxia family, however, he much less hairy. That said, the hair on his head was a fierce white as well and could almost be mistaken for the mane of an ancient, slumbering beast. He radiated outward with a fierce killing intent that made the space around him tremble in fear. Even his breath seemed tinted with a bloody red. Without his physique being hidden by ridiculous amounts of hair, he seemed carved out of stone. As though each and every bracket of his muscles was meticulously crafted by a god. If the man chose to relinquish the title of war god, no one would dare take it in his place. This was the current leader of the Tigris family. The fourth of the 4 leaders was the youngest and also without a doubt the most beautiful. She had such a holy and pure aura that one would find it impossible to have dirty thoughts about her. She was simply an angel fallen from the skies. Just like the other 3 leaders, her hair was also completely white. However, unlike them, her eyes also shared this color, making it seem as though she could pierce through everything with her gaze. This was the current leader of the Ari family. The mischievous leader of the Xianxia family erupted into laughter upon hearing Dian's speech. Arrogant! How fun! He grinned wildly, his sideburns bristling under his hot breath. He should be slaughtered where he stands. The leader of the Tigris family was short and concise. In response to his words, one of the young men who followed him here took it as an order, completely prepared to leave and execute his leader's orders. Don't be impulsive. A sweet voice filled with care wafted over the room. Yet, despite its tone, the young man couldn't help but shiver, freezing in place. Killing intent rose off in a blood-red aura as the leader of the Tigris family turned his piercing gaze toward the young woman of the Ari family. You dare command my people? He radiates with the aura of a celestial deer. I can sense a sort of familiarity with him, and I'm well aware that you sensed it too. Isn't your tacitly agreeing to his death the same as a strike on my Ari family? Should I take that as an act of war? Those in the room were shocked. They didn't think that this goddess-like figure would have such a fierce side to her. In their years of seclusion, there was never much need for conflict. But in recent times, despite her voice sounding just as sweet as it did in the beginning, there was a clear underlying threat in her words. She was clearly unafraid of the Tigris leader's aura. The tension in the room swelled. Other than the 4 leaders, the 8 who followed them found it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, the leader of the Xianxia family cut through the tension again. Ha ha! What's the need to get angry? It's just a few words.
Letting a child stir you up like this, someone might begin to think him calling you a coward was correct. The tigress leader's gaze shifted its murderous intent. It really seemed as though he was willing to pounce at any moment. Everyone was clear on why the leader of the Xianxia family didn't care about Dian's insults. During the war, his family along with the Tudo family hadn't been here. So, technically the cowards Dian was referring to weren't them, but the Ari and Tigress families. Knowing that, why would he care? The Xianxia family leader shrugged at the Tigress family head's answer. It wasn't mine nor that old bat's intention to ever partner with humans. It was your Tigress and Ari families that decided to establish a sect and degrade yourselves to the level of becoming guardian beasts. While we celestial beasts duck and hide in the mystical world, the infernal beasts stalk around with their chests puffs out. I know you all sensed that auras of those children, yet none of you brought it up. It's no wonder a human boy dares to call you cowards. The infernal beasts were always the natural antithesis of celestial beasts. When the universe creates a yin, it must also create a yang. This was especially true for beasts who became embodiments of important laws in the universe. The children the Xianxia family leader referred to were 3 youngsters within the devil cultivators. Remember, the 5 clans sent by the devil clans included the Dark Elf clan, the Fulgur clan, the Eclipse sect, Nightmare Palace, and finally, the Infernal Beast clan. Of course, the 3 children sent by the Infernal Beast clan didn't make much of an impact because they were much too young. And, since they were children, despite being their enemy, Dian's master ignored them. Clearly, the existence of these children didn't escape the attention of these esteemed elders. My Tigress family has never acted as a guardian beast for anyone. It's best you watch your mouth lest I rip your tongue out, monkey. The Tigress family head growled. Yes, yes. Head Xianxia waved his hand, clearly uncaring about head Tigress threats. You've never become a guardian beast, but you're perfectly content to hide in this cage. What a mighty man you are. Are you forgetting that you're here as well? Head Ari suddenly spoke in her sweet, pleasant voice. Do you know why my celestial ape clan ignored your clans even when the celestial deer sect was established? Does it matter? Head Ari responded calmly. No one in the outside world knew where your clans were located either, which means that even if you weren't hiding here, you were hiding elsewhere. My celestial deer clan took a courageous step forward, guardian beast or not. Head Xianxia finally lost his mischievous aura as he sneered. Hiding? We were fighting a war while your endeavors were being wasted away by enemies your human masters provoked. While we were working for the celestial beast cause, you were fighting and losing for humans. You dare to say that we were hiding. You can spin it however you'd like. But, we're both aware that you weren't doing much fighting or else you wouldn't be here. Head Ari replied just as sweetly. And, in case you're still not aware after so many millennia, that so-called enemy, our masters provoked will lead to end of all of our lives. Do not pretend to be ignorant simply for the sake of winning a war of words. The Ari family head was very clear on the enemy they faced, as were the rest of the celestial beasts. If the entity succeeded, life as they knew it would cease to be. The reason the celestial deer sect was destroyed by the entity wasn't simply because they occupied the universe he wanted to make use of. It was also because their ideology and mastery of array alchemy posed a major threat to his plans and the chaos path. As for the enemy of the celestial beasts, as far as Head Ari was concerned, they were far less of a threat than the entity. So, how could she not be angry about Head Xianxia downplaying the former, but raising up the latter? Can you even consider yourself a celestial beast? Head Xianxia sneered. Head Aries' gentle eyes sharpened. Do you even remember why you fight on that ancient battlefield? Tell me, what is the reason for your anger, your rage? Do you even remember? Seeing that Head Xianxia didn't have an answer, Head Ari shook her head. Blind anger. You fight because your father fought. And your father fought because your grandfather fought. And your grandfather fought because your ancestors fought. You've long since lost the true reason, if that reason ever existed to begin with. The most ironic part about all of this is that you fight beside humans on that ancient battlefield too, don't you? But you see it as okay then. Why? Because you profit from it? Because you line your pockets? That's enough. A calm and ancient voice filled the room with the vestiges of time. Hearing these words, Everyone couldn't help but look toward the old, hunchbacked head of the Tudo family.
The matter of the ancient battlefield can be dealt with later. For now, we have the matter of this young man chosen by whom I assume is your daughter. Regardless of our actions and how they may or may not be perceived, this young man cannot lead. He is too weak. He's likely spent thousands of years cultivating his soul, yet he's only reached the peak celestial realm.
On top of that, his control of the Florence family technique is pitiful, as he can only mass-produce clones at the 10% level, in addition to the fact I can hardly sense any elven blood within him. From what I can tell, he has the primordial gene of an elven royal within him, which is likely the only reason he's able to forcibly use such an ancient technique to such a pitiful level. Head Tudo's cold analysis continued smoothly, as though she was speaking to herself. His energy cultivation is only at the 12th essence gathering stage, either because he spent all of his time on his soul, or because his talent is truly that poor. Considering the fact I sense a mere 7th grade talent within his meridians, it's likely a combination of both. Although his body also seems to have reached the celestial level, I can sense that the power is not his own. The likely reason you sense celestial deer blood within him is because your daughter gave him her blood essence, yet he's integrated it pitifully. I can't even sense any mastery of our blood manipulation techniques. All of this doesn't even mention the gross aura that surrounds him. His soul is marred with blood, rage, and murder. He is more apt to be the legatee of an infernal beast than one of our clans. You need look no further than his manifestation. Despite being such a pitiful talent, he's insufferably arrogant. The matter of his character problem doesn't end here either. Despite knowing that we don't approve of him, he dares to provoke those so much more powerful than himself. This kind of muscle-headed fool would lead our clans down the path of destruction only for us to be used as meat shields in the end. He has no idea what our temperaments are, yet he's so certain that we won't kill him for his words? I've never seen a larger case of blissful ignorance in my long life. Aside from having good karma from what I assume is his past life, this young man has no redeeming qualities. Out of respect for the Ari clan, this old lady won't kill him. But, if he makes it up here and dares to strut around, I will cripple his cultivation and send him out myself. As Head to Do was making her analysis of Diane, the man in question had begun silently meditating as his clones trained.
Suddenly he sneered, secretly feeling the master symbol hang from his chest. Even Diane had underestimated how much control of this mystical world the master symbol gave him. He had heard every single word of their conversation. Clara raised an eyebrow when she saw Diane's expression, but didn't say anything. Instead, she reclined leisurely in Diane's arms, watching his clones fight. What intrigued her the most was the fact Diane's clones had weapons that exuded such a powerful aura. How did it work? They couldn't actually be peak spiritual weapons, right? Ever since Diane awakened his manifestation, he knew that he had the ability to call upon the essence of weapons at a level dependent on his soul. When he had an essence gatherer's soul, he could manifest master-level weapons. At the Saint Soul level, he could manifest Grandmaster-level weapons. Now that his soul had climbed to the very peak of the celestial stage, he could manifest spiritual-level weapons. The only restriction to this ability was the fact only Diane and extensions of himself could use these weapons. If others tried, the weapon would dissipate. Of course, there was also the matter of Diane's soul stamina. However, to Diane, creating 9,999 10% clones was as easy as breathing. The only reason he didn't create more was because his training efficiency would fall instead of increasing due to the limitations of his split minds technique. This meant he could focus his all into sustaining those weapons. Suddenly, Diane's master threw cold water on his parade. You're cheating. You're not allowed to use weapons greater than the common level. Don't make me come out there. But Diane's domineering aura was halved. He was technically using his own abilities. How was this cheating? He wanted to cry, but he had no tears to give. No buts. The 25th White Mother replied firmly. Diane sighed. With a wave of his hand, the majestic armor and weapons of his clones disappeared. In their place, Diane concentrated only creating numerous common-level weapons. He had the most trouble creating bows and arrows, but in the end, he still completed the task before the horde of beasts could reach them. Clara giggled, finding the whole process funny. However, the four family heads took the scene completely differently. Even when the 25th White Mother's mother wanted to defend Diane, she couldn't help but shake her head at this scene. They all thought that Diane had tried to show off but used up too much of his soul's stamina and was forced to take a step back. The mischievous Simia family head erupted into laughter, grabbing onto his toned, hairy belly as though he had just seen the funniest thing in the world. The Tudo family head only shook her head, closing her eyes and leaving along with the still laughing head Simia and the killing intent-filled head Tigress. That said, after a moment, head Aries' eyes glowed with a realization. The others might not understand the soul path as beasts, but she did. In addition, her sensory abilities far outstripped the three others combined. The Tudo family head's analysis was so off exactly because of this. She believed she could easily see through a junior despite having poor sensory abilities because she thought the difference between her and Diane was far enough. Unfortunately, she was wrong. But head Ari didn't have this issue. Her eyes grew brighter and brighter as she watched Diane's clones fight. He's a genius. No, genius isn't enough to describe him. I'll see if you old fogies dare to touch a hair on my grandson's head. Head Ari had already felt an intimate connection with Diane. She was absolutely certain that he was a genius chosen by her beloved daughter, and as such, she saw Diane no differently than she would her own grandson. Who cared if he was a little arrogant? Grandparents would always cover for the flaws of their kin. Diane's clones worked like their own army, utilizing Diane's personal tactics all while practicing new techniques. 11 archers stood at the very back, split into 11 groups of 101 each. Every group practices a different lower common level technique. 8,888 warriors separated into teams grouped up on beasts together. 11 staff wielders, 11 sword wielders, 11 knife wielders, 11 saber wielders, 11 spear wielders, 11 halberd wielders, 11 glaive wielders, 11 battle axe wielders, and 11 knife wielders. Each separated into 11 groups of 101, with each group practicing their own unique technique. Only head Ari and her attendants saw through this. Diane, who was meditating leisurely with his wife in his arms, was actually practicing 99 techniques at once. And they were all progressing at a mind-numbing pace. Each clone fed off each other. It was as though 101 minds came together, each picking out each other's flaws and improving step by step. It seemed that there wasn't a single 10-minute span that could pass without a breakthrough occurring. On a small scale, this was a much slower pace than when Diane entered his selfless state. But when that slower pace was multiplied by so many clones, it was far grander than anyone could imagine. Every time a clone died, a white lily would immediately appear in its place and yet another Diane would step in its place. And maybe the scariest part? With every death Diane experienced, his level of understanding toward his most fearsome will advance at its own fear-inducing pace. Clara's eyes sparkled as she looked at Diane. By all rights, she should feel uncomfortable due to the death aura radiating off of him, but she somehow felt very comfortable. Diane's hair inexplicably grew from its short length before it began flickering in and out of a bland white state. This white was nothing like the blinding holy white of the celestial beasts. Instead, it was almost gray, even giving off a faint black fog. The transformation seemed incomplete, but it also seemed to be the birth of something new. When Diane fought the copycat in his fourth trial, that copycat had made full use of his death will. His hair grew long and white, his caramel skin paled to an ice-like consistency, and he even grew almost an entire foot in height. Diane didn't truly understand these changes. Wills were supposed to be external sources of power. No, they were meant to call down on the heavens, using the soul as the mediator to implement power to your attacks. The stronger your comprehension, the stronger your connection with the heavens, and thus the stronger your will would be. What did that have to do with changes to the body? However, Diane also remembered something else at that point. When Ree used her void will, her hair turned from its silver blue to a jet black. When Madeline's celestial will upgraded to the supreme law level, she was bathed in a pure aura that added a golden sheen to her purple hair. When Aladar used his ethereal permeation, his brown hair became a blazing gold. All of these events had one thing in common. They were all caused by supreme laws.
one with mind, one with heart. This second-level intent was Diane's current understanding of death will. But one with body was next. To embody death with his own body, was he truly meant to die? Couldn't be. Diane had experienced death thousands of times by now. Whether it be the first time he learned death with his fifth trials or even as his clones died right now, he had experienced it too much. No. Accepting death isn't my path. Allowing my clones to die and comprehending the feeling isn't my path. My path is the sovereign path. I lord over death.
My clones die, yet like a god I can revive them and form a new one. Death means nothing before me. Boom. A vulgar black fog erupted from Diane's body. Yet it didn't harm Clara in the least. Diane saw himself as the Lord of Death. He would never let death take a hold of his wife's fortune.
To comprehend a new level of death will in a place filled with such high levels of life chi. Diane's master shook her head as the same moment her mother did while watching Diane above. This young man was truly too impressive. One had to remember that this mystical world had the life stone at its center. Yet, Diane was meditating about death without a care in the world. Ironically, this was exactly what helped Diane. He could feel such a strong tether to life here that it was easier to envision himself lording over death. It felt like no matter what grasped at the straws of his life, he would be able to subdue it and force it to kneel. Diane had no reaction to the white hair that hung from his shoulders, although Clara couldn't help but lose her train of thought looking at him. The dangerous aura Diane was giving off somehow made him much more handsome than normal. It was a good thing Diane was still meditating, because although he loved long hair on his wives, he hated it on himself. He'd probably cut it off immediately, taking Clara out of her fantasy.
Head Ari couldn't help but be impressed by Diane's poise. Was this really the same arrogant young man from before?
Or was it because he was so arrogant that he didn't care about breakthrough even when it involved a supreme law?
She couldn't decide which it was. Boom. Just as the family head was lost in thought, another eruption caught her attention, causing her elegant demeanor to collapse as she choked on her spit. At this point, even Diane opened his eyes in shock, looking down at himself to see the clearly vastly improved death intent he wielded. When his life was about to end, it took him months to crawl from the first intent level to the second.
He then had more than 14 years to meditate on the third intent level. In fact, previously, he would have already broken through had it not been for the seal, if he remembered correctly. So, how the hell did he break through to the fourth stage in seconds?
No, it wasn't even seconds, it was a fraction of one. It didn't make any sense.
Even Diane's master was stunned, along with the other spirits. If it wasn't because they were afraid of the effect death will would have on their spirit bodies, they would have directly come out to check if they were still in reality. Yet, the truth was right before them.
Diane slipped into his initial selfless state. He felt the need to comprehend what happened immediately. Unfortunately, because he entered a selfless state, his split mind's technique fell off drastically in efficiency, causing more than half of his clones to lose much of their intelligence. However, it once again took less than a second for Diane to understand. While the third intent level was known as one with body, the fourth was known as one with soul.
Diane's connection with his clones resurged. However, a few hundred inevitably died due to Diane's lapse. Still, it mattered little because in just a moment, another few hundred white lilies appeared to replace them. In the end, Diane couldn't help but laugh. It was a rich laughter, filled with arrogant disdain for the world. Master, why didn't you tell me this was a possibility?
I feel like everything is in my grasp. Diane squeezed Clara tightly before noticing that his white hair had turned into his usual brownish red-gold color. With a sword she cut his hair short once more.
Diane's master smiled bitterly, starting to believe more by the day that her treasured disciple was birthed in a test tube instead of naturally. The first step in will comprehension is all about learning to comprehend and sense wills. Focus Lake is difficult to swim in for many because instead of understanding the will of the water, they insist on going against it.
A large part of the reason I decided to lower the concealment array on our sex ruins is because I saw how easily you adapted to swimming in Focus Lake despite clearly being immortal. You understood the value of understanding the flow and natural path of things.
However, the intent stage is different. It's no longer about simply comprehending the way of the universe and the way it wills things to be and much more about making that will your own. The first stage is the one with mind stage.
This is about fundamental comprehension, but it's also about being clear-headed in the path you pursue. Before the intense stage, it's a simple matter to flip-flop between will paths, but afterwards it becomes a massive detriment and danger to your Tao heart.
This is why the second stage is the one with heart realm. When you almost died due to Zabia's strike, your path was tested. Had you chosen to accept death, in all likelihood, with your comprehension, you would have reached the one with body realm. In that case, you would gain an undead body which would have allowed you precious hours of time to find medicine capable of healing your wound. However, you chose another path.
By being stubborn and sticking to your sovereign path, you firmly entrenched that path within your Tao heart, stepping into the one with heart realm without any hesitation. The only problem with your stubborn path is that moving forward should be akin to a slow crawl. It took you 14 years of accumulation and understanding, not to mention the deaths you experienced in your 5th trial, to gain enough momentum to reach the lauded one with body realm.
Now, killing you should be almost impossible when you are facing enemies near your cultivation and comprehension level. That said, I had once believed that crossing into the 4th realm, the one with soul realm, would be even more difficult for you. It seems I worried for nothing. Dian listened to his master intently. He had never had the opportunity to listen to her teachings because his wills were sealed before. Now he was willing to soak it all in without missing a word. The one with soul realm is a representation of an ancient concept. The Tao begets one. One begets two, two begets three, three begets all things, and all things beget the Tao. Dian's master paused. Do you understand? Dian's eyes glowed. The first step in comprehension uses the soul, so completing that cycle and returning to the root of our strength increases it. Dian's master smiled. Exactly. You start with your soul, you entrench your comprehension in your mind, you make it firm in your heart, then you embody it with your very being. To complete this cycle, you must once more use your soul. You begin with the heavens gifting your comprehension, and you end it by gifting your comprehension to the heavens. For many, this is the hardest part of the 9 intent realms. Unless you have a constitution that heavily favors your will, it's quite impossible for a normal individual to master a supreme law to this stage. This is why most don't spend time comprehending supreme laws, or, even if they do, they will only learn a single one that is favored by their affinity. If I had been by your side, I likely would have never allowed you to start the path of death will. Maybe if it was life will I could allow it because your first wife could help you. But it seems that all of your mistakes turn out to be beautiful follies. Dian's master laughed. It was filled with such a genuine happiness and pride that Dian felt his heart swell with sweetness. My disciple's soul is so overbearing that the heavens have no choice but to accept his comprehension of the world. I can die happily. Dian shook his head. I won't allow you to die, master.
I'll have you and Martial Uncle follow me to the top. Plus, how am I supposed to rule the world without my beautiful master?
Who else is going to train me? The 25th White Mother smiled, but didn't say anything. Master. HM? You never told me what your real name is. Isn't the 25th White Mother just a title? Oh, Dian's master giggled. It is just a title. Despite his master's laughter, Dian sensed a shift of her tone. Almost sad?
I was the first White Mother in almost 3 million years. I carried a lot of my clan's hopes with me before I died. Dian remained silent. When the twins gave him the history of the Master Key arrays, they said that they were created by the 24th White Mother more than 3.5 million years ago. Considering the limit of the lifespan for a 12th stage Tao formation expert is 1.2 million years, he had thought that there had to be a massive gap in time between his master and her ancestor, but for obvious reasons he never asked. Never mind that. Since my little disciple wants to know my name, I'll tell you. The name my mother gave me is Esmeralda. Esmeralda Ari. Dian smiled. Esmeralda, that's a beautiful name, master. Don't try to butter me up, you still have to follow my rules. Dian nodded like a pecking chicken, very much willing to listen to his master's words. Alright, the next realm you must conquer is the one with will realm. As you can tell by its name, this tier begins yet another cycle. Now, you are the one dictating the path. The one with soul realm was the threshold for Saint Cultivators.
so the one with will realm can be considered to be the second step toward the celestial realm. Master, for some reason I feel as though there aren't any bottlenecks in my comprehension like there were before.
I feel like if I can find abyssal cores to supplement my knowledge, I can smoothly progress. Diane's master nodded. I suspected as much. To so easily break into the one with soul level likely means that the heavens can't restrict your soul. It seems your soul is even more special than I thought.
However, death will abyssal cores, especially ones as powerful as you need, will be incredibly difficult to find. Maybe if the Dark Phoenix lands still existed, but they don't. Despite the words of his master, Diane's eyes brightened. Didn't the final war of the Phoenixes take place in the Chaos Universe? Esmeralda's eyes brightened along with her disciples, understanding Diane's meaning. The death place of so many Phoenixes will definitely have opportunities. But you need to remember that that universe is the only uninhabited universe in existence for a reason. Even further, it's known as the Chaos Universe for a reason as well. The laws that dictate the universe are vastly different from others. For one, there is no easily available form of energy to replenish your stamina. Secondly, there's a strong corrosive air that could instantly kill anyone below the celestial realm. There are even some areas that could instantly kill even a Tao formation expert. Diane sighed. I must go there because it's the place the demon sage hid the rest of his legacy. I've also promised to save his daughter as well. She's been alone for thousands of years. No one deserves that. Then I won't stop you, but you must be careful. The Chaos Universe is very similar to the Primordial Era. Diane took a deep breath. He had been to this so-called Primordial Era before and he perfectly understood what it meant. For example, Amphory, who was without a doubt an unprecedented genius of the Angel Clan, took 60 years to break into the Celestial Realm, and she needed to lose her virginity to Diane in order to do so. Did this mean that Amphory was less talented than Lilith?
Of course not. If that was the case, the name of the angels would be a joke. The reason it was so difficult to progress then was because energy needed to be slowly processed before it was absorbed. It seemed that this chaos universe had fallen back to those same standards. The question was whether this was a good or a bad thing.
There's another reason I have to go too, Master, Diane suddenly said. Oh, Diane nodded firmly. His expression grew serious. The Chaos Universe had a second identity. It was once the homeland of the elves before their society was eradicated. This was why Chaos Universe was directly adjacent to Diane's home universe. I met a member of the Matilde family a few months ago before I went to the Valley of Geniuses. Diane's master frowned. That's impossible. I shouldn't be wrong. Diane could only shake his head. She used the Azura's eye manifestation. In addition, she was a dark elf. But Esmeralda paused. According to the history of the elves, they were forced to leave their homes because a prophecy dictated that they would die if they stayed.
But according to that same prophecy, only one of the three ancient families could leave in order for their race to survive. So how could two ancient families survive? I don't know. But maybe Chaos Universe has clues left from that era. Esmeralda's frown deepened.
The Celestial Deer sect was great allies with the elves. After all, they were once neighbors. This sort of conspiracy left her ill at ease. Leave it be for now. She sighed. Since you've learned something new about yourself, you should focus on improving all of your wills to the 4th intent level so that your journey forward will be smooth. Tell me about what you've mastered until now so I can make a plan. Diane nodded. I've mastered Fire Will to the 9th will level. Wind Will to the 8th will level. Demonic Will to the 1st intent level. Weapons Master Will to the 1st will level. Celestial Will to the 8th will level. Time Will to the 3rd will level. Space Will to the 6th will level. Speaking these words aloud, Diane felt quite embarrassed. Normally he fused his wills together, making them far more powerful, so he hadn't noticed how weak they were individually. This was truly too sad. So many. Still, Diane's master was shocked. At Diane's age, understanding 3 wills was already impressive enough, let alone 8, on top of them being so difficult to learn. This made Diane feel slightly better, so his reddened expression shifted to a smile. I believe the Demon Sage Tower has many will training rooms as well. But They're only for simple elemental rules. There aren't any rooms for supreme laws or high-level wills like demonic and space will. Since Dian's clones couldn't use soul techniques, they were cut off from his wills as well. Essentially, they just reflected his body and energy cultivation prowess. So, Dian couldn't use them to learn wills. He'd have to do that personally. In addition, when techniques began to require understanding of wills, Dian wouldn't be able to use them either. Good. Then I'll incorporate them into the plan as well. Since you're in no rush, let's take our time. Dian suddenly shivered, feeling a bad premonition coming on. Dian's master began to construct a training plan for Dian, arbitrarily choosing an 8-month time frame. There was no real rush to do anything, and since Dian insisted on entering Chaos Universe, this was the best environment to train him. We have 3 main goals for these months. Dian's master began. The first is to increase all of your wills to the first intent level. The second is to solidify your energy cultivation. The third is to solidify your soul cultivation. The first will be the second easiest. Because your soul is at the peak celestial level, comprehending such low-level wills with the assistance training rooms will be a simple matter. However, what will be difficult to bringing your control to the level of a peak celestial? Although I can forgive your comprehension being at the first intent level, I won't accept your control being at that level. Esmeralda said firmly. Essentially, we will use 2 months to bring your control to an adequate level. Dian nodded, understanding his master's intentions. A first-level intent or one with mind is the threshold of understanding a low-level essence gatherer should have. However, Dian's master wanted to increase Dian's control to the point where, from the outside looking in, he looked like a high-level expert purposefully using a lower level of intent. It was the same way Dian lowered his will level in order to fuse his wills. Except, in this case, he would be using his highest level of comprehension. Because of Dian's soul level, it would be difficult but not impossible to reach this level of control in 2 months, especially with his master's guidance. I'll teach you a few techniques to achieve this. The first step requires familiarizing yourself with energy manipulation techniques. Remember when I told you that you weren't allowed to learn any middle-grade common techniques unless you mastered 100 energy manipulation techniques? Dian nodded. Good. Energy manipulation techniques are exactly what they sound like. They are methods of utilizing qi that can often decide the difference between 2 masters on the same level. Under normal circumstances, these energy manipulation techniques are reliant on energy cultivation. They can be used to do anything from controlling the body of lower-level cultivators to increasing the strength of your strikes or the nimbleness of your body. However, the term qi is an umbrella term. Qi can refer to both the energy that powers wills as well as conventional energy. Therefore, the methods of manipulation you learn for conventional energy can be applied to wills as well, although it takes an added degree of difficulty. Before we continue, I have to understand something about you. Exactly how does the Dragon King help your energy cultivation? After a moment of thought, Dian answered. As long as I have the connection with the Dragon King, I gain his talent in sensing and absorbing energy. However, because my meridian grade is low, I'm limited in the amount of energy I can absorb. So, even though I can technically energy cultivate at near or similar pace as compared to the Dragon King in his prime, my meridians would shear apart if I tried. That's good. Esmeralda smiled, confusing Dian. How was this good? Wasn't it like having a treasure you couldn't take full advantage of? Think about it. Since you have his ability to sense energy, even though you can't take advantage of this to cultivate, you can take advantage of it to practice energy manipulation techniques. However, a devious smile appeared on the 25th White Mother's beautiful face. Dian sighed. That would break one of your rules. I got it. I got it. Esmeralda giggled. Don't be so disappointed. Think about it this way. When you're in enough danger that ignoring my rules is justifiable, the Dragon King will provide a great boost to your energy manipulation abilities. So you only asked to confiscate the Dragon King from me? Dian asked bitterly. You know me so well. Esmeralda smiled. Dian could only sigh as he placed the Dragon King within his spatial ring. The moment he did, it felt like the world became considerably less bright. Although he could still sense the overwhelming soul energy in the air, it felt like half the world was taken from him in an instant, making it seem bland and colorless. Seeing Dian's bitter expression, Clara, who was still in his arms, understood that his master was likely training him.
With a giggle, she kissed him on the cheek and entered the Demon Sage Tower. The twins were in there, so Clara decided that instead of sitting around doing nothing, she might as well spend some time with them. She had grown fond of those little girls over the past few days, especially when Diane told her their story. Diane almost didn't notice that Clara left because the moment the Dragon King was no longer with him, he realized what his master must have. His clones that were still fighting hard against the beast horde didn't show any drop-off in power. That meant that the Dragon King didn't have any effect on their strength. This must be something that was holding me back from better understanding the Florence family technique. I was viewing my clones on a pedestal they didn't deserve while trying to manipulate them as though they had the same senses as the Dragon King. If it wasn't for the fact they had 10% of the strength of my body, they wouldn't anywhere near this strong. I've been blind. Even though Diane planned on listening to his master no matter what from the beginning, this only reaffirmed his decision. He finally felt that the door to progressing the Florence family technique was open to him. How could one expect to improve a copy of himself if he didn't fully understand himself first? Removing all external factors was the best way for Diane to gain a clear view of himself. Diane's master smiled. Although she could have told Diane personally about her reasons for all of this, it was much more impactful if he came to understand for himself. The Florence family technique was only the first step too. Others might believe that Esmeralda was only bullying her disciple, so that Diane would be prepared for a day where he might not have access to his treasures. But that was only one of the reasons. The Florence family technique was a great example of the benefits to come. Good. Good. Esmeralda felt reassured seeing her treasured disciple enlightened. This way, your training in energy manipulation will become much more meaningful. Unless you take the most difficult path, you'll have no chance of solving the only flaw in the Florence family technique. You mean the fact my clones can't use soul-related abilities? The divine-grade cloning technique you received from that gentleman may not be more valuable than the Florence family technique, but it is definitely the superior cloning method because it has no flaws. The only restrictions on the technique are the materials used to create your clone. The better the materials, the more potential your clone has. However, one could obviously see that if the Florence family technique was ever perfected, it would lord over all cloning techniques in existence. Still, its value even while flawed is easily comparable to a mystic-grade technique simply because of the other facets of its abilities. You must remember that the only thing that separates the Florence family technique from other manifestations is the length of time it has existed. Because so many generations of Florence clan members have meditated upon the truths of this manifestation, it's reached the level you see today. That said, just like other manifestations, it is up to wielder to seek out the path of perfection. This is your first step. I dare to say that if you ever leap over this hurdle, you'll become a one-man army. Diane's eyes glowed as he listened to his master. It really did feel much better this way instead of stumbling around alone. Now, the matter of energy manipulation. Diane's master explained the aspects of energy manipulation meticulously for more than half a day. In that time, Diane had progressed less than 10% of the way through the first tier. Luckily, because he had the energy core and the fact this mystical world was filled with such a dense concentration of soul energy, he felt just as refreshed as he had when he first stepped in. During this half-day, Diane was forced to replace the clone he left in the outside world many times. But he could tell that he was about to leave his range soon, so he had no choice but to give over command to Violet's father. He also told the former master that his 2-month promise would have to be extended to 1 year. But he was very understanding after Diane explained his reasons why. As a side note, it seemed that Marco's longtime friend, Aldo, and his son were still in Sol Rend Quadrant, staying with the former master. Diane wasn't too worried about them since he had forced them all to sign contracts, but he did think that that was worthy of note. For the next few weeks, Diane fell into a monotonous cycle of training. His first step was to recultivate his wills from the first will level to achieve the level of control his master wanted from him. The good news was that his soul was so powerful that those steps seemed to go quickly. Still, controlling 9,999 clones while exhausting his stamina was taxing, which was perfectly in line with Diane's master's third phase of the plan to solidify his soul cultivation. As for the second phase, it was left to the side for now. Diane sweated profusely atop the golden dragon.
surrounded by his clones that fought off bestial birds that tried to attack him. His torso was bare, but brimming with power. Suddenly, Dian roared. A mighty music will of the sovereign path erupted from his chest, booming outward and causing the bird beasts to tremble in fear, making them easy targets for his clones. The scene was magical. The level of music will Dian used, despite having comprehension to the first intent level, was only of the fifth will level. However, the vibrations in the air made it seem that this music will was as powerful as a ninth level will. This was a combination of two energy manipulation techniques Dian labored over. The first was of the vibration path. There were many vibrational type energy manipulation techniques. Some were defensive and required the user to use the frequency of their energy to cancel out that of another, but others were like what Dian just used, offensive. This particular energy manipulation technique was known as rapid change. By quickly alternating between low and high frequencies of energy, the power of a strike was multiplied many times over. This erratic form of energy was incredibly difficult to control and often caused damage to one's meridians. However, Dian was applying it to his wills and not his conventional energy, so it was even more dangerous, putting the soul in harm's way. Still, Dian stacked a second type of energy manipulation technique deviating from the vibrational type known as the granular path. The epitome of this path was being able to control one's energy to the atomic level. Obviously, Dian was nowhere near this level. However, it was because of this granular control type technique that he was able to roar yet not affect his clones at all. This technique was known as striking chain. Striking chain was an interesting technique. Although it was of the lower common grade, it intrigued Dian. The concept was simple and found within the name. One was meant to use the soul as an anchor that the will extended outward from like a chain. The goal of this technique was to give warriors the ability to control their wills at larger distances from themselves with added precision. Essentially, the portions of the will closer to the user would link with further away portions, just like a chain. The user would then treat this chain like a whip, snaking their wills through enemies for fierce and pointed strikes. One had to remember that unlike Dian and Clara, others had to emit their wills from within themselves. The same thing was true of their conventional energies. So, techniques like striking chain were created to mimic the ability to form wills away from oneself. Still, since Dian could emit wills from anywhere within his divine sense, with the range deciding the decrease in power, he technically didn't need this technique. However, he found that it had many other applications. For example, even if he emitted a will away from himself using his divine sense, striking chain gave him surprisingly flexibility in changing the direction of the strike should targets try to move. This was especially useful for beasts who were highly instinctual and could often sense the danger just as Dian's wills began to form. While Dian trained hard, Head Ari began to like him more and more. Humph, who said my grandson is a hothead. He could have come here immediately if he wanted, but he's making us wait while he takes his time to train. I can't wait until he gives those bastards a surprise. If others could hear this absolute goddess words, they'd be shocked to know she even had these words in her vocabulary. Even her two attendants that followed her around almost anywhere were shocked by their family head's change in demeanor. Although she was the light of everyone's eye, they had never seen her smile so genuinely ever since her daughter died. Esteemed family head. One of the attendants finally spoke after 2 weeks of silence. She was a shy, frail-looking young girl. The tenderness of her watery white eyes, the brightness of her blinding white hair, and the rosiness of her cheeks gave this small girl the absolute picture of innocence. Although she looked no more than 16 years old, she was actually almost 200 years old and had already stepped into the 10th celestial realm. Why is he wasting so much time on such useless things? This innocent young girl was a saintess of Celestial Deer Clan, meaning she was among the few candidates to become the 26th White Mother. Unfortunately, their sacred altars seemed to have not chosen any of them, forcing the clan into yet another drought. Head Aries' second attendant also happened to be a saintess and shared a very similar temperament to this innocent young girl. They were known as Saintess Rue and Saintess Ray. Oh! Head Aries smiled mysteriously, looking toward the two young girls who always followed her. Although Saintess Rue tried to hide it, how long had she been by Head Aries' side? The family head could easily see that these two young girls, who didn't know much of the outside world, were intrigued by her brash grandson. Head Ari couldn't help but giggle to herself like a proud grandmother.
Of course they would be intrigued, my grandson is so handsome after all. Saintess Ray remained quiet, but her watery eyes betrayed the fact that she agreed with Saintess Rue. Why spend so much time mastering such weak techniques? Truth be told, they were absolutely shocked. By now, in these 2 weeks, Diane had mastered 882 techniques to the one with self-realm. That wasn't even mentioning the progression of the control he had over his wills. He hadn't even rested for a moment. It was to the point where they had become numb to it all. But one with self-realm or not, they were still lower common grade techniques. They felt that Diane was wasting his genius. Head Ari continued to smile. Isn't he just a 12th stage essence gatherer?
You cannot master Earth grade techniques fully until you enter the Saint stage. Is it not appropriate for him to focus on common grade techniques? This, Saintess Rue stuttered. In all of her shock, she had completely forgotten Diane's cultivation level. Isn't this even more of a reason?
He should focus more on his energy cultivation. With his genius, he doesn't deserve to be evaluated the way Head To Do analyzed him, but he's holding himself back. Despite her words, Head Ari's mysterious smile didn't fade. I see. How old do you believe he is then? Saintess Rue blinked. To cultivate to the peak of the celestial realm with one's soul? Even the best of geniuses would need many centuries. I believe the quickest that I'm aware of was Saintess Esmeralda, who did so in less than 300 years. Considering his talent, I believe that Head To Do was a bit biased in her assessment of thousands of years. He is likely about 400 years old. Knowing the age of a person without using special means was incredibly difficult. The situation within Diane's body made it especially difficult for others to do so with him. Why?
For one, he has integrated with 32% of the blood essence of a being who was hundreds of thousands of years old before he died. Secondly, his soul was very strange. Its form wasn't even meant to appear in the mortal world. Thirdly, Luna forcibly added about 40,000 years of lifespan to Diane. Something even he wasn't aware of just yet. Knowing all of this, it was difficult for even Head Ari, who was a master of the soul path, to tell, let alone Head To Do and Saintess Rue. Why? Saintess Rue asked. Am I wrong? I have no idea, Head Ari said unashamedly. This response left the two innocent saintesses completely speechless, but there was nothing they could do. Head Ari smiled thoughtfully. Usually the only way to be absolutely certain of someone's age was to use an age stone similar to the one soul-rending peak used for their assessments. However, when one was powerful enough and meeting someone far weaker, they could usually make solid guesses.
What intrigued Head Ari was that even she wasn't certain of Diane's age. The facets of Diane's body were far too strange. In the end, she only asked Saintess Rue to see what her thoughts on the matter were and to tease the little girl a bit. I guess we'll have to wait until he comes to find out. As for your question about if he's wasting his time, if he's doing what I think he's doing, as long as he's given enough time to grow, he'll be undefeatable. The two saintesses were shocked by the words of their family head, but they couldn't help but look back at Diane's shirtless image once more. Of course, they weren't embarrassed by the image. The young men of the Tigress and Simia clans didn't even know the meaning of the word shirt. Instead, they were intrigued by this young man, eager to see if his future really would be like what Head Ari said. Diane was oblivious to this conversation. Although he could see and hear everything in the mystical world, the requirement was his focus. In these last 2 weeks, his meridians had finally broken through to the 6th grade. In addition, his master had cleared his mind about something else. Since ancient constitutions couldn't be awoken using normal means, that meant that the restriction on 3 constitution awakening pills was meaningless. Basically, Diane could awaken 3 constitutions, then use the higher-level pill necessary to awaken an ancient constitution later on. Since they'd be of drastically different potencies, it should be fine. Although Diane wasn't sure of which other 2 constitutions he wanted, his first choice was one he was certain about, Eternity's Balance. This was the very same god constitution Evelyn had. It was for this constitution that Prince Belmont became engaged with her, and it was because of this constitution that he succeeded in doing something even his father failed to do, even with a Tao formation expert as a master. Fuse his red and blue flames into the legendary violet flames that made Amethyst so powerful. Although King Belmont was able to succeed in doing this for a short time with the help of his pseudo-domain,
Prince Belmont could last tens of times longer, and that was simply because he had Evelyn's primordial gene. If he had the Constitution itself, he could do so almost indefinitely.
The only reason this constitution wasn't ranked within the top 3 like his wives was because it was a support constitution. It had no affinity to itself, it simply helped to balance whatever affinities you might have to the fullest. Dian was certain that he wanted this constitution for 2 main reasons. The first was because of the clear yin and yang characteristics his bloodlines and manifestations took. It had to be remembered that if it wasn't for Dian's master integrating the first 5% of her and Dian's martial uncle's blood essence personally, Dian would have imploded. The second was because of his wills.
Dian had always been restricted in his will fusions, often lowering their level on purpose to fuse them. However, this problem would be non-existent with Eternity's balance. Now, with some practice, even fusing directly opposite wills wouldn't be entirely impossible.
Dian's blood boiled when he thought of the possibilities. All he had to do now was make a trip to Sapientia Quadrant to buy the pill ingredients. Until then, he would focus on raising his comprehension so he could make full use of the Constitution.
Of course, there was another reason Dian had to go there as well. Before, he and Clara didn't have enough capital to buy the ingredients for the pill that would heal Rhee's mother. But now they did. As for his remaining 2 constitutions, Dian wanted to think about it some more. Due to his slow pace and his focus on training, it took Dian a full 2 weeks to reach the entrance to the 2nd tier. But, as expected, moving forward wasn't so simple. Before a grand pearly white staircase, a large white tiger lay, sleeping soundly as though it had not a care in the world. It was just about 3 meters in length, but even its breath radiated with a powerful, murderous aura. At that moment, Dian made his clones disappear. He wanted to fight personally. Just a projection? Dian raised an eyebrow. No, not a projection, but an elaborate array. To think it would be so lifelike. Dian's fanaticism with array alchemy couldn't help but shine through. It was clear that this was a master work of the celestial deer. It was likely that without the celestial deer, this mystical world wouldn't even exist. With a light jump, Dian glided through the air, seamlessly using his galloping steps. Loud booms came with the flick of his ankles, causing fierce indents in the ground just before he landed a mere meter away from the slumbering white tiger. Surprisingly, the loud noises didn't even shake this creature. However, the moment Dian's feet landed on the ground, its piercing, murderous eyes opened, training their killing intent on the human before it. You're too weak. Leave and stop disrupting me. As soon the tiger's eyes opened, they closed once more, ignoring Dian completely. Ah, I get it. Dian circled around the tiger as though he hadn't heard a word. The reason you're so lifelike is because there's an actual strand of a soul within you. Meaning if I kill you here, your main body would definitely suffer for your arrogance, don't you think? Although Dian was saying this because the tiger has already pissed him off, he was legitimately intrigued by this concept. If he could make use of it, wouldn't he be able to give the spirits bodies? Even if they would be nowhere near as powerful as their peak, it would still give them some independence. Plus, they could help Dian out. For example, this tiger gave off the aura of a pseudo-celestial. To Dian's current pitiful forces, that kind of power couldn't be ignored. He didn't believe that any of his demon generals could defeat this tiger right now. Of course, that was because the demon generals had to recultivate using the inner world technique. That and the fact this tiger was programmed to be able to match god-level battle prowess. Meaning, if this tiger took the tower trials, he would succeed in becoming a god. However, he fell well short of true god status, though. Still, had his demon generals had the same pseudo-celestial cultivation, Dian was certain that the 10 vice commanders could defeat this tiger, and about 50% certain that another 100 or so of the kings could defeat him. This was because one had to remember that just like Dian, the demon generals also took their trials with their cultivation sealed. But, unlike Dian, they didn't have demon sage blood essence within them to give them a strong body. They could only rely on themselves. The fact they could become kings and emperors in that situation more than proved the talent of the demon generals. Are you trying to anger me? The tiger once more opened its eyes to stare at Dian with murderous intentions. I heard that celestial tigers were supposed to be the embodiment of slaughter. Who knew that one of their own would run away from a fight like this? Dian chuckled lightly, his eyes still shining gold as he made use of his innate aurora to understand the properties of the tiger. This level of array alchemy.
It's beyond me right now. My head is going to split apart if I keep analyzing it. Dian shook his head with a sigh. How could forming such a work of art be easy? To many, the true beginning of the study of array alchemy was the Comet realm. To masters, Dian was just a beginner. What I do understand, though, is that the only reason this soul strand can survive is because of the ridiculous amounts of life energy in the air. In the outside world, it would begin to slowly degrade. Unless I used life stones from a spiritual vein. Although Dian received a spiritual vein as a reward for his trials, and it was currently in his inner world, he wasn't sure if such low-grade life stones would work, and even if they did, how long could they last? Plus, Dian wasn't even sure if his spiritual vein had such life stones. It might be too low level. Dian's eyes shone at that moment. I'm an idiot. The perfect combination in this world is a spiritual vein plus the energy core. That's why the Angel Clan's spiritual vein broke the normal allowed limits. If I stimulate the energy core while in a world filled with so much abundant life energy, even if it didn't have life stones before, it would form them now. Just as Dian was lost in thought, a vicious claw closed in on his head, seeking to turn him into nothing but a bloody shower of blood in an instant. Dian frowned, not because of the attack, but because the aura of the tiger had grown from the pseudo-celestial realm to the peak first celestial stage. That leap was massive, easily more than a 10x increase in strength. With a flash, Dian dodged the attack, leaping just out of its range using his galloping steps. Unfortunately, he had been solely focused on weapon-type techniques over the past 2 weeks. So, of the 882 techniques he mastered, they were all related to the 9 primary weapons. Meaning, Dian was only 18 away from being able to move forward to mid-common grade weapon techniques. As a testament to his hard work, his weapons master will had grown from the first will level to the second. Although this seemed like a small change, this was proof to the difficulty of the will. Still, this meant that Dian could instantly master any weapon, even if he had never touched it before, to the second intent level. Such benefits made the slow progress very much worth it. I angered you, so you decided to cheat? Dian sneered. The slaughter path seems pretty pathetic. I'm glad I don't follow it. The tiger roared in anger. Its call was so fierce that the world seemed to freeze over, losing its color and falling into a bleak reality. Ignorance! The tiger viciously growled. You have 6 life forces hidden with you, did you think I wouldn't notice? You dare to call me a cheat? I'll kill you. After hearing this, Dian felt kind of bad. He had become so used to being cheated that he just expected it now. But the tiger was right. In his demon sage tower, after he laid the soul slaves to rest in another place, he still had Clara, Bella, Mia, and the 3 kitsune with him. So, he was facing the trial for 7 people. Unfortunately, Dian didn't get the chance to apologize as the tiger struck forward once more with fierce murderous intent. Dian leaped to the side, narrowly dodging a 4-clawed attack. The flat plane couldn't handle the strike, causing 4 separate valleys to form along the ground. Even Dian couldn't help but be surprised at the power behind the attack. It was almost as though the claws of the white tiger carried some odd weapon similar to the saber. 4 fissures separated the once green and lush ground, piercing into the earth more than 100 meters each as 4 streaks of white light continued into the distance. With a wave of his hand, a 7-foot-long staff appeared with Dian whipping forward to slam into the white tiger's still extended paw. Dian's aura changed completely. His arrogant demeanor seemed to diminish as he became like a lone monk on tall mountain, seeking the truths of life. His stance was sturdy and fundamental, fusing with the essence of the staff seamlessly. Esmeralda nodded silently as she watched her disciple. She knew that Dian rarely got to fight enemies that were his equal. They were either so weak that the battle was meaningless, or so powerful that Dian had to rely on his intelligence instead of his battle prowess to win. This trial was a good chance for him to grow. A pseudo-celestial would have been a challenge, but not enough to push Dian to his limits. It was better this way. Isolated peak, solid. At first, the white tiger snorted at Dian's attack, not sensing any strength behind it. But the moment before the staff struck his paw, he suddenly felt as though he facing a sturdy mountain impossible to climb. Its expression turned serious, coating its paw with a bloody red mist just as Dian's attack landed. Boom! The white tiger was sent flying. If human expressions could come through clearly on its large face, it would definitely show shock. However, the widening of its ink-black eyes was more than enough to convey the message. At that moment, Dian had sunk into his first-phase selfless state. Without emotion, he stably stepped toward the white tiger. Dian's aura changed once more. He suddenly became wild and unrestrained with a slight mischievous aura as he swung his staff with increased flexibility. Monkey stance. Wild abandon. Dian's staff lost its predictability. He became like a wild animal who just so happened to pick up a stick fallen off a tree long dead. The white tiger was shocked by the change, causing him to be completely unable to react as 4 wild strikes landed on its large head. A roar of rage erupted from the prideful tiger as it surged toward Dian once more. However, Dian's aura changed again. He became a prideful man, a man with something to protect. It was as though nothing would ever surpass him, as though the things he protected with his strikes were more important than his life itself. Iron Will, first strike. The gray staff swung with an indomitable aura. Dian's own presence seemed to seamlessly incorporate itself into the technique, freezing the attacking white tiger in place. Dian did so completely unconsciously. He had no intention of using his presence because it would make the battle too easy, yet it seemed that his one with self realm of this technique seamlessly incorporated the martial art, making Dian seem completely undefeatable. There was no question that this single strike would have obliterated the white tiger. It was a mere remnant soul, how could it defend against Peak King presence? Boom! Just when the white tiger was waiting for its ill fate, Dian's staff stopped just before slamming into its forehead. Yet, the wind pressure was so fierce that the white tiger's head was sent crashing into the ground, shattering its jaw and burying its head into the dirt. Dian frowned. Boring. Heal yourself and let's go again. With a thought, Dian's weapon changed from a staff to the battle axe. Dian held 2 of them in his hands as his aura changed once again. He became like an unmatched general lording over a bloody battlefield, ready to take the helm of his army and charge forward fearlessly. Stand! Dian roared. The white tiger struggled up, staggering as life energy surged toward him, quickly healing its injuries. It felt absolute rage watching Dian stand before it with such an arrogant aura. Dian, however, didn't care. He had a feeling that this white tiger could give him a better battle than that. However, it seemed a peak first stage celestial was too weak in front of his selfless state, even if he relegated himself to the first form of it. Another battle ensued. Dian's constant stance changes consistently caught the white tiger off guard. Even without his selfless state, although the changes were less fluid, it seemed like Dian was bullying the poor tiger. The number of fatal blows the tiger took only for Dian to allow it to heal before he switched to another weapon soon became innumerable. In fact, it seemed to be becoming easier and easier over time as the slaughter intent of the white tiger continued to diminish with each passing injury. The white tiger began to see Dian as nothing more than a monster. However, its main body was trembling with rage, half wondering why it ever accepted this task and half wanting to tear Dian apart for putting it through this. Finally, Dian seemed completely done with the white tiger. His spear pierced forward rapidly, looking like the numerous stars in the sky. Starry intent. Constellation strike. The white tiger was completely obliterated as bloody holes far larger than the tip of Dian's spear destroyed its body. In the end, its last view was of Dian shaking its head in disappointment as he began to climb the pearly white steps. Your selfless state makes your battle stances much easier and more fluid in terms of the seamless change between them. But it's good that you are also gaining practice without them. Your integration of energy manipulation techniques into your techniques is impressive as well. Adding rapid change to the monkey stance was clever, but the addition of striking chain to make its movements more erratic, yet still within your control, was a masterstroke. However, maybe the most impressive part of your battle was integrating presence into your strike. Dian listened to his master's analysis of his battle as he walked up the steps. The stairs themselves seemed to be a test of the soul, considering there was a clear pressure within the depths of his mind's eye. But, to Dian, it felt like the stairs was sending him a light and comfortable breeze. What a joke! Trying to pressure his soul? This mystical world was a test for peak celestials. Even without the master symbol, Dian could climb to the 18th tier, let alone from the 1st to 2nd. Since Iron Will in particular focused on the user's presence, it will be easier to integrate with it compared to other techniques. However, you've taken a solid first step. Layering your attacks with presence will bring your battle prowess to a whole other level. Diane was surprised to hear this.
Honestly, he thought presence was more about showing off than anything else. Considering so many had protective measure against it, he didn't expect it to be too useful. Can you tell me more about presence, Master? Esmeralda giggled. To have such a high level of presence yet not know much about it. You're too talented, my little disciple. Presence is a martial art just like perception. Unlike other techniques, this means it relies solely on the body. However, it's because of this that it can be applied to almost any technique. If I integrate my presence into my strikes, what effect would have against opponents with protective treasures? They will still be protected, however. Don't be so quick to believe that this practice will be useless because of that. There are some level of presences that no regular treasure could defend against. For example, your presence is only at the peak king level right now, but that's already the limit for many geniuses. Only those with the best backgrounds from the highest level clans and sects would have treasure that could protect against emperor-level presence. And god-level presence? There is no treasure in existence that could block it except for the legendary 33 weapons. Diane's eyes shone. Now for the bad. Esmeralda smiled evilly. Your use of wills left much to be desired in your battle. You're still not able to use them seamlessly in battle.
In fact, I didn't notice you use your wills even once during that battle. That said, I expected as much considering your clones cannot use wills to battle, so the experience you gained from them is useless in this regard. Although common-level techniques cannot integrate wills, it is still possible to use wills to supplement them. This will also help improve your control that has slowed recently. Diane nodded seriously. He had reached a bottleneck in his control abilities.
At the moment, he could control 5th-level wills just as precisely as a peak celestial could. However, he still found it difficult to rein in 6th-level wills. It seemed to get harder the higher he climbed. In addition, in 2 weeks, you've only learned 2 energy manipulation techniques to the completion stage. Because you've focused so much on will comprehension, you've neglected the techniques. Truth be told, according to the standards of others, this is quite fast.
But according to your standards, it's too slow. Diane didn't disagree with his master. It was just that his energy cultivating and sensing talent was too poor. The fact he even learned 2 to the completion stage in only 2 weeks was already a miracle to him. Unfortunately, his master wanted him to learn 100 lower common grade ones or 400 common grade ones in total. If it wasn't for his meridians improving to the 6th grade, Diane doubted he would even be this quick.
However, it seemed almost impossible to step into the one with self-stage with energy manipulation techniques. Esmeralda thought for a bit. We're going to change our approach. For now, only summon 999 clones to battle. This will slow your technique comprehension slightly, but the trade-off will be worth it. This is the plan. Diane's master laid out a new plan for him. He would only summon 999 clones to fight because he would need as much soul strength as possible to solidify his soul's foundation. When his soul was solidified to perfection, Diane's master estimated that her disciple's split mind technique would be able to improve from 10,000 to 100,000. This may seem like a large change, but in reality it was only right.
Diane could split his mind 10,000 ways the moment his soul barely stepped into the celestial stage. Now that it had improved to the peak celestial stage, how could it not improve?
After Diane achieved this, he would be able to use his clones to practice energy manipulation techniques while also advancing. Luckily, clones could utilize conventional energy although they couldn't use wills. The moment Diane stepped into the 2nd tier, he fell into another training rhythm.
Still, his advancing pace drastically slowed. Not only were the beasts more powerful, he had access to only 1/10 of clones. In fact, because of the danger, Clara began to stay by Diane's side more often as he practiced his soul rend technique. Whenever a beast approached too closely, she would exhibit fierce archery abilities, stunning the beast so that Diane's clones could swarm it. Even Little Wind, who had now grown to have a meter-long wingspan, began flutter around, strengthening Clara's wind abilities. Just like this, another 3 months passed. By now, months had passed since the demon generals made their name known across the cosmos, and it was about time for Madeline's core disciple ceremony. Actually, the ceremony would have taken place immediately after the campaign ended if it wasn't for the fact the Flaming Lily sect spent much of the time between then and now negotiating with the Golden Crow sect. After those negotiations were finished, the Flaming Lily sect underwent a period of negotiations with the Flame Rebirth and Fiery Lotus sects, who both wanted their high-ranking inner disciples back. Of course, the price they had to pay far outweighed that of the Golden Crow sect. Following a grand ceremony that many of the demon generals attended, Madeline became the very first core disciple to be accepted by the Flaming Lily sect before stepping into the celestial realm. Soon afterward, she was called into a meeting where many high-ranking elders were present. Esteemed elders, Vice Master, Madeline bowed respectfully. Unlike her husband, Madeline's aura was far sweeter and more reserved, although it was ill-advised to anger her. When facing those she respected and trusted, she gave off a lovable air, coupled with her beautiful violet hair and eyes, and it was hard for anyone to say a bad word about this young lady. The elders couldn't help but sigh. They felt very lucky to have this genius among their fold. Even though the demon generals played a large role, it could be said that Madeline's impact was the greatest. Whether it be fighting 2 first-ranked inner disciples alone, or capturing the 3rd-ranked inner disciple of Golden Crow sect, Angela, so easily. Any one of these feats was very impressive. A middle-aged woman who sat at the center of them all smiled amiably. Those who knew this hard-nosed master of theirs were very much shocked by her demeanor toward this core disciple. It might have been millennia since they last saw her lips curl in anything but disdain. Yet, she smiled so lovably for Madeline. It seemed that the goddess disposition constitution was too much even for an old monster like her to ignore. "Do you know why we've called you here?" the master suddenly asked. "I believe that it's related to the Golden Crow sect," Madeline responded after a moment. The master nodded. "What do you think about their actions? Troubling? Confusing?" Madeline paused. It seemed they wanted to conquer our gate, but at the same time didn't. They could have conquered all 4 of our gates 2 years ago during their sneak attack if only they had used all of their top 10 inner disciples instead of just sending Egan Goldine. But instead, they sent the Flame Rebirth and Fiery Lotus sects. Plus, even though there are many restrictions on the abilities of key wielders in order to give the opposing party a chance, there is still more than enough power their key wielder could have used to end the battle far more quickly. Yet, they did none of these things. It seems like this was a distraction or a test. Madeline was correct. The movements of the Golden Crow sect were far too odd. For example, a key wielder cannot lower the cultivation requirements of a gates before quickly raising it. However, a key wielder can arbitrarily increase the cultivation requirement whenever they want. Such an ability for a sneak attack would be devastating. This was like what Dian did with Thaddeus during his meeting with the Weta. Had God Goldine raised the limit to the celestial realm, they might have been able to conquer the tower before the Flaming Lily sect even responded. The restriction to these raising and lowering abilities was simple. For one, this ability only worked in one universe. It couldn't be used on gates outside the universe that was home to their epistemic tower. If they wanted to change the cultivation threshold of a gate outside this region, they'd have to do it the conventional way and conquer all of the towers within. Secondly, when lowering the realm, any who were above it the limit would be teleported out, not killed. The only time one would be killed is if they knowingly tried to enter a lower threshold gate with a higher cultivation. Thirdly, after this teleportation occurred, one couldn't simply raise the realm once more. In that case, raising it would have to wait until the next campaign began. These were just one of the many restrictions placed on key wielders in the essence of fairness. However, as Madeline said, there were other tricks they could have used. Had the Golden Crow sect utilized Celestials in their sneak attack by raising the gate from a Saint Gate to a Celestial Gate, the Flaming Lily sect would have definitely lost all of their towers. "You are right," the master said. "Their actions are too odd. But the reason they are odd revolves around you." "Around me?" Madeline's brows raised. "Well, particularly around your husband." A particularly young elder chimed in, shamelessly teasing Madeline. "Dian." Madeline's surprise increased. Simply put, these past 2 campaigns were put in place to test if you truly were the first wife of True God Sacharo. In the case that you were, the Golden Crow sect would negotiate with us on equal terms. The master paused.
And in the case that I wasn't? Madeline asked with a serious expression.
I'm sure you can make some guesses, just like I'm sure you know that most of those guesses would result in bad things. The best case being you're being taken away to be used as a cultivation furnace, and the worst case being the golden crow sects rise far beyond our imagine and the inevitable destruction of our sect. Madeline's expression turned cold.
Amethyst's flames were simply far too enticing for fire cultivators, especially males mesmerized by Madeline's beauty. To think the Golden Crow sect would go so far. Just like musicians who cultivated their own compositions, flame specialists cultivated their own unique flames. The idea of adding the legendary violet flames to their cultivated flames was enough to make many of them drool with desire.
Still, your flames were only one of the two reasons they needed to probe the depth of our strength, including your connection to true God Sacharo. And the other? Madeline asked. The Golden Flame mystical world's entrance has been found. It had been a little over 3.5 months since Dian entered the mystical world, and his progress could only be described as mind-numbing. Under intense pressure, Dian's soul was continuously tempered.
It was built up and shattered so many times that its density had increased by hundreds of times, easily. For months, Dian meditated while under severe, blood-curdling pain. Soul Rend, a divine-grade soul cultivation technique, focused entirely on breaking down the soul to its finest pieces before reinvigorating this broken-down soul with the use of processed conventional energy, purified to the point of being acceptable by the soul. There were two deciding factors for the grade of a soul cultivation technique. The first was related to how thoroughly the soul could be broken down while also maintaining absolute safety. The second was related to this purification of energy.
The reason Soul Rend Quadrant is able to birth so many talented soul path cultivators is because it is filled with energy that is already purified in this way.
However, in other quadrants less tailored to soul cultivators, the energy in the atmosphere isn't processed, leaving it impure for the consumption of the soul. Essentially, a soul cultivation technique's grade heavily relies upon how efficiently it can purify conventional energies into soul energy. It is also worth mentioning that any kind of energy, even devil chi, can be converted into soul energy after processing. The difference is that devil chi would produce less soul energy per volume as compared to conventional energy. That said, conventional energy wasn't the energy best suited for conversion into soul energy either. But that was a matter for another time. Still, no matter the grade of the technique, soul cultivation would always be painful.
In fact, the higher the grade, the more painful the process often was. Before, Dian had utilized Evangeline's energy to raise his soul cultivation. Because of this, the soul energy didn't perfectly integrate with his soul. Although it had boosted his cultivation, he didn't have full mastery over it. Luckily, over the past 3 months, Dian made this energy his own. His soul cultivating speed was so fast that he shattered his master's expectations time and time again. It was to the point where Esmeralda legitimately believed that if Dian didn't have to worry about the restrictions on his body and did nothing but soul cultivate, he could reach the half-step transcendent realm in less than 50 years. That estimation made Esmeralda tremble with shock. 50 years? She had never heard of anyone reaching that realm with less than 200,000 years of accumulation. Even the Dragon King needed 300,000 years. Could it really be the accumulated talent of billions that accounts for this?
If that's the case, why is his body cultivation so slow in comparison? Dian's master frowned. Could Dian's body cultivation be so slow because he wasn't technically cultivating his own body?
He was actually just integrating the cultivation of someone else. How ironic that would be. Having another's blood essence should have sped up one's cultivation speed, but it slowed down Dian's?
No, that shouldn't be it. Esmeralda shook her head. Although the process of integrating blood essence was slightly different than conventional body cultivation talent should definitely affect it in a positive way. Esmeralda couldn't help but think back to the sleeping baby in Dian's mind's eye. In the end, she sighed. The answer to her questions wouldn't be solved in a short time. That aside, Dian's progression had shocked her. She had thought that Dian's divine sense range would expand by 2 times, but it had actually expanded by 4 with more room to grow still. Dian could cover an entire planet 2 times over with room to breathe. For a peak celestial soul, this was unheard of. Only a mid-level Tao formation soul could match such a range of nearly 100,000 kilometers.
It was only now that Dian realized how useless pushing his soul to the Dao formation realm had been against Elder Nova. If Dian had to measure the battle prowess of his soul, he was already far above many Dao formation monsters.
This wasn't all either. Esmeralda's estimation of Dian's split minds technique was wrong as well. When Dian's was in his second trial, he was able to split his mind millions of ways. However, that was only due to the support he received from the Angel Clan's spiritual vein.
Back then, Dian's true limit was 10,000. However, that limit had now been increased by 20 times.
Not only could Dian create higher-level arrays even faster now, the greatest boost to his power was the Florence family technique. Dian's clone limit had increased from 10,000 to 200,000. In addition, because of his master's teachings, his mastery of the technique had increased as well. Firstly, his range of control had increased along with his divine sense. Secondly, his peak-level clone had once more increased to the 75% and could last for an entire day. Thirdly, and maybe most excitedly, his lower-level clones had increased from the 10% limit to 15%. Maybe the only downtick of the past 3 months was the fact they had passed through less than 50% of the second tier due to Dian lowering his clone numbers. However, he found all of this to be very much worth it because his soul wasn't all that had improvements. Dian's eyes opened for the first time in months. The situation around him was still quite chaotic, however. He still sat on the back of a golden dragon. Although it didn't have the lifelike characteristics of a true dragon, it was good enough for transportation and could actually be quite fast if Dian negated some of the resistance effects around it using his wind will.
Dian's main mind hadn't focused much on what was happening around him while he cultivated, except for replacing clones that died. He didn't act much personally at all. So, when he saw Clara standing next to him, pale-faced and bloodied, his eyes filled with rage.
Clara hadn't even noticed that Dian awoke, as she was too busy pulling back on her bowstring. Her long, jet-black hair whipped in the valiantly as she unceasingly shot arrow after arrow. She didn't seem to notice the fact the skin on her fingers had been ripped down to the bone, or the fact her energy reserves were running on near nothing for the past few days. From the beginning, Esmeralda had seen this, but she had done nothing to help. Although she knew that Dian would be saddened and enraged by seeing his wife in this state, she also knew that Dian's wives needed to grow stronger too. If they didn't fight and put themselves in danger, how could they continue to stand by her treasured disciple's side? Of course, she would have never allowed Clara's life to be in danger, nor would have Clara's 2 new masters, but they all felt that Clara needed some room to grow. Although in her battle against Dian a few months prior, Clara seemed to defeat Dian easily, her wind will was still too weak to inflict severe damage onto Dian. This wasn't because her comprehension was weak, but rather because wills significantly lessened in power when manifested within one's divine sense. The problem was that Clara didn't have a weapon at the time, nor could she project the wills from her body to inflict the damage output she needed.
This was why she needed more practice with her bow. This wasn't to say Clara was weak, obviously. She had found against king-level characters and even defeated an empress-level character in Chrysanthemum. However, just like Dian, she hadn't used her battle prowess, but rather her intelligence. In addition, had it not been for the supreme-level treasure Dian gave her, she would have lost that battle after Chrysanthemum called for reinforcements. In the end, this tempering was good for Clara, who was the least experienced in the matters of the martial world among Dian's 3 wives. Still, even knowing this, Dian was heartbroken. He stood quickly in an act of rage, his eyes flashing with a gold murderous intent. There were thousands of beasts surrounding them, almost all of whom had cultivation at the peak saint level. However, the reason they had lasted so long was because they were led by 3 beast kings, each of whom had stepped into the first celestial stage. Unlike humans, the grade of a beast was dependent on its talent. This meant that an earth-grade beast would be weaker than a heaven-grade beast if they had the same cultivation. The ubiquitous beasts were of the high common grade, but the celestial beasts, they were lower earth-grade beasts, making them far more powerful than their common-grade counterparts. Dian stared at this wave of beasts, his gaze piercing through each and every one. It was at that moment that the 3 leading beasts realized something was wrong. However, it was too late. Tens of thousands of golden arrays appeared in the air, spinning viciously to the point where their once clear and defined symbols became nothing but a wheel of gold. Dian's master's eyes widened. He's applying energy manipulation techniques to his weapons arrays? Genius. I never thought of that. At that moment, arrays that were only meant to contain the power of an 8th-stage saint suddenly rivaled peak saints. And maybe the worst part was that they far outnumbered the number of beasts. Hell rained down from the skies, shattering the momentum of the beast herd and massacring the legions of the celestial beasts as though they were nothing but weeds in the ground. The 3 celestial beasts roared. A massive, horse-like creature with skin as red as blood slammed its hoof into the ground, projecting a protective array onto its fellow clansmen. A disgusting, wrinkled vulture swept down from the skies, using its metal-like wings to deflect the javelins that fell from the skies. At the same time, a jet-black wolf, standing more than 20 meters tall and 100 meters long, howled at the coming onslaught, using its sound wave attacks to protect its own. However, none of that mattered. Diane's eyes flashed with gold once more, forcing him into an absolutely selfless state. The wave of his attacks seemed to completely ignore the axe of the Beast Kings, passing by their protective measure with an eerie ease. Diane's hands clapped together as he roared into the skies. Spreading his arms out, 3 blood-red arrays appeared before him, exuding an aura that projected a single word to everyone's mind: judgment. 3 streaks of red blasted across the skies, leaving rings of fire and wind in their wake before mercilessly piercing into the skulls of the 3 celestial beasts. Absolute silence reigned the world for but a moment before cacophonic sounds of the air being obliterated filled their ears. The 3 beast kings fell from the skies, each missing an entire half of their heads despite their enormous size. Diane caught Clara before she could fall. It seemed the last of her energy was sapped away when she realized that Diane was awake. Who knew how far past her limits she had gone? Unlike Diane, Clara didn't have the energy core quickly replenishing her. For her to fight against such high-level enemies for 3 months was too much to ask of her. If it wasn't for the fact her body had broken into the Saint Realm, she definitely wouldn't have made it. Despite her weakness, Clara rolled her eyes at Diane's concern despite smiling on the inside. If you were so worried, you should have woken up earlier. Diane didn't seem to hear Clara's words. His divine sense had long since begun scanning her injuries. In the past, Diane could easily heal people like Eli with his aurora flames, even to the point of reconnecting Eli's spine. Luckily, his soul strength was far above Clara's body cultivation, so as long as he took his time, he was confident in doing the same for his wife. The truth was that the best method of healing the body wasn't the soul, but rather runic flames. It was just that the purity of soul energy contained such strong life force that it was also able to heal well. Unfortunately, Diane's runic flame control wasn't good enough to be used on a sainthood body. For context, Diane's soul needs to be ahead of the cultivation of whatever person he wants to heal. However, runic flames can heal those even above their cultivation limit should control be good enough. This was the main difference in addition to other miscellaneous things such as stamina requirements. The good news was that Diane's soul stamina was so overwhelming that he could only remember one other time he ran out of it that hadn't involved him fighting someone far stronger than himself. Back then, Diane's soul was only at the peak middle blossom stage, and after days spent using his celestial will to heal the demon generals turned monster in the demon sage's legacy world. He then spent more days whittling away at his mental energy learning the demon emperor's will technique, before being sneak attacked by Qing Lei, who used a pseudo-weapon of the 33 heavens that his master had to block for him, all before finally fighting 11 geniuses by himself. To say that it took a lot for Diane's soul to run out of stamina was an understatement. Clara's body quickly regained its color as her wounds slowly closed. Diane's aurora flames filled her with such comfort that she directly fell asleep in his arms, subconsciously curling up and wiggling around to make herself more comfortable. It was only after Diane no longer found any hidden injuries did his frown finally lessen. Looking around at the fresh corpses, Diane suddenly felt a hunger overwhelm him. As a cultivator, eating wasn't strictly necessary. However, eating the flesh of powerful beasts was still highly beneficial. And, should that beast be of high enough cultivation and grade, it could equate to eating the best of spiritual medicines and pills. Luckily, of the 3 celestial beasts, Diane only destroyed their heads, leaving the rest of their bodies intact. I can't even remember the last time I ate. Maybe that's why my body cultivation has been so slow? How could I forget to eat?
Ridiculous, Diane mumbled to himself. Clara giggled in her sleep as though she heard Diane's words. Taking a deep breath, Diane closed his eyes. A strong wind will manifested, spinning quickly and forming numerous small-scale cyclones. Beads of sweat fell from Diane's forehead as the thousands of corpses were lifted into the air and carried away. Diane's range, in terms of divine sense, had reached slightly more than 80,000 kilometers, 4 times the range he had previously. By that token, he should also be able to control his wills from that far away as well. Unfortunately, Diane hadn't spent much time mastering this ability.
However, his range was still more than enough to carry the corpses dozens of miles away, taking with them the bloody smell that would attract other beasts. In the end, the only corpses that remained were the 3 celestial beasts, each missing half their heads, but still being about 100 meters in length each. From start to finish, Hedari and her attendants watched the next scenes with shock. After watching Diane for so long, they thought they had become immune to it, that they were certain he couldn't do anything else to surprise them, but they were so very wrong. Diane's first action of using wind will to block the scent of blood from traveling away was easy enough to accept. But what ensued afterward made their lips twitch. Without a care in the world and with his wife still in his arms, Diane created 3 massive fire pits, using the opportunity to comprehend and improve his control over his fire will. Then, he created mounds of what it took the 3 women too long to figure out were spices. Everything from salt to various aromatic plants formed large hills as Diane's sword wills cleaned the 3 massive corpses. After all, the various plants, leaves and minerals used for seasoning back on Diane's home world couldn't even be considering low-grade common plants and materials in the martial world. Creating them was simply too easy for Diane. He can't plan to eat all 3 alone. Can he? Saintess Rue mumbled with a dry mouth. However, reality struck hard. Massive amounts of blood was drained, organs were cleansed out, feathers were plucked and skin was skinned, eventually leaving 3 perfectly clean corpses waiting to be marinated. Then, a man completely miniature in comparison to these 3 behemoth-like creatures ingested them all as though he was simply breathing. Still, maybe this would have all been acceptable had they not heard what Diane muttered under his breath next. "I'm still hungry. Your revolution's art is lacking. It takes you too much effort to reproduce the rotational effects, making it impossible to use in real battle. It needs more time to mature," Diane's master commented. Of course, she was referring to Diane utilizing his wind will to form cyclones and carry away the bodies of the already dead beasts. Diane's revolution's art achieved the same result as his rapid change, but by using different methods. Rapid change followed vibrational laws. For example, when one rapidly heats then rapidly cools a piece of glass, it will explosively shatter. Every material, to some extent, follows this truth. Rapid change takes advantage to vastly increase the strength of strikes. Revolution's art follows similar principles but using rotational force. It is easier to lift of a corpse that happens to be hundreds of kilograms in weight if instead of lifting it along a straight path you take it along a sloping longer path with a more gentle incline. If this same idea is expanded upon and applied to attacks, it also makes piercing strong defenses and armor much easier as well. However, while Diane didn't have much issue maintaining and speeding up the rotation, he was troubled with his slow starting speed and his slow acceleration. Essentially, using this energy manipulation technique for menial tasks was about all he could do for now. That said, Diane didn't plan on this being the truth for long. "Diane." Esmeralda's tone suddenly changed from simple commentary to something more serious. "Yes, I sense something is off with your fire will. It doesn't seem to be following your most natural path." Diane blinked in confusion. It was true that among his wills, the one which he used the least in battle was his fire will. Even his celestial and wind will made occasional appearances, not to mention them, even his crystal will made itself known from time to time, depending on the situation. At first, Diane didn't think too much of it. The application for fire will just didn't seem to match up to the others. But, could it be his master was right? He did feel oddly uncomfortable using fire will. Something about the red flames didn't seem to be his own. In addition, his fire will was lagging behind the others as well. Over the first 2 weeks here, his wind will had increased from the 8th to 9th will level,
His celestial will had increased to the first intent level. His crystal will had increased from the 5th to 7th will level. Even his spatial will had increased from the 6th to 7th will level, while his weapons master will had increased to the 2nd will level. Other than Dian's time will, which remained at the 3rd will level, and his demonic and music will, which both remained at the first intent level. Dian's fire will was another that didn't move at all. The trouble was that fire was supposed to be a simple elemental will. With Dian comprehension and with the guidance of his master, it should have crossed into the intent threshold already. This may seem like too much to ask, but the will level of comprehension was for foundation stage and meridian formation children. Dian's soul was at the peak celestial level. This pace was bordering on unacceptable. Tell me about how you first learned fire will, Dian's master asked. Although she knew the story, she still asked. Dian stuttered. The very first time he used fire will was in an absolute fit of rage. The orphanage he had built was burned down and marred with feces, while the lovable Ms. Everdeen was beaten up, tortured, killed, then hung up for all to see. At that moment, a black gold halo from his manifestation erupted into life much earlier than it should have, causing black flames to turn the land to ash. Dian's master silently listened to this story, although, at that time, she had been within the seal. Everything Dian experienced, she experienced. Simply remembering and reliving the story made Dian rage burn again, causing the flicker of black flames within his hazel eyes to blaze to life once more. Dian's brows furrowed. He had been pressing down this anger this entire time because he could feel the demon sage blood within him rolling. If he didn't temper it down properly, he would lose control. When his soul was sealed, this was a great worry of his. Without the help of his aurora flames to calm the evil within him, reeling himself back was almost impossible. Therefore, for the last more than 14 years now, Dian hadn't allowed this side of himself breathing room. Even when he was mourning Amphrey's death, he used his 3rd trial to vent, not speaking or thinking about anything but the beasts in front of him. Suddenly, the 3 pits of fire that dimmed to the point where only embers were left blazed to life once more. Boom! 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 At that moment, 3 black pillars erupted from the embers, piercing into the skies as though they were being released from the depths of hell. They looked nothing like the flickering lights of fire. The flames were so densely packed that they looked as solid as the earth itself. The bones that hung above the pits stood no chance. The mighty skeletons of the celestial beasts meant absolutely nothing, burning to ash in an instant. The heat was so overwhelming that Dian felt his own skin begin to burn. If it wasn't for his master protecting Clara's body, she would have been reduced to ash in a mere moment. Esmeralda frowned. Is this a good or bad thing? Dian's master's frown deepened. He somehow used an energy manipulation technique of the solidification path unconsciously. His fire will comprehension is also climbing. It's already climbed to a 2nd level intent level. Although Dian was practicing energy manipulation techniques of the solidification path, none of them were so great that they could make such a large pillar of fire seem more like stone than the light it was meant to be. Is his soul really so amazing that it can make up for his weakness everywhere else? Esmeralda couldn't help but feel like she was watching a legend unfold. His whole life up until now, Dian hadn't thought he had an affinity for anything. It was to the point where he relied on his master's and his martial uncle's blood essence to gain particular affinities. But who would have known that his own manifestations trumped this many times over? With just a thought, Dian's black flames he had ignored for so long, shattered the intent barrier of comprehension, climbed past the one with mind realm, and steadily entered the one with heart realm without showing any signs of slowing. This wasn't a simple matter of paths. Dian's much weaker red flames followed the sovereign path as well. However, not every path, even when carrying the same title, followed the same exact methods. There were innumerable kinds of rulers and sovereigns in this world. You could be cruel, kind, benevolent, or unruly. Still, you would be a ruler. Dian's red flames had no real substance. They wanted to follow the sovereign path, but didn't have the strength or direction to do so. However, Dian's black flame was a tyrant, filled with rage and fury, wanting to burn the whole world down and into the ground. Flames were special. Without warmth, life wouldn't exist at all. In fact, the so-called heat death many were worried about would result in a complete lack of heat. Without heat and energy, the universe and cosmos as everyone knew it would die.
This was why, even as an elemental will, fire reserved a special place in the heart of the heavens along with lightning. On the surface, these two elemental wills were just as forgettable as the others. However, the truth was that they rose above the rest in a very special way.
Prince Belmont wanted Madeline for her flames, the Flame Rebirth sect wanted Madeline for her flames, even the Golden Crow sect wanted Madeline for her flames. Why isn't it that wind cultivators want Clara for her wind? Or why isn't it that ice cultivators want Ree for her ice? Cultivating flames was different, and so was its comprehension. Path mattered much less than affinity. Without the proper lineage, cultivating flames was foolish. But, should you have the correct lineage, fire will could very well be as powerful as any supreme law in existence. However, Dian was on the verge of losing his mind. His roar had become layered and hellish. It was almost as though he was a beast crawling up from its abyssal imprisonment instead of the human being that he was.
One with body. Dian's master panicked slightly, sending Clara into the tower as quickly as she could. She was just a spirit, she couldn't continue to protect against this level of heat. At that moment, Dian's body no longer burned due to his own flames. However, the golden dragon beneath his feet burst into nothingness. One with soul. How far will it go?
Can't be that it will grow to match his soul? Will it? A shocking thought overwhelmed the White Mother's mind. Dian black flames were his own, but they were birthed from his manifestation. If it followed the normal trend, it wouldn't stop until it reached one with Tao. Esmeralda paled.
I can't allow him to increase so far so quickly. He'll lose his mind. If Dian's unique flame was amiable and calm in nature, this wouldn't be a problem at all.
Although his body would be strained by using such a high-level will, it wouldn't be beyond the realm of possibility since he had a celestial body. But the issue was that it wasn't. Esmeralda could tell that this flame wanted nothing more than to obliterate the world. If it continued like this, there would be no coming back. The second tier caught flames, spreading out in every direction and recreating a hell on earth. The hundreds to thousands of miles that once made up this tier was suddenly overwhelmed by an oppressive and savage heat. Dian! Dian! Esmeralda called, sending waves of soul energy through Dian's mind's eye, hoping to wake him up. However, the moment the small baby sensed danger within its domain, it rolled in its sleep, gurgling slightly as it sucked its thumb. In an instant, all 11 remaining spirits couldn't move.
It was as though they had met their worst nightmares but could only be petrified in place. Esmeralda trembled. If I had known this would happen, I would have never awakened this half of him. Maybe if Evangeline had been there to speak her mind, she too would have felt a heavy guilt overwhelm her. She had traveled through space and time to awaken Dian's soul and wills ahead of time. But what if things weren't meant to be this way?
By awakening Dian's manifestation more than 900 years ahead of time, Dian had much less time to mature. His mentality was still that of a young man. In the future, when this occurred, he would be able to rein himself in long before he lost control. But now, he had long since lost consciousness. Head Ari watched this scene with a combination of disbelief and concern on her delicate features. She had never seen such an oppressive innate fire. The offensive capabilities of Dian's flames could be said to be the greatest she had ever seen. For her to think such a thing, it meant a lot. After all, her celestial deer clan had a lot of relations with the Dragochilan lands. Among them, the legendary red dragon was among the most powerful. Strong and majestic creatures with scales as beautiful rubies coating them.
They were both a marvel to look at while also being among the strongest race of beasts to ever exist. Not to mention the fire dragon clan, dragons and Chilans in general had high fire affinities. For example, Dian's martial uncle, a member of the demon Chilan clan, had strong fire affinity himself. In fact, it was because of this that Dian believed his red flames were his true flames, with his black flame was simply an augmenter of dark-type wills. Clearly, he was very much mistaken. Family head, shouldn't we help?
If this continues. Saintess Rue and Ray panicked. After watching Dian for so long, they were stricken by his determination and talent. They already saw him as a little brother they couldn't bear to see anything happen to.
Of course, this was only reinforced by the fact Head Ari only referred to him as grandson. They didn't know why, but they had begun to subconsciously believe that Dian was younger than them, no matter what their better judgments said.
Head Aries' delicate jaw slightly clenched before she eventually shook her head. No.
The only way to remove the plight of this innate flame from him would be to strip him of the flame itself. But you know as well as I how cruel such a thing is. If he can surpass this hurdle, he will benefit greatly. His flame has 2 characteristics.
And that's just my initial estimate. 2. By now, even the silent Saintess Ray couldn't help but exclaim. A flame even having 1 characteristic was almost unheard of. How could his have 2?
No. I think it's 3. Head Ari mumbled. The 2 Saintesses didn't know how to react. For context, even the mighty phoenixes only had 2 characteristics to their flames. It wasn't until Amethyst was born that a mighty flame with 4 characteristics was birthed into the world.
An ice phoenix's blue flame would have a piercing cold characteristic along with a life characteristic. This was why they were both known as ice phoenixes while also being the heaven's representation of life.
A fire phoenix would have an inextinguishable heat characteristic along with a reincarnation characteristic. Obviously, this was why they were known as fire phoenixes while also being the heaven's representation of reincarnation. Dark phoenixes also had 2 characteristics. Their flames had both a darkness characteristic that allowed them to thrive in the shadows, while also having a death characteristic that made them heaven's representations of death. It wasn't until Amethyst combined the characteristics of the ice and fire phoenix from her 2 parents that a mighty 4 characteristic flame was birthed into the world. The shame of the Belmont family was that even though they innately had 2 flames, they couldn't access the life and reincarnation characteristics of their red and blue flames, giving each of their flames only a single characteristic. Yet, despite all of this, Head Ari was saying Diane's flames had 3 characteristics, a feat rarely seen. His flames after a solidification characteristic and an augmentation characteristic. Solidification? Augmentation? Saintess Rue asked. Yes. If my senses are correct, his flames can augment darkness and demonic type wills, making them stronger than they otherwise might be. At the same time, he can give darkness and demonic type characteristics to wills that might otherwise not have them.
If he coupled these flames with his death will, the results would be frightening. Plus, the solidity of his flames is shocking. Their toughness seems to be close to a spiritual level defensive weapon. And still increasing. Then what about the 3rd characteristic you sensed back then? Head Ari slightly trembled, shocking the 2 young women.
In their years of life, they had never seen their family head act in such a way. In this world, there weren't many things that couldn't make Head Ari feel fear. She was a supreme Tao formation elite who even had a chance to reach the half-step transcendent realm in a few more 100,000 years. Even when she faced the extinction of her clan, she stood tall. Even when she heard that her daughter died, although she stopped smiling, she remained strong. Even when her husband left this world before her, she became the bedrock that kept their clan together. Yet, today, while she watched her grandson struggle with one of the greatest trials he had faced in his young life, she couldn't help but remember the existence of something that made her feel fear to the depths of her soul. Could it be that I have to be subjected to such a cruel fate? To have to kill my own grandson with my own 2 hands? The world can't be so cruel. The 2nd tier became a land of black flame. The lush forests disappeared, the beasts burned to ash, and in the end, there was only a single young man standing in the center of it all, roaring into the skies.
His features were the picture of beauty. His body was rippling with absolute power, but everything about him exuded an aura of absolute darkness. An aura that said he was only capable of destroying. Nothing deserved to be whole in this world. Everything needed to be eradicated.
Everything should give in to chaos. Just when everything was about to collapse, a beautiful white flame descended, blessing the lands with absolute purity. Head Aries' pupils shrunk. Dual innate flames?
And of such opposing paths? Just what monster did you choose? Little Esmeralda. The white flames completely overwhelmed the black flames, feeding off the copious amounts of life energy provided by the life stone. In an instant, the lands were washed over by a pure light. The trees regrew, firmer and more robust than before. The charred ground became lush and green once more, beautifying the scenery. Even the beasts that were further away that had been writhing as they burned to death were rejuvenated, healing at a pace that shocked anyone who could see it. His white flames have an augmentation characteristic as well. To think it could augment something as heaven-defying as the Life Stone. Head Ari and the Saintesses were at a loss for words as Diane's comprehension soared. One with soul. One with will.
One with intent. One with law. One with world.
One with Tao. At that moment, the faint outline of a Tao appeared in the skies. The white and black flames surged, spinning viciously and spiraling into each other before concentrating into a tight circle. Boom!
The circle of white and black pulsed, expanding 1 times, then 2, then 10, then 100. Soon, an intricate array shining with whites as fine as crystals and blacks as dark as obsidian appeared in the skies, spanning more than 100 meters in diameter.
Its markings were faint, almost seeming illusory, but it contained an ancient aura that made anyone who saw it feel the need to bow down, as though it held the secrets to origin of everything. Dian roared into the skies, his eyes reflecting the very same pattern that hung in the skies.
At that moment, his inner world shifted. Its cracked lands became a sea of white and black fire. Yet Dian's manifestation, his primordial yang and his wife's primordial eans remained completely unscathed. It seemed that Dian's comprehension had finally reached a point where it could affect change in his own world. It was finally worthy of being placed alongside the laws of existence. The flames condensed, forming an array identical to the illusory one that appeared in the real world before sinking into the ancient and cracked lands that made up Dian's inner world. His Tao is so large, yet he hasn't officially formed it. How? Saintess Ru was shocked. The power of a Tao array was reliant on 3 things: the profoundness of its symbols, the brightness of its array, and its size. Except for brightness, Dian's Tao array was already enough to make their hearts tremble, yet he was still at the intent level.
For a newly formed one with Tao intent to be even 1 meter in diameter was already good enough. Even a true first-level Tao would only be about 10 meters in diameter if it was forged by the comprehension of a true genius. 100 meters for a 9th-level intent.
It was unheard of. Head Ari could only shake her head and bitterly chuckle. His white flames also have 3 characteristics. Head, could it be that his black flames don't have the inextinguishable heat characteristic?
How are they so hot if not? Saintess Ru asked. Head Ari shook her head. Ask no more. Fire is not the only thing in existence that can give off heat. As for the reason his black flames are so hot, it's better you don't know. I'm sure those old bastards will give my grandson trouble for it. His white flames are purer than us celestial beasts, but his black flames are more evil than infernal beasts. The heavens allow such a dichotomy to exist in one body?
Wait. As if in response, Dian finally awoke, roaring in pain. His body felt like it was being torn from the inside out.
It wasn't until the Tao array faded that he finally fell to the ground, panting in an attempt to catch his breath. Seeing this scene, Head Ari sighed as though she had expected as much. To be blessed with such power yet to be forever unable to use it.
If he had been born with eternity's balance, his future would be limitless. Head Ari shook her head again. What am I saying? His future is already limitless. This could be considered a handicap my grandson is giving others. The only reason Dian's white flames were able to so easily overwhelm his black flames was in thanks to the Life Stone. It could be said that had Dian had his eruption in the outside world, the problem would not have been resolved so easily, if at all. And had he had this eruption in a place with dense darkness and demonic type wills, he would have lost his mind without a doubt. Dian's body becomes a battlefield whenever he uses his origin flames.
When they were weaker, the results of this battle were insignificant, but now that they had grown to this stage,
Dian couldn't handle using them for even a moment. It was because of this battle that despite Dian's white flames having the purifying characteristic, making him completely immune to all poisons and curses the moment he stepped into the one with body realm, it took him months to clear himself of the Ipsum family poison back when their genius impersonated Madeline. Still, Dian wasn't think about any of this. His chest heaved while an emotion he so very rarely felt filled his eyes, fear. Dian coughed violently, blood spilling from his lips.
No matter how hard he tried, it was seemingly impossible for him to catch his breath. Was this how one was supposed to feel when facing danger? It seemed too foreign to Dian. He almost questioned himself. Was he truly brave? Wasn't bravery about overcoming your fear? How was it brave if you were simply too stupid to feel fear? The first time in his life that Dian felt fear was when facing the true body of the entity. His body trembled and something shouted at him to give up. Still, he stubbornly persisted. But could he have done the same thing had the entity not been chained? Could he have faced his fears had his enemy been it instead of Elder Daiyu and Loki? The abyss of his black flames filled him with such an unceasing panic that he felt like he was drowning. Like there wasn't enough air to breathe, as though a shadowy hand had reached into his chest and squeezed his lungs into nothingness.
His blood ran cold as his body trembled in a never-ending shiver. Cold. Too cold. Dian's lips inexplicably turned blue as his master watched, broken-hearted. Despite having awoken, Dian's mental state was in pieces.
He hadn't even realized that the spirits within his mind's eye had been imprisoned by his soul, making them completely unable to move or speak. The only two by Dian's side who could do anything were the celestial hamster twins, but even they couldn't get through to Dian. As for the blonde twins within the tower, they had no real control over their cultivation and didn't have any idea about how to leave. Still, even if they could, what difference would it make? Dian, a young man of barely 30 years of age, was dealing with the weight of the end of everything as he knew it. He felt what others couldn't feel, and that inevitability was living, growing and festering within him. In an instant, Dian's comprehension had touched on the door of the Tao.
Yet that comprehension completely shattered his resolve.
It was far too early for him to understand. Far too early for him to understand that everything must come to an end. Far too early for him to understand that no matter how powerful he grew, there would be a day that he and his loved ones became nothing more than dust. He couldn't speak.
He couldn't move. He simply curled up on the ground, vomiting whatever contents of his stomach remained undigested. His death will never made him feel this way. His death will's path subdued the feeling. It wasn't about comprehending death, it was about bending it to his will. It was this path that led Dian to forming an undead body far more powerful than any other death will user could match. Yet something about his black flames were so real,
so sinister, so much more powerful than even death itself that it shattered the mind of a man who had faced his own death countless times. Head Aries' eyes watered. There's only one will that could cut down my grandson like this. I really was right about his flame's third characteristic. His talent crippled him. The truth of the matter that death wasn't difficult to accept. It was saddening and heartbreaking, but it was something we all faced. At the end of the day, many found their own way to justify the lives they led so that they could one day face their ends. Whether that be leaving behind a memorable legacy or turning to religion or simply enjoying your time to the fullest. In the end, there was something about death that was controlled, orderly, something that gave it meaning and consistency. There was a method, a reason, a certain logic to it that was easy to accept. This was why even a child could know that one day they would no longer exist, yet they could still smile and happily play around with their friends. It was why a bedridden elder could still muster their last bits of energy to bid their families farewell.
However, some things were without order. Some things were so completely without meaning that they were completely unacceptable.
Dian had comprehended an evil he had no business comprehending, a malevolent wickedness marred with disgusting intentions, without any rhyme or reason, a will that wanted to see the destruction of all things not because it had a purpose or a greater goal, but simply because it didn't want anything in this world to exist. Dian clenched his head, his teeth chattering to the tune of illusory cold, while his fingers became stained with blood. His eyes filled with tears. Even he didn't know why they were shed. Something inside of him just wouldn't let them stop. Dian's whimpers were overwhelmed by his quick and short breaths.
It shouldn't exist. I shouldn't exist. At that moment, the stream of transparent tears that coated Dian's cheeks turned red, then black. A young man who once stood with his back straight, willing to face down any danger, was shedding tears of blood for a tragedy he had no idea about. It wasn't for his parents, it wasn't for his wives, it wasn't even for his friends. In the next instant, an audible cracking sound reverberated through the second tier. "No!" Head Ari shouted, completely beside herself. There was no mistaking it. Dian's Tao heart had shattered completely.
Diane's eyes became blank, as though he was completely soulless. His mind was still there, and his thoughts still moved, but he seemed completely empty. The shattering of one's Tao heart occurs either due to a direct or indirect questioning of one's Tao path. Whatever it was that Diane saw within his black flames not only made him question himself, but even reached the point of questioning all of existence itself. He couldn't understand what the point of it all was. Why did we all exist if it just ended in this way? Where was the purpose? What should drive us? Shockingly, despite his Tao heart shattering to pieces, the Tao array formed within Diane's inner world only slightly trembled in response, as though its existence was far beyond imagining, as though it no longer needed Diane's comprehension to continue existing. However, Diane's other wills began to slowly crumble. His weakest were the first to go, dissipating into nothingness. His time will shriveled, its small kernel of comprehension withering away. His wind will that had only just been on the cusp of the intent realm shrunk in on itself. His demonic will shattered, and his comprehension of the demon emperor's will technique regressed to being unworthy of even the first stage of the first act. His crystal will disappeared. His music will faded. His space will caved in on itself. Even his weapons master will, the representation of absolute confidence, had no arrogance to hold on to, scattering into the wind. The rate of dissipation for his death will was much slower, seemingly anchored by his overwhelmingly strong soul due to the fact it had entered the one with soul realm. However, although it was slow, it was still steadily weakening. It really did seem that when someone was suffused with dark days, they completely forgot the good. Just the same way Diane touched the gate of the Tao with his black flames, he did the exact same with his white flames. Yet, it seemed the comprehension given by the black flames had completely taken over, making Diane completely ignore his Een. Still, the fact that Diane had survived such a devastating shattering of his Tao was astounding in and of itself. Under normal circumstances, when one faces the destruction of such a strong Tao, the soul would dissipate. But Diane's soul didn't even seem to notice that anything was wrong, continuing to suck on its thumb and gurgle, completely oblivious to the happenings around it. It was only now that the spirits were finally released from their invisible chains. But it was too little too late. Esmeralda was racked with guilt. If he had more accumulation, more life experience, this wouldn't have happened like this. All he knows is fighting and trials. He hasn't experienced what life is. How can he combat something like this? Maybe in the mortal world, Diane would be an adult at already 30 years old. But in the martial world, he was nothing more than an infant. In a world where even a foundation stage expert could live 1,000 years, what did 30 years count for? There was a reason the heavens gave creatures so much time to cultivate. It takes time to accumulate wisdom and comprehension. It takes time to build an impenetrable Tao heart. And even then, it can crumble given enough time. This wasn't even the worst of it. Diane hadn't spent 40 years living life. He spent half of his life in a trial fighting for his life. He spent nearly another 3 to 5 years unconscious. He even spent his childhood locked up in a room filled with computer screens, hiding away from the truth of his dead parents. All Diane knew was fighting and pain. Even his wives, the small blips of happiness in his life, were exactly that, small blips. The amount of time they had to make an impact on him, to show him that there was something beyond the pain, was minimal. So, when this young man who knew nothing of the reality of life was suddenly faced with an unshakable comprehension, gifted to him by his heaven-defying talent, how could he have the will to refute it? How could he give the good a chance when, in his experience, there was so little of it? Diane's finger flashed, causing the Dragon King to appear on his wrist, wrapped around in a slick, long band. The metal body shifted, turning into a slender knife so sharp that its edges were the only portions of its light-absorbing body that reflected anything. Diane's hands trembled, clutching the knife with his whole strength. I shouldn't exist. Before anyone could even realize what happened, Diane had plunged the knife into his heart. Blood spurted out from his wound, however, judging by his lack of a reaction. One would think that the crimson stream wasn't his own. Esmeralda trembled. Even if she had come out, what could she have done? Would Diane have even listened to her? No matter how much she yelled and pleaded, Diane couldn't seem to hear her. The hopes of the spirits dimmed. Not only were they saddened by Diane's end, But Diane's death also symbolized their own. Without his soul energy supporting them, they would have long since dissipated. Now the young man they had placed all of their hopes in had plunged a knife into his own heart, seeking to take his own life. Diane sat there for hours, expecting his life to slowly slip away. But, even when hours turned into more than 2 days, nothing happened. Esmeralda's nerves were on the edge.
He has an undead body now, the strongest I've ever seen, but even an undead body has its limits, it can't continue like this. The best person to wake Diane up from this situation might be Clara, and even then it wasn't guaranteed.
The problem was that Clara had exhausted herself to the utmost limit for 3 months. It would probably be weeks before she awoke. It was impossible for Diane to last that long, especially not if he decided to inflict more harm upon himself. Suddenly Esmeralda thought of something. Being direct won't help. But her gaze shifted toward the seal that hovered before Diane's soul. When Esmeralda first saw Diane's soul, she was shocked to find 2 seals. The first was one she recognized, the Inner World Sanctuary seal. It was none other than the block placed on the soul, the energies and the wills that permeated one's body, siphoning their strengths away to build one's inner world. However, the second seal were crystalline chains, etched with such ancient and profound markings that even the White Mother couldn't understand them. In fact, she wasn't even certain that they were related to array alchemy at all. However, despite not recognizing this second seal, her intuition told her that it had changed since the last time she saw it. At first, she was confused, but after a private conversation with the celestial hamster twins, she learned of the existence of Evangeline. Knowing her disciple's intelligence, it was impossible for him to not have understood at least a portion of the story the twins had told her. Yet he seemed completely oblivious, as though there was a block on his mind. Still, this block was somehow so subtle that he didn't even notice it was there. The only explanation was that Evangeline had taken control of the seal and placed the block there. Unfortunately, even though Esmeralda had once been the owner of the seal, it was no longer hers.
In addition, unlike Diane's wives, her and Diane's souls weren't linked, so she couldn't make use of the seal. However, the idea still remained. To subtly manipulate Diane. How? How can I manipulate him? Esmeralda's brows furrowed. This is the problem she had been stuck on for the last 2 days, unable to come up with an answer. The key isn't to manipulate him into finding the answer, but rather to manipulate him into thinking that your idea is his own. A delicate voice suddenly spoke.
Esmeralda, who had been lost in her own thoughts, looked over to see the Princess of Beauty smiling lightly. The game of Go is a lot like life. One could spend eternity studying its secrets and still feel like they could continue to improve. The Princess of Beauty explained quietly. However, the truths behind the game always rely on simple concepts that masters hone to astounding levels. When I play a master of Go, I take territory by pretending as though my opponent is gaining territory. I take stones by feigning as though my opponent will gain stones. My godly moves seem weak and my overbearing strikes seem soft. The Princess of Beauty raised her small, delicate hands, extending her index and middle finger. One laid atop the other as though she was laying a ghost stone in the air. Her aura changed completely. The once shy and reserved beauty became as sharp as a sword, her spiritual robes fluttering within Diane's inner mind. If we want to give him a chance to crawl out from under this and reforge his Tao heart, we do not need to build the entire road, we simply need to show him to the entrance. Esmeralda's eyes shined. The title of Princess of Beauty was definitely not hollow. She had been so blinded by her concern that she couldn't separate herself from the situation to think of the best solution. But the Princess of Beauty had. At that moment, a single word overtook Diane's psyche. Why? The word had no further explanation. It had no deeper or profound meaning. It simply repeated, again and again, in an eerie rhythmic fashion that caught Diane's attention despite his state of mind. Why? Why?
Diane looked at the knife that was still in his chest and the blood that flowed from it. Why?
He muttered. He didn't know why this was reverberating in his mind. He knew why he wanted to kill himself. It was because nothing mattered. All of his effort, all of his hopes, his dreams, his aspirations, they were all empty. So what was the point in living?
There was none. So why did this word keep coming up?
He knew his answer. He did. He really did. Do I? Dian muttered. His eyes scanned the surroundings. The beasts had long since smelt the blood coming from Dian. But when they saw him, they didn't dare to approach. There was something dangerous about this young man, so dangerous that they didn't dare to attack him even while he had a knife in his chest. Why are we all here if nothing matters? Dian muttered. I need to find out. Dian slowly pulled the knife from his chest, watching the blood drip without expression. White flames surged, closing the wound in an instant as though it had never existed to begin with. And then, Dian disappeared from where he stood.
The 74th quadrant. Much like many other quadrants, the 74th has a very complex power structure rife with powerful families and sovereignty disputes. The 74th quadrant was an amalgamation of the sect and clan system, having one Emperor God sect, but two Emperor God clans. Similar to Dian's home universe, these three powerhouses controlled 80 or so universes between them, making the remaining near 20 a battlefield for their vying. Among these three Emperor God-level conglomerates, one stood above the rest. The Grand Templar sect. Truth be told, this wasn't due to some innate superiority, but rather because while the Emperor God clans were held together by a single strong family, the Emperor God sect had two pillar families, the Cromwell and Valori families. At this moment, a villa styled akin to ancient medieval-era aesthetics was the location of a meeting between two noble men and a servant. What did you say? A man wearing leather armor stared at the servant with a fierce aura radiating from him. His aura was valiant, identical to a legendary paladin. His deep brown eyes and long flowing hair involuntarily emitted a golden aura that made those around him want to bow down. Not to mention the fact that the two-handed sword that hung from his waist filled him with a sense of awe-inspiring might. This noble man was none other than the successor to the Valori family, Key Wielder, and one of the few kings of the 74th quadrant, Percival Valori. I'm sorry, Sir Percival. The servant trembled, unable to withstand the successor's anger. We did a thorough investigation, but young Master Rand was nowhere to be found. He didn't exit the Valley of Geniuses. If Fervor was there, he might have snickered in laughter.
This young Master Rand was none other than the Duke who provoked him outside of the Pill Tower of Sapientia Corner. He was also the same young Master Rand who tried to corner him within the Valley of Geniuses, but ended up dying instead. How is that possible? My son wouldn't die in so easily, Percival roared, causing the servant to fall to his knees and beg for forgiveness. Percival's valiant aura shattered the ground beneath his feet, sending ripples through his leather armor.
Because of an extreme yang technique he practiced, the probability of him siring a male heir dropped drastically. As a result, despite his best efforts, he had dozens of daughters but only 2 sons despite being almost 2,000 years old.
It was the way of the heavens to bring balance to everything. Since he was an extreme yang, it was almost guaranteed that he would always give birth to an extreme yin. The good news was that his daughters were all extremely powerful in the yin path, and equally as astonishingly beautiful. But in the 74th quadrant, a woman had never led, nor would a woman ever be accepted to lead. He originally found this technique in a ruin on the celestial floors of the tower, but it was a double-edged sword that he had no choice but to accept for the sake of grabbing hold of this 74th quadrant. The day Rand was born, he felt a weight drop off of his shoulders. And, when he learned that Rand's talent also wasn't too far from his own, he felt that the heavens were finally shining down upon him. But now this son of his had mysteriously disappeared? Killed even? How could he take such a thing lightly? Brother Percival, calm your anger. Let the boy explain the rest. Should you need revenge, the Grand Templar sect will do its best to support you. The second nobleman spoke, placed a sturdy hand on Percival's shoulder, and pulling him back from doing something stupid. This man's aura wasn't as holy or refined as Percival's, but that was only because he didn't have access to the same technique Percival did. After all, it was no surprise that Percival would keep this as his most closely guarded secret. He didn't even share it with his son.
However, this man's valiant momentum didn't lose out. He was yet another king of the 74th quadrant, one of the 3 of their Grand Templar sect. He was Boris Cromwell, the successor to the Cromwell family. Although he was just as talented as Percival, he was unluckier. Because Percival was born before him, he was acknowledged as key wielder before Boris was born. Still, the two had a very close relationship akin to brothers. One had to say it was rare for a quadrant this lowly ranked to have even a single king, let alone three. But it seemed that the 74th quadrant was gearing up to soar through the rankings. Percival's chest heaved, but he eventually settled on saying nothing, waiting for the servant to speak. According to reports, young Master Rand had an altercation with some of the 98th quadrant, causing him to be banned from Sapientia Corner by Grandmaster Gallagher. There's a good chance that his killer was involved in this incident, possibly taking advantage of the young master while he was resonating for revenge. The truth was that the servant knew that his young Master Rand died fair and square at the hand of Verver. After all, many were present at the time. After the big news relating to Diane and Anik was disseminated, many smaller news stories that were much less interesting were released, including the story of the death of young Master Rand. However, how could a servant dare to tell his master that his son was too weak to defeat a member of the 98th quadrant? That would only lead to his death. Instead, he simply placed the blame on the 98th quadrant's shamelessness, saving himself. Percival's fists clenched so fiercely that drops of red gold blood fell from his hand, searing the ground with a profound heat. 98th quadrant, Percival sneered. Marco Ricci, do you believe that I don't know where you've been hiding in your turtle shell? It seemed the lesson I gave you in stealing your wife wasn't enough. Now you dare to reach out your hand toward my son. The more Percival spoke, the fiercer he trembled. His skin shone a golden light and the audible sound of something snapping reverberated through the courtyard. Boris' eyes widened. Congratulations on reaching the 6th celestial stage, brother Percival. He laughed uproariously, slapping his good brother's back. In times of darkness, there will always be light. If you want to raise that 98th quadrant to the ground, your brother will follow you and will bear the anger of the tower quadrants together. This would be perfect practice before the ranking tournament. No longer will we be the 74th quadrant. Before Percival could respond, another servant rushed in, panting wildly. Sir Percival. Sir Boris. Someone has destroyed the Grand Templar Gate. The Grand Templar sect was sent into an uproar. Who dared to challenge their prestige in the 74th quadrant? Even the two Emperor God clans wouldn't dare to do something like this for fear of being frozen out of the tower. Although the sect wouldn't take its punishment too far for fear of a joint attack by both clans, it wouldn't remain quite either. Yet, someone had destroyed their gate? Stalking into their prestigious sect without a care for their face? This was no less atrocious than spitting on the corpses of their ancestors. Despite such an event being completely unprecedented, it didn't mean that there weren't countermeasures in place. The Grand Templar sect followed an odd culture of kings and vassals, where vassals were the name given to disciples while king referred to the current head of the sect, which happened to be of Boris Cromwell family. Disciple rankings, or rather vassal rankings, decided the number of disciples one could have under their direct control along with the amount of land they harbored. According to the system, higher-ranking vassals were given more prosperous lands nearer to the central sect while weaker vassals were given lands further outward. This system suffused all 29 universes the Grand Templar sect controlled. In line with this system, vassals not only manned a portion of the fighting power of the sect, but also had an obligation, according to sect rules, to provide said fighting power in the case that the sect required their services. Thus, it was no surprise that vassal rankings fell in line with title rankings of the tower. The lowest-ranking vassal allowed to own land and command fighting powers of the sect were viscounts, with untitled individuals not having earned this right. However, in line with their low ranking, viscounts were placed in the outskirts of the sect's territories, manning the very edges of their conquered universes. Further inward, earls began to appear, solidifying the middle regions of the sect's territories. However, the backbone of the sect's power were marquises who manned the middle central portions. That said, the powerhouses of the sect were without a doubt their dukes, with their kings then ruling over them all. The gate that was destroyed was one leading to the very center sect, a place where only dukes, kings, and their family members could enter. Unless you were a high-profile guest, entering such a region was completely unheard of. While the Grand Templar sect only had 3 kings, they had 57 dukes, 16 of whom were saints, while 41 of them were celestials. This may seem odd. After all, it would make more sense for there to be weaker dukes as opposed to stronger dukes. However, this didn't take into account the culture of weaker quadrants. Unlike Dian and his demon generals, most weren't confident enough to enter the hardest trial they could immediately. In weaker quadrants, only the best of geniuses would immediately enter duke-level trials, making those who became dukes while they were still saints more talented than others. Usually, one wouldn't enter a duke-level trial until they first tested themselves in a lower-level trial. After gauging their limits appropriately, they would then enter a higher-level trial, which resulted in many dukes of the 74th quadrant coming from those who hadn't attempted the trial until they broke through and became a celestial first. Knowing this truth, the rank of duke was divided into 3 subcategories, each more prestigious than the last. First-tier dukes, those who only became a duke after entering the celestial realm. Second-tier dukes, those who became dukes as a saint. And third-tier dukes, those who became dukes as saints, but had now broken into the celestial realm. The gate the intruder shattered led him directly into the territory of the first-tier dukes. At that moment, the bells sounded throughout Planet Templar, alerting all dukes of an invasion. Mere seconds passed before this invasion warning was sent throughout Universe Templar, altering all 37 inhabited planets. Those who were visiting the 74th quadrant, whether it be for pleasure or business, looked up in confusion. Did they accidentally stumble upon a war? Some were caught between running away and staying. If they ran now, they could still make it to the gate before the Grand Templar sect shut down teleportation in order to trap their enemies. They'd also be safe from whatever destruction might occur. But at the same time, wouldn't it be a shame to miss out on such a show? Such large-scale battles outside of the gates were rare. Plus, such a large event would definitely fetch them a hefty sum from the Sapientia News Network. They could be missing out on a massive payday. Thinking to this, most decided to stay, eager to see if they could capture the action. The Grand Templar sect rarely let anyone into their central region. This could be a good chance to catch a glimpse of what they were hiding. Could give them an edge in the coming ranking tournament too. At that moment, the 74th quadrant was sent into an uproar. Yet, the 2 clans who one might assume would gain the most from this remained absolutely silent. The Camelot and Montfort Emperor God clans, 2 staunch rivals of the Grand Templar sect, fell into an eerie calm as though none of this had anything to do with them at all. 33 armies were being mobilized in the territory of the first-tier dukes, each headed by the Duke of their fief. No one understood how large the threat was since the sentries were taken out before they could give any details. So they decided to take the approach of using all-out force. Still, the central region was incredibly large. Although the distance was nothing to Celestials, and only a slight inconvenience to Saints, much of the armies were comprised of essence-gathering experts. This limited their speed severely, meaning that much of the defense of the gate, at least in the early phase, would be left to the 3 first-tier dukes closest to their sect's entrance. When the curious crowd made their way to the entrance of the Grand Templar sect, they found a massive moat, filled by a raging river. Various aquatic beasts exuding the aura of essence gatherers and saints littered its ranks, making it a daunting task for anyone below the saint ranks to cross. This was especially so because the width of the river was at least 100 kilometers, a distance that tested the limits of weaker essence gatherers to fly across. The high, medieval walls of the central region of the Grand Templar sect loomed in the distance, reaching more than a kilometer into the skies. Although the stones that built its exterior seemed average, any expert weaponsmith could tell you that it was created with the ore of master-level minerals. The cost must have been astronomical. The gates of the sect were once just as magnificent, exuding an oppressive paladin aura, dripping with purity and righteousness. Yet, that very gate that once stood tall, being almost 300 meters in width and over a kilometer in height, not to mention dozens of meters thick, was shattered into oblivion. However, this wasn't what shocked those spectators the most. There were 2 things even more mind-numbing. The first was that with the gate shattered, one could very clearly see that the entrance of the Grand Templar sect was actually another world entirely. How could such a low-ranking quadrant possibly have such a grand mystical world? It's no wonder they never let anyone enter it. The second was something that sent shivers down their spine. The raging river, once filled with high-level beasts exuding an aura that kept the weak away,
had been dyed almost completely red.
Upon closer inspection, they noticed that the strong bestial auras they had been feeling were slowly dissipating as hundreds of corpses floated upward, filling the air with a thick scent of death.
Yet, the blood river was nowhere near as fear-inducing as the black flames that danced across its surface, turning the beast corpses to ash the moment they came into even slight contact. "What fearsome flames!" a loose cultivator commented under his breath.
Just what has the Grand Templar sect provoked? Within the Grand Templar mystical world, the three closest first-tier dukes moved quickly. It wasn't that they were so fiercely loyal to their sect, but rather that they wanted to capitalize on the situation to gain merit points.
Even though their rank as first-tier dukes were set unless they could inconceivably become kings, gaining merits could still give them more land and raise their place on the nobility rankings. Which of them wasn't willing to fight for such a thing? "Sir Marek, it seems that you're quite eager."
"I haven't seen you move this fast in centuries." An army slowly approached from the east. From what one could see, there were about 10,000 in their ranks, about a tenth of whom were saints, with the remaining portion being essence gatherers.
In the sky above flew the symbol of the Grand Templar sect and a gift given to those who entered the ranks of Duke: the dragon-tailed lion. The fierce beast exuded the aura of a peak saint and was of the high earth grade.
It was without a doubt a national treasure of the Grand Templar sect and one of the main reasons they only allowed a rare few to enter their mystical world. Its silver mane trembled under its hot breath as its silver-scaled tail whipped through the skies. Just its presence made the red devil horses the warriors of the Grand Templar sect rode tremble in fear. If it wasn't for the fact that they were so fiercely trained, those mere common grade beasts would have long since collapsed under the aura of the lion. It was clear that something about this mystical world was conducive to raising high-leveled beasts. Still, the focus of the three approaching armies weren't the dragon-tailed lions they each had, but rather their fellow noblemen. After all, they were all rivals.
Each of them stood on the head of the 30-meter-long silver-maned lion beasts with two celestial realm marquee attendants behind them, eyeing their competition as their armies marched toward the gates. The man who spoke wore dazzling silver armor, fashioned to the style of a medieval knight. His two-handed sword hung from his hip, but he also held a cone-shaped silver lance in his right hand that gave him a valiant aura. "Sir Ulrich, I'm looking forward to seeing the improvement your mighty lance has made in the decades since I've seen you. Don't disappoint me," a sly, scholarly man responded. He wore long golden robes that contained 8 black-bordered golden stripes on his sleeves, indicating that he was an 8th-stage magic grandmaster. The third man chuckled lightly at the interaction between these two. He too wore knight's armor, but in addition to his armor being black, his back held a long-handled mace, the head of which was actually 5 times the size of his head.
Considering that this man was almost 3 meters tall, the size of this mace spoke for itself. This was none other than Sir Tybalt, first-tier Duke of the Grand Templar sect. All 3 of these men were legends in their own right, and each one marched toward a common goal. However, when they saw what slowly walked toward them, their eyes widened in shock. A young man walked forward slowly, a jet-black sword trailing along the ground his right hand. His chest was bare, but was clearly soaked in blood. It was impossible to tell whether it was his own or that of someone else. Still, the only thing he wore was a pair of rolled-up black pants that somehow seemed untouched. His features were the pinnacle of perfection, as though his face and body were sculpted by the gods themselves. His jaw was defined, his shoulders and chest were broad, and he stood tall at slightly more than 6 feet 6 inches despite being barefoot. His eyes were listless, yet carried with them a slight golden glow. Any expert could immediately tell that this young man was in a deep selfless state, the kind of selfless state one could only reach when in pursuit of a goal that overwhelmed your mind. The only possibility was that this young man no longer cared about his life. He was willing to exchange even the last of his life force in exchange for the answer he sought. This was deeper than any selfless state possible, so deep in fact that it was impossible to maintain without the exchange of life. A mortal's mental energy simply couldn't withstand the drain. Yet, it ironically so oftentimes led to absolute death. Would he receive his answer first? Or would his life force deplete first? Despite being an army of a combined 30,000, despite being of high-ranking nobility, despite having 9 celestials and 3 high earth-grade beasts among them, the 3 first-tier dukes felt fear seize their hearts. "Who are you?"
Sir Tybalt finally recollected himself, unconsciously reaching for the handle of his mace. Although this young man had suffocating presence, at least that of an emperor, maybe even a god, his cultivation was still at the peak essence gatherer level. Still, Tybalt had to be careful. This kind of genius couldn't be without a backer. Even if he was reckless toward them, being reckless toward him might end up with King Cromwell using them as a scapegoat to appease his clan or sect. Where is Percival Valori? The young man's voice didn't sound human. It was as though he was three people at once, speaking with a layered and ancient voice. It felt like his words themselves could penetrate into your soul, shattering it in an instant. At that very moment, the red devil horses that had managed to withstand the pressure of the dragon-tailed lions collapsed to the ground, dropping their riders to shiver on the ground incessantly. The eyes of the three dukes contracted. King-level presence. Their soldiers shivered in fear. In an instant, every essence gatherer present became completely useless. The saints tried to hold their own, but they too couldn't withstand the weight on their minds. Unfortunately for them, affording a presence-protecting treasure was impossible and well out of their reach. His presence can even affect us?
His body is so powerful. The three dukes and their attendants trembled slightly. Who didn't know that presence was a martial art solely reliant on the body? If your body wasn't powerful enough, it was impossible to affect high-ranking individuals. The fact that they felt pressure meant that this young man's body was comparable to a celestial's.
Sir Marek, the magic grandmaster, stepped forward. Why is it that you're searching for King Percival? The moment the young man's gaze shifted to him, Sir Marek felt like a mountain was weighing down on his chest. It seemed almost meaningless that he had a presence-protecting treasure. Where is he? The young man ignored the question. I need him to answer a question. This.
Sir Marek didn't know what to say. All of this for the answer to a question? To destroy their gate and impugn their prestige just for a question?
This was building irreconcilable hatred. If he just wanted to know the answer to a question, with his status as a true god, even their sect master would give him the face of meeting in person. It was obvious to them all that this young man was a true god.
The only members of the younger generation that would have king-level presence were the true gods and no one else. That was when another frightening thought overwhelmed them. How were they going to stop this young man?
None of the true gods came from weak backgrounds. Even the weakest, not because of talent but because of youth, Xianxia, came from the formerly first-ranked quadrant. Their 74th quadrant couldn't afford to offend any of them. It was at that moment that Sir Marek began to record everything. There was a reason the weaker quadrants weren't simply conquered by stronger quadrants. Aside from the Star Clan that came from the outside world, no one had ever broken this rule because there were checks and balances. As long as their quadrant provided evidence that this true god provoked them first, no one would blame them for retaliating. Young man. Sir Ulrich finally spoke, grasping his lance tightly. He had clearly thought of same thing Sir Marek had. You may be a true god, but there are rules that even you must follow. Attacking our quadrant like this, even if you die, your clan won't have the right to speak a word. Sir Marek's head snapped toward Ulrich, an incredulous expression on his face. Was this battle maniac really provoking a true god? This idiot was courting disaster. Are you going to answer my question, or not? Sir Ulrich trembled at the young man's dismissal. Leave behind your name. I, Ulrich Valori, do not kill the Nameless. Even if you are a true god, even a baby dragon can be killed by a fully grown tiger. My name. The young man paused. If I tell you my name, will you tell me where Percival Valori is? Sir Ulrich sneered. Is that your last request before death? Then I'll happily oblige. The young man didn't seem to respond to provocation. He only had a singular goal in mind. My name is Xianxia.
The three first-tier dukes froze hearing Diane's response. Even they didn't understand why they were so surprised. Of all the true gods, this young man could have only been Xianxia.
Not only were the other true gods known too widely for them to not have recognized him earlier, the only true god that could possibly still have essence-gathering cultivation was Dian. Still, hearing the name itself gave them cause to pause. This was a young man that held first place on 4 of the 5 god trial rankings. This was a young man that was the target of so much speculation and conversation. A young man the whole cosmos wanted to see was standing right before them. How could they not be shocked? Sir Ulrich quickly recollected himself, staring down Diane's vacant gaze as he brandished his lance. No matter who you are, you cannot pass here. Since you wanted to know so badly, King Percival's castle is located at the very center. In fact, you caught him at quite a good time. Usually he would be tempering himself on the celestial floors. He only came home after hearing news that his son had gone missing. You plan to fight me? Diane's voice was bland and completely devoid of emotion. It lacked any of his usual arrogant flair or overwhelming confidence. Instead, it was as though nothing mattered at all. The prestige of the Grand Templar sect cannot be questioned, Sir Ulrich roared, using his energies to dissipate the effects of Diane's presence on his soldiers and their mounts. Celestial energy had many special properties, one of which included the locking down of space. This was why teleportation arrays of a low level were useless before celestials. However, it had to be said that the locking down of space was a derivative of the central ability of celestial energy, not an ability in and of itself. The reason the pseudo-domain was usually a strictly celestial ability is because celestial energy deepens the connection a person has with the universe. Only celestials could begin to dictate and manipulate the rules set by the universe itself, albeit on a small scale. It's this control that celestials have that results in the locking down of space. It's also because of this ability that the soul is still seen as a lesser path despite its good effects on will comprehension. Why waste your time following the soul path to deepen your comprehension when the energy path can fulfill the same goal while also giving you more battle prowess? Still, it would be impossible for Ulrich to neutralize Diane's presence like this had it not been for his protective treasure. However, the combination of the two once more increased Diane's enemies to more than 30,000. Did that really matter though? Even if Diane wasn't in a completely selfless state, even if he was conscious, would he care about having so many weak enemies? Then die. The words were simple. There were no added hysterics, nor was there any rage behind them. It was as though Diane was an emperor, writing laws into effect with the wave of his hand. Since he said they would die, then they would die. Sir Marek and Sir Tybalt immediately brandished their weapons, feeling the looming hand of death hovering over their lives. As Sir Ulrich charged toward him, Diane only raised his sword hand, slowly brandishing the Dragon King as the momentum of his coming strike sword. One man stood tall against a more than 10,000. 9,000 essence gatherers. 1,000 saints. 1 dragon-tailed lion. 3 celestials. At that moment, something shocking happened. The weapon's master will that should have faded away completely erupted back to life, soaring to the 9th will level with absolute ease. The world trembled as another earth-shattering one with Tao appeared, etching itself into the skies at a painstakingly slow pace, yet somehow so fast that even Sir Ulrich seemed to have slowed to a crawl. This Tao array was even more illusory than Diane's flame array. In fact, it was also much smaller. While Diane's black and white flames formed a 100-meter-wide array, Diane's weapons master will was just about 10 meters. Yet, it still made the 3 first-tier dukes tremble in shock. Was this a true god? They were celestials yet hadn't even learned 1/7th level intent. Yet this young man was still an essence gatherer but had learned a 9th level intent? A 9th level supreme law intent. Why was the difference so large? In his selfless state, Diane didn't even notice that this singular comprehension had taken more than 1,000 years off of his lifespan. But would he care even if he had known? He was completely focused on finding the answer to his question, and these people were in the way. If it wasn't for the fact his body couldn't handle the comprehension of a true Tao, he would have given up whatever lifespan was necessary to learn a 9th level Tao. A dazzling armor of royal blue and white diamonds and crystals coated Diane's body, making him look like every bit a celestial warrior descended from the skies to do the bidding of the heavens. His handsome features were enhanced to the max as 4 pairs of wings sprung from his back to be immediately coated with this same divine armor. The legendary war god armor had almost made its full reappearance. The moment it stepped into the intent level, its slightly illusory state would disappear, allowing it to fully appear in the world. Sir Marek, the magic grandmaster, trembled as he realized what was happening.
That wasn't a 9th level intent, it was a 9th level will.
But there was only one 9th level will in existence that could form a Tao array. Weapons Master. Esmeralda's heart palpitated with the fear a mother has when watching her son put her life on the line.
She didn't fully understand what state Dian was in, but she knew that the heavens never gave anything for free. For Dian to reform his weapons master comprehension so quickly, he had to have paid a heavy price, especially since it far surpassed his comprehension from before.
Even worse, because his Tao heart was still shattered, he also had to constantly pay a price for it to be maintained as is. Without his Tao heart anchoring his perception and understanding of the will, something else had to be doing it. Her mind was in shambles. She wanted to shed tears, but none would come. She didn't have a right to do even that as a spirit. She could only watch as her disciple walked down a lonely path, hoping and praying that he would come back safely. Almost as soon as Dian's arm reached its apex, a second illusory Tao array bloomed into existence, hovering before the 10-meter-wide Royal Blue Weapons Master Array, except this time, it was 100 meters wide. The array shone with a silvery light, quickly etching into itself symbols so profound that the dukes felt their mental energy drained by more than half with a simple glance. One with Tao spatial intent. The spirits within Dian's mind trembled. They had never seen a spatial Tao array etched with such profundity. The complexity of its symbols was no less than a supreme law.
How was that possible?
At that moment, another more than 1,000 years of Dian's life was sucked into a void of nothingness, never to return. However, he didn't seem to care as his arm carelessly swung downward. Samurai's pride, Ronin. Dian's layered voice spoke without emotion.
With a single swing, Dian learned a mid-common grade sword technique he had never reflected upon to the legendary one with Self-Realm, taking weeks off of his lifespan in a mere moment. He added 2 wills to a common grade technique. Impossible. Sir Ulrich didn't even have the sensory capabilities to comprehend what was happening as a mighty slash of sword-fused spatial will overwhelmed him and his army. It was only Dian Master who truly understood what was happening, causing her to tremble violently. The more heaven-defying Dian became, the more certain she became that he was paying a heavy price. If this continued, Dian would die.
Sir Ulrich's attendants surged forward to protect their master, throwing away their lives to stand at the forefront of the army. If Sir Ulrich died, their families would be in danger. Why were they as Marquis serving under someone else instead of heading their own territory?
There were obviously layered reasons for this that weren't necessary to explain. The short of it was that they had no other choice and they would rather lose their own lives than allow something to happen to their master.
The 2 old men looked at each other bitterly before striking out toward Dian's attack. They were mere 4th-grade celestials. They stood not a single chance. However, just when they were ready to give up their lives, the sword strike suddenly disappeared before them. At first, they wanted to sigh in relief, but that was when a bad premonition overwhelmed them, causing their heads to snap back toward Sir Ulrich. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The shocked Sir Ulrich, once standing tall and arrogant with his lance grasped in one hand, couldn't even react before his body was cut cleanly in half. Silence reigned over the mystical world as Dian slowly walked forward. Before, his every step was normal. Now, however, those same normal steps seemed to take him hundreds of meters forward at a time. Yet no one dared to stop him. The most shocking part of it all was that not a single person other than Ulrich was harmed.
Not the beast beneath his feet, not the attendants willing to risk their lives, not even the soldiers who boldly charged to their duke's stupid commands. Why? Dian muttered under his breath. You're just as foolish as this world we live in. You had a life of your own to throw away, yet you decided to risk the lives of those who depended on you too.
Disgusting. Nonsensical. It's because people like you exist that nothing should exist. Dian had already been questioning the existence of everything. But when he saw people as stupid as Ulrich, his confusion only deepened. He felt like they all existed without purpose. That everything was only here to meet a cruel and gut-wrenching end. Then there were people like Ulrich who seemed keen on chasing that end and forcing it to come as quickly as possible. For what? Foolish and vain feelings not rooted in anything meaningful? He needed to know why. Why did people like Ulrich exist? Why did those like the entity feel like it was okay to destroy a race of people just for its benefits? Why did people like Percival feel like it was alright to rip families apart, stealing a mother from her daughter and stealing a wife from her husband? Why? Why did evil exist?
And since it would always exist, what was the point of anything else existing?
Sir Marek and Sir Tybalt's hearts palpitated in fear as Dian disappeared over the grass plains. An essence gatherer? Killing a celestial?
In a single strike?
Their 74th quadrant had less than 300 celestials total, and less than 73rd grade celestials on the level of Sir Ulrich. To the cathedral universe, this number was completely overwhelming considering they had less than 20 total celestials.
But compared to the larger quadrants where celestials were as numerous as the stars in the sky, this number was absolutely pitiful. Yet one of the top 100 strongest cultivators they had died just like that. A single rise of the sword and a single strike. It was at that point that they understood that Dian was merciful. If he wanted, killing them all would have been as easy as flipping over a hand.
What had Percival done to provoke this young man? Just as the two remaining first-tier dukes were lost in a thought, a steady stream of individuals started to trickle inward, causing them to frown with displeasure. This was their Grand Templar sect, it wasn't a spectating arena. What did these fools think this was? But, sensing the auras of those who had dared to come in made the dukes hesitate to take action to stop them. Haha, brothers, we've just come to lend a hand to your Grand Templar sect. Consider this a thank you for your hospitality. A celestial of an unknown quadrant laughed amiably with a sly look in his eye. Sir Ulrich's corpse was definitely not missed by him, nor were the dragon-tailed lions that hovered in the skies. To think that the 74th quadrant would have such fierce beasts hidden away like this. Many of the spectators thought silently. In the end, the dukes could only grit their teeth and accept the shameless reasoning of the celestial. It was clear that these events would lead to a fierce trickle-down. What the future held was completely unknown. By now, Dian had already made it to the second inner gates, leading directly into the territory of the second-tier dukes.
However, the fate of this gate was no different from the fate of the previous gate. As for the spectators and the gathered armies of the Grand Templar sect, they followed behind the trail of destruction. It wasn't hard to find where Dian had been. Sometimes it was marked by raging black flames, other times by sword scars so deep that its depths couldn't be measured. Other times it was trembling beasts and armies that didn't dare to move even after he was long gone. A single man walked through a prestigious sect as though it was his own backyard, gliding through their ranks as easily as breathing, slaughtering without a second thought and imposing his will without restraint. The spectators watched on silently, not daring to overstep their bounds too far. Unlike Dian, they didn't have the courage to provoke a sect this large alone. It was clear that the foundation of the 74th quadrant was deeper than the other quadrants knew. At first they had assumed that it was more than one person who attacked. Yet, the more evidence they saw, the more and more convinced they became that it was actually just a single person. Some of the more powerful spectators tried to probe the dukes about just who this man or woman was. But Sir Marek and Sir Tybalt didn't speak a single word. On one hand, they were disgusted by the actions of these so-called spectators, while on the other, they didn't know if it was the right move. Something was telling them that this secret was more valuable as a secret. In reality, they were correct. If the right people came to know that Dian attacked this sect, many of his plans would crumble. This was especially so if they connected his actions to the 98th quadrant, something that was all but guaranteed. The consequences of such a thing didn't need to be explained. Yet, Dian had completely lost his sense of rationality. No. It was more accurate to say that he simply didn't care about planning for the future. The only thing that mattered to him was finding the answer to his question. Unfortunately, the die was cast. Even if Sir Marek and Sir Tybalt held their words for now, the happenings of today would soon become headliner news.
Afterward, it wouldn't be long before Dian's home and Sol Ren quadrant became the focal point of the very enemies that once destroyed them. It was impossible for those enemies to ignore the birth of a true god to the celestial deer sect. Still, the crowd followed Dian's trail of destruction.
Through the first tier, into the second, and past the third. By the time they caught up with the faint shadow of Dian in the distance, he had already reached the very center of the Grand Templar sect.
However, this time, the caliber of enemy he faced was on a completely differently level, so much so that the spectators suddenly felt the urge to run.
This kind of lineup. What if they decided to kill them all to keep their secrets? Before Dian, an army of almost 500,000 saints stood on the walls of the core sect. Unlike the outermost walls made of master-level ores, the ores of the core sect were actually of the peak grandmaster level,
only a smidgen away from the spiritual rank. Every warrior wore armor of shining silver with two-handed broadswords to their sides. Each squadron of 10,000 was led by one red-armored celestial, totaling nearly 50 celestial commanders.
In the sky, two golden armored kings stood, staring down at Dian's approaching figure with a hint of surprise that was completely overwhelmed by their arrogance.
Behind these two kings stood what looked like a legion of otherworldly beauties, each exuding a pure een that made the hearts of men palpitate with desire. Maybe if this was all, it would be acceptable. But it wasn't. Almost 100 dragon-tailed lions soared in the skies.
The difference was that their scales weren't silver, but were gold. And their cultivation wasn't of the peak saint layer, but were rather of the celestial realm. To make matters more astonishing, they were no longer high earth-grade beasts, but were actually peak earth-grade beasts only a breath away from the heaven realm.
500,000 saints.
52 celestial warriors. 100 celestial beasts. All waiting for a single youth of the essence-gathering realm. Dian's momentum was overwhelming. He looked like a messenger of the gods, descended to bring down judgment upon the world.
His war god armor glistened with bright whites and royal blues, coating his body and wings beautifully and seamlessly. His features were chiseled and the absolute pinnacle of perfection, regardless of the dull look in his eyes.
Even facing more than 500,000 enemies, his steps didn't waver. It was as though he was made for the battlefield, or rather, that the battlefield was made for him. The hearts of the dozens of beauties standing behind the two kings palpitated at his image.
These women were none other than Percival's daughters, each of whom had extreme een constitutions. Although this wasn't a labeled constitution, per se, each had bodies on the precipice of the earth grade and had relatively high affinities for een-related techniques and wills. However, because of their extreme een, they were doomed to always seek their extreme yang, making them more susceptible to the male image in comparison to other powerful women. Because of the 9-yang cloud aphrodisiac, the yang pressure Dian gave off was far denser than even Tao formation experts who specialized in the yang path.
To these Valori princesses, he was like a drug being dangled in front of their faces or a morsel of meat wafting its fragrances toward their delicate noses. Their breathing quickened as their cheeks visibly reddened.
Many of them squeezed their thigh together tightly, rubbing their slender legs together as they tried to calm their urges. Percival immediately sensed this change in his daughters. As a meditator of extreme yang techniques, he was not only sensitive to pure eens, but also pure yang. It was because of this that he was able to find the cultivation resources he needed to continue practicing his technique. The moment Dian appeared, he sensed a yang far purer than his own, which already ticked him off. But, seeing his daughters act like this, he was further angered. His daughters were actually here to bolster his own power, as they could form an array between themselves to strengthen him. But, if they were distracted like this, the array wouldn't be as effective as it should be.
To make matters worse, while he was focusing on Dian, he noticed a crowd of approaching spectators and armies. The most embarrassing thing was that it was clear that these armies hadn't fought Dian, but simply let him through.
The fear in their eyes when they looked at this young man was unmistakable. Percival's temper flared, something that was happening more and more often now that his yang was reaching an extreme. However, Boris reached out and grasped his shoulder. It's better that they didn't fight, or else our fighting prowess would take a hit. Plus, you know we can't allow these spectators to leave freely, or else all of our planning will mean nothing. I'll order them to block off all exit routes and kill two birds with a single stone. Receiving a signal from King Boris, the approaching armies immediately understood. In a smooth fashion, far more organized than what Dian was used to seeing from the martial world, they blocked off all exit routes, trapping Dian and the spectators in. King Boris, what is the meaning of this? Do you want to become enemies with my 71st quadrant? A rain of curses came down from the spectators as Dian continued his walk forward, flashing hundreds of meters with his every step as though this had nothing to do with him. Boris sneered in response. You opportunists broke the one singular rule we set for you all, stepping into our mystical world without permission. The moment you did, your deaths were sealed. The spectators panicked.
Although they were all celestials, else they wouldn't have dared to come here. There were less than 30 of them. What could they do against such a large army?
They had definitely underestimated this 74th ranked quadrant. Are you Percival? Suddenly, a voice from the depths of hell spoke, layered like a specter of the devil himself. Bourse and Percival frowned. Despite the situation, both of them believed that this matter was all but concluded.
The entirety of the first, second, and third tiers of their Grand Templar sect, even if their power was multiplied by 10 times and combined, couldn't hold a candle to their core sect. This young man didn't stand a chance. Who is this? Percival didn't answer Diane.
Instead, he looked toward the tiered dukes who came here, assuming that one of them would have an answer. He found it to be below himself to speak to a no-named individual. However, when he received the response he was looking for, his eyes widened. It wasn't just him either.
The Grand Templar armies, even while holed up behind their sect's protective arrays, felt an invisible pressure seize their hearts. Diane's brow furrowed slightly. Tell Percival to come here, or else I'll destroy this gate as well. What a joke! What did a protective array mean in the face of Diane?
He could see through its flaws in an instant. Maybe if he was lucid, he would realize that it was odd for such a weak quadrant to actually have a comet-level protective array, but at the moment he didn't care. The flaws appeared to his eyes like massive red targets, amplified hundreds of times by his selfless state. Hearing these words, Percival burst into an uproarious laughter. He was just as boisterous as the previous Sir Ulrich, but, fortunately for him, he was behind the protection of a strong protective array. Still, before he could even finish his mock laughter and speak whatever condescending words he had planned, a massive red array appeared behind Diane.
It happened so quickly that many missed its formation, but it was impossible to ignore its intricate ruby-red structure, nor the overwhelming killing intent that exuded from it. Blood seeped from Diane's mouth after this array formed, but he didn't seem to notice.
Second judgment. Torment. The word judgment seemed to permeate all of their thoughts, taking over their minds and stymieing their individuality. Diane's senior brother, the very first disciple of his grand teacher, disdained the idea that the soul couldn't influence battle prowess. As such, he created a set of attacks and named them judgment, symbolizing a massive middle finger to people he saw as no more than fools. The first judgment, Carnage, was the king of the weapons hell array, wielding the strength of a second-grade celestial with absolute ease. However, Diane could at most form a half a dozen to a dozen of those before he completely collapsed. This number raised to about 24 after he solidified his soul cultivation. However, even then, the second judgment, Torment, was still out of his abilities to cast. Unlike its counterpart, it was more than 10 times more powerful, forming the Devil's Glaive instead of an intricately carved bloody spear. Still, the judgment technique is relative. Its power isn't set, but rather changes depending on soul strength.
While the first judgment was comparable to a second-grade middle celestial, the second judgment was comparable to a second-grade high celestial.
The difference was enormous. Truth be told, the second grade wasn't the limit of these judgments. How could they be? It was just that Diane purposefully allowed flaws to be introduced into the arrays, lowering the stamina cost significantly. He simply wasn't meant to use these techniques before he entered the Tao realm. But how could Diane care in this situation? Without hesitation, he used the second judgment, causing a bloody glaive with a body more than 100 meters long and blade so thick and wide that it nearly dwarfed the defensive wall, to appear in the skies. In the next instant, the world was blinded by a flash of red.
Illusory skeletons creeped up from the ground. The screams of tortured victims could be vaguely heard even as the lush green grass was replaced by an illusory river of blood.
At that moment, Diane's lifespan fell by another more than 100 years as a translucent, calm green Tao array formed in the skies, spanning 10 meters wide. His lifespan then fell again, shaving off more than 500 years, as a 10-meter-wide illusory Tao array that seemed carved of rock crystal appeared, sometimes reflecting pinks and violets, and other times being completely colorless. The two arrays stacked upon each other, one in front of the other as they stood before the slowly manifesting glaive. The hearts of the two kings seized. One with Tao wind and crystal will? In the end, they could only bitterly smile. Underestimating a true god was simply foolish. Even as kings who lived more than 2,000 years, their highest level will was of the 7th intent level, let alone having 2 9th level intents. They didn't even have 1 8th level intent. There was no time to lament their lack of talent, nor was there any opportunity to understand what it was Diane was doing. Before they could even react, the bloody glaive had shot forward at incomprehensible speeds. Sonic booms rang through the air as suppressed air currents blasted the organized armies hundreds of meters away. The moment the glaive passed through the wind Tao array, its speed more than tripled. However, when it passed through the crystal array, its bloody body gained a crystalline sheen along with its aura more than doubling. It was at that moment that a 100-meter Tao array coated with black and white flames appeared before the defensive wall. Flames of white surged, yet there was no heat. Instead, a comfortable feeling filled the soldiers on the wall with an eerie sense of comfort that almost made them forget that they were in a war. Boom! The massive glaive tore through the comet-level array as though it was nothing more than paper. The kings trembled in shock as they could only watch a defensive wall that had stood for millennia crumble to nothingness. Knights standing on the wall fell from the skies, unable to stop themselves amid the destruction despite being saints. The array was simply no match for Diane. Not only had he aimed for a weakness, the purification characteristic of his white flames was more potent than even celestial will of the supreme law level. Even if it had been a moon-level array, it was doomed to fall before him. Bring Percival here now, or face the consequences. Diane's layered voice was deadpan. Although his soul energy had been completely depleted from that attack, he didn't seem to notice as the energy core surged. In a single move, the mighty Grand Templar wall had been brought to its knees. Percival trembled with rage. To be slapped in the face like this was nothing less than a severe hit to his prestige. The array he was so confident in hadn't even lasted a single strike. It didn't make any sense. Secondary professions were structured and ranked such that those of a level corresponding to a certain cultivation level were able to aid those a step above. For example, a grandmaster is the equivalent of a saint. However, they're able to create and forge things useful for celestials. The fact that this was a comet-level array corresponding to the lower and middle celestial levels meant that even a peak celestial shouldn't have been able to destroy it so easily. In fact, the array was built to survive under the attacks of a dozen peak celestials for months. Yet that very same array fell in a single strike. As if feeling their king's rage, the 100 golden dragon-tailed lions roared, shaking the skies with their presence. Kill! Percival roared. More than half of the knights of the Grand Templar sect were thrown into disarray, having fallen down from the crumbling wall. However, they understood the consequences of disobeying King Percival. Bors frowned, but there was nothing he could do. Even as Percival's close friend, he knew that there was no stopping him when he got like this. Plus, he also understood that Diane had crossed a line of no return. It was impossible for them to take this insult lying down, or else they would never be able to raise their heads high again. At the very least, they had the pride of true paladins. Why? Diane muttered to himself. Why are you sending them to die? What is your purpose? Does this really matter to you that much? I only asked to see someone. Diane's mind was a mess. It was as though everything that should have been clear turned murky, fading from his view and understanding. Seeing the pointless actions of these knights, he struggled. He couldn't stand watching them run as fast as they could toward their ends. Everything ended pitifully anyway. Why rush to die? With a single thought, hundreds of thousands of large white lilies appeared on the battlefield, standing before Diane and the disarrayed charging army. In that instant, 200,000 Dians appeared, each grasping into the air to materialize a bow. The experts in the skies trembled with shock. How did things turn out like this? How could a single person clone themselves so much? However, the reality was right before them. The battle prowess that the Grand Templar sect was so proud of was replicated by Diane in a mere moment. Each clone contained 15% of Diane's prowess. But what did that really mean? Wasn't a celestial already more than 10 times more powerful than even a peak saint? Diane, who had a celestial body, forming clones with 15% of his battle prowess, was the equivalent of spawning 200,000 peak saints. Percival wanted to yell out and command at the top of his lungs to enter a defensive formation, but it was only at that moment he realized how stupid he had been. He forced his armies to charge in such an unsightly fashion. How could they enter any formations now? 200,000 arrows launched into the skies, carrying a deadly momentum. However, before they could even reach their targets, Dian's main body grunted. In that moment, the tip of every arrow was coated with a small black flame, amplifying their dangerous aura by an inconceivable amount. Esmeralda's heart seized. So much control. This is far beyond the level of a celestial. The sound of arrows hitting their targets was like the pitter-patter of heavy rain on a warm spring day, stunning the charging army. 200,000 knights became completely engulfed in black flames before collapsing to the ground. The two kings could only watch in horror as half of their army was rendered useless. However, the most humiliating part was that Dian hadn't even bothered to kill them like warriors. Instead, they were stripped of their armor and weapons, left lying on the ground completely naked as the flames inflicted just enough damage to end their ability to fight, but not enough to place their lives in danger. Humiliation. Naked humiliation. Dian violently coughed up mouthfuls of blood as he felt his soul wrung dry even more severely than before. Even he couldn't understand why he went through so much trouble to not kill them. Didn't he believe that evil reigned no matter what? In that case, why not just kill them to put them out of their misery? It was only a matter of time before they died anyway. Why? Dian wiped the blood from his mouth, watching the rest of the army hesitate in their advance. Sensing Percival's anger, the 100 dragon-tailed lions roared into the skies, swooping down to support the army. 100 celestial beasts bore down on Dian's figure, seeking to do nothing else but tear him apart. Dian's fists clenched as he inhaled a breath so large the wind visibly rushed toward him, expanding his chest outward. His lifespan fell by yet another more than 1,000 years as two illusory arrays appeared in the skies. One was a deep red-black, trembling with a fierce demonic aura at almost 50 meters wide. The other fluctuated with all sort of colors, never remaining the same and seeming to be a different wavelength depending on the angle you looked at it. At almost 50 meters wide, it too loomed with a strong aura. Both hovered before Dian as his inhaled breath reached its apex. In that instant, the world fell into a complete silence as Dian roared. The kings didn't even have time to register that this appearance of music and demonic 9th-level intense already made 5-1 with Daos Dian had used since he appeared. The roar was so loud that it was almost impossible to process. Dian vocal cords sheared apart, completely unable to withstand the strain, and forcing him to cough up more blood after sonic booms emitted from his lips. However, why he willingly injured himself like this became clear in the next instant as 100 peak Earth-grade beasts fell from the skies, completely incapacitated by fear. 100 proud dragon-tailed lions twitched on the ground, completely unable to move. Among the races of the cosmos, beasts were the most susceptible to intimidation. This wasn't because of their lack of intelligence, because even lower Earth-grade beasts had the potential to match the intelligence of humans. Rather, it was because of their innate born instincts. Beasts had a stronger connection to the natural elements in comparison to other species, but that wasn't always a good thing. Oftentimes, the mechanisms that tuned their senses to such high levels that, say, allowed them to dodge a will attack materialized in space by Dian's divine sense were the very same mechanisms that handicapped them to a sonic attack like the one Dian just used. Demonic will was a difficult will to master, but it was exactly because of this that it was so useful in this case. In ancient history, humans and weaker species of the like were at a dramatic disadvantage in comparison to beasts. Although their intelligence was, on average, higher, they didn't have the techniques honed to an appropriate level to compete. Their bodies were weaker, their affinities were weaker, and their connections to the heavens were weaker. This put the beasts at such an advantage that in those primordial eras it was actually the bestial families that were the ruling class of clans and sections. However, that was when demonic will was birthed into the world. The term demon didn't refer to some amoral villain. No, a demon was the name the ancient races gave to a human beast. Why was demonic will able to intimidate? Why was it able to drastically increase the defenses of the body? Why was demonic will the basis for Dian's demon emperor's will technique?
A technique capable of morphing the body into something less than human?
It was because demonic will was a countermeasure. It was what helped ancient races to level the playing field with the beasts. When Dian layered his demonic will with his music will and roared into the skies, he became in the incarnation of a primordial beast, warning the pitiful ants before it that they had entered its territory. The innate instincts of the dragon-tailed lion couldn't ignore this.
Dian loosened his fists, barely applying enough force to keep the Dragon King in his right hand. The approaching armies didn't dare to continue charging. The armies that had blocked off Dian's path backward had been blown away by the second stage of his judgment attack.
It seemed like the only threats remaining were Bourse, Percival, and his daughters. Bring
Percival. Here. Dian spoke in a deadpan voice. Although it was clear that he had suffered his own self-inflicted injuries, it was also clear that he had no intention to back down. In fact, his momentum increased instead of decreased. I think I know what state young Dian is in. Suddenly, a spirit who was a man of few words spoke. He was none other than the Battle Prince. The spirits couldn't help but turn toward this valiant man. Even in his spirit form, he exuded a sharp and unforgettable battle intent. The ruins of the Battle God title isn't a place that I've had the pleasure of visiting.
However, as someone who's earned the Battle Prince title, I was able to gain some insight from the ruins that gave me my title. According to the fragmented information I received, the very first battle god was undefeatable. From his birth to his death, he never lost a single battle. The spirits sucked in a breath. To never lose in your entire life, just what kind of feat was that? Even Dian couldn't boast such a thing because he could remember his own losses very clearly. Did he not lose to Darius Storm when he first entered Focus Academy?
Did he not lose to the Big Sex when he was forced to run away to the Elven Kingdom? Did he not lose to Aladar when they first met?
Didn't he lose his last battle in his third trial when he was forced to give up in the face of a man with Emperor-level presence? Dian had lost many times in his life, yet this battle god had never lost once. No matter what the odds were, no matter the strength of his enemies, no matter how many enemies he faced, without regard for the situation, this legendary man never lost from the moment he stepped foot into the world until the day he left.
Not only did this man have an undefeatable Dao heart birthed on the corpses of his countless enemies, but he was gifted with an ancient constitution that could only be described as heaven-defying. Esmeralda's eyes contracted. Ancient constitution? Are you trying to say that Dian has unlocked one? The Battle Prince shook his head. This can't be considered the true ancient constitution. Instead, the heavens are responding to Dian's willingness to give up his life in exchange for his answer. With every heaven-defying feat he accomplishes, he pays an equivalent amount of life force. If I'm correct, he's already given up about 6,000 years of his life. According to the normal lifespan of someone with a celestial body, he should only have 4,000 years remaining. Dian's master trembled as her worst fears were realized. But why was it that Dian hadn't shown any visible signs of aging?
What was going on? Bourse and Percival clenched their fists in the skies before they looked at one another. Together, the two of them spoke in unison, each drawing their two-handed swords.
Their auras skyrocketed as the Valori princesses linked hands, pouring their energies into an array that fed their two kings' power. There was no doubt that this combination of warriors was fiercer than any Dian had faced in the Grand Templar sect.
Although Percival had just broken into the sixth celestial stage, Bourse was his match, being his elder. The two of them together were the most talented members birthed in the Grand Templar sect for countless millennia, and it showed. Stacking this atop the Valori princesses' array, and their auras were only a sliver away from the high celestial realm. One might believe that 100 celestials beasts was a tougher task, but not only had Dian used a trick to deal with them, Earth-grade beasts were only comparable to 4th and 3rd grade celestials, while these two kings were both of the 2nd grade. The difference was like that of heaven and earth. Dian's clones disappeared as the two celestials approached. In a battle of such proportion, they were useless. However, Dian seemed lulled into a deep sleep. His eyes were devoid of emotion. In fact, they were even close to being shut. His body was loose, almost as though he was on a stroll. Yet, his momentum was still climbing as the two approached. At that moment, Dian's life fell by another more than 1,000 years, as a dense black fog permeated the air around him.
A dreadful aura even more potent than the torment judgment filled the mystical world, clenching at the hearts of all those spectating. It was an inescapable feeling. It was the feeling of inevitability. A Tao ray of pure, pitch black appeared in the skies, spanning 100 meters. Dian's body grew almost an entire foot taller, but his valiant war god armor changed to fit him to perfection. His short brownish-red hair lost its hints of gold, turning into a dark and eerie white that elongated until it fluttered in the wind like a cape. Demon Emperor's Will. Act 2. Stage 3. Another 1,000 years of life was sapped away from Dian in an instant as his body grew to yet another size. His chest broadened, his arms thickened, and his skin reddened while veins of gold pulsed throughout his body. In that moment, his body's prowess multiplied by 64 times. Making his heartbeat so powerful that even the impenetrable war god armor pulsated with excitement. Caught between the paling characteristic of death intent and the reddening characteristic of demonic will, Dian's features reached the pinnacle of perfection, as though he was a Victorian time vampire just having finished feasting on the blood of a virgin maiden. What did it take for a lower celestial to match the fighting prowess of a peak middle celestial, even when those celestials were of the second grade? It took everything Dian had. Boom! 3 swords collided as a fierce battle ensued in the skies. A magnificent eye appeared behind Dian, siphoning away more and more of his lifespan as it became increasingly refined and perfect. His dull eyes, shining with a slight golden sheen, suddenly changed, swirling with red, violet, and deep blue stars. Their depths deepened to inconceivable levels, allowing Dian to see through even these cultivators who were so far above him in battle prowess. The Mathilde family technique had once more appeared in the world. Azura's Eye. The flaws in the two kings' techniques became as clear as day to Dian. The Tao arrays behind him constantly appeared and disappeared, flawlessly shifting between one another as he attacked with wind, then space, then his flames, all before wind again. It was clear that Dian didn't know any high-level attacking techniques, but with each swing of his sword, he seemed to learn a new one to the one with self-realm. He switched between them, applying pressure onto the two celestials, even pushing them back. He, a mere peak essence gatherer, applied so much pressure on the two kings that even they could only fight evenly with him. Without knowing any higher-level techniques, Dian's subconscious mind could only use the techniques that his master projected into his mind before, restricting him entirely to common-grade techniques. Yet, his battle prowess was so overwhelming that it made those below tremble in shock. When did the middle celestial become so cheap? The spectators didn't know how to feel. There might sound like only one difference between the lower and middle celestial realms, but the difference wasn't a single cultivation level, but rather 5 of them. Dian's body was only comparable to a lower celestial of the first stage, while his 2 opponents were both of the 6th. However, despite his body only being of the 4th grade, he had too many abilities to make up for it. His techniques instantly reached the one with self-realm. His battle sense had reached a point where he didn't even have to think. His divine sense was the equivalent of the peak celestial, making their movements even slower in his eyes, and most importantly, his wills were so overwhelming that they bridged the gap as though it was as easy as breathing. The name Dian Sicharo was already well known in the cosmos, but after today, he would become a legend. Just when everyone thought they couldn't be shocked enough, Dian made their hearts palpitate with shock once more. In an instant, his sword changed forms, becoming a glaive that swept through the skies. His aura shifted from that of an honor-bound samurai to that of a king of war, galloping across the battlefield on a black steed, prepared to take tens of heads with a single swing of his blade. The heavens' blessings poured down as Dian mastered technique after technique, shattering through the lower levels of comprehension to skyrocket into the one with self-realm with absolute ease. From that moment onward, his weapon constantly changed in his hand. Sometimes it was a spear, at other times it was a rod, and yet other times it was a saber or a halberd. His war god armor glistened under the skies as the 3 warriors fought. There was no doubt that if this mystical world wasn't far more robust in comparison to a planet, it would have been shattered to pieces by now. The spirits within Dian's mind could only watch on bitterly as this battle continued. Just how many more years of life could Dian afford to lose? If Dian doesn't have the same constitution as the battle god, then what is his connection to him? How are these 2 things related? Esmeralda finally asked, clutching her small fists.
And why isn't he aging even though he barely has 30% of his life left? Why isn't he aging? I don't know. The Battle Prince shook his head. However, I'm certain that he's trading lifespan to copy the abilities of the Battle God. The Battle God's ancient constitution is aptly named the War God Constitution.
However, according to legends, the Battle God didn't like the name because war implied relying on something other than himself. He believed that wars couldn't capture the essence of true battle. There was too much scheming, too many weaklings involved, so he disdained the name. In the end, when he left enough of a mark on history to forge his own title lineage, he changed the name from War God to Battle God.
I'm sure you've all guessed by now just how heaven-defying the Battle God was. His War God Constitution was capable of giving him all of the benefits Dian is taking part in right now without having to pay a single price. Not only could he enter this deep selfless state with the heavens supplementing his mental energy, he could instantly learn any technique or comprehend any will. He could see through and copy his techniques of his opponents with a single glance. He never lost a single battle because even when he was faced with terrible odds, he improved too quickly on the spot to lose.
From my understanding, the only restriction on the War God ancient constitution was your cultivation. You couldn't learn Earth-grade techniques instantly unless you were a saint, and you couldn't learn Heaven-grade techniques instantly unless you were a celestial. In addition, you couldn't learn Daos unless you were a Dao formation expert and couldn't learn Intense unless you were in the corresponding realm, whether that be Essence Gatherer for the first to third stage Intent, and so on.
However, if God Constitutions gave their wielders first-grade meridians from birth, just what kind of cultivation talent do you believe the Battle God had? He was simply unmatched. He wasn't restricted by logic. He had an affinity for every will in existence. He could master any technique placed before him. His only limiter was his own curiosity.
Even the legendary weapons master Supreme Law was only birthed into existence by him, a man who was capable of mastering any weapon placed before him with a glance.
So you mean?
The spirits mumbled.
Yes. There are two factors that has allowed Dian to reach this state. The first is that he doesn't care about his life. I'm not sure what the exact details are about his lifespan, but I'm certain that even if he was last to his last decade, he would give it up in an instant if it meant finding the answer to the questions he sought. However, even with this resolve, the heavens needed something more.
The weapons master will still contains the essence of the Battle God. Wills are named as such for a reason. They can be passed down to the end of time if one was strong enough. This was especially so if you created a will.
Communicating with the will of the Battle God is something those of us who hold the battle title dream of. It's just that the method to do so is too complicated. How could learning the weapons master will be so easy?
Yet Dian was able to do it. In appreciation for his resolve and in thanks to his exchanged life force.
Dian is able to use the abilities of the Battle God. The spirits trembled. To have a constitution so powerful that it can have this kind of effect just from residual will. Were all ancient constitutions so overwhelmingly powerful? Dian, though, hardly cared. With each passing moment, his strikes only grew fiercer. Suddenly, Dian's eyes blackened. The stars of red, violet, and blue that danced in his eyes gained a backdrop of flickering black flames, extenuating them all the more. Existence only begets death. Good only begets evil. All things perish. Nothing ever lasts. Endless destruction is the only conclusion. I suggest that if you don't want to die, to bring Percival here. I have a question to ask him. Dian's war god armor erupted into a blaze of black heat as he raised the Dragon King that had once more become a sword. The flames concentrated onto the edge of his blade, darkening the already jet-black sword even further. At that moment, the two kings felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. King.
When Dian's arm raised into the air, it felt as though the titles of the two titled kings were empty. Before Dian, could they really boast having such a title? What could they rule in the face of such power? Could they even stand properly in the face of Dian's momentum?
Borse and Percival roared, having no choice but to raise their energy output to the max. Rising sun. Third phase. Percival's golden armor turned into a blaze of red-gold light, heating to such a point that its original color tinted to a scorching white.
He looked no different to a blinding sun standing in the skies. His two-handed sword extended along with a solidifying flame, increasing its body's length was 1.5 meters to almost 30 meters in an instant. Knight's Honor. Ninth Phase Holy Light. Boar's momentum sword, unwilling to be outdone by his longtime friend. A strong, pure light concentrated into his blade. There was no piercing heat, but there was an overwhelming sense of comfort, as though it was prepared to shear through all evil and clear a path no matter what it faced. Dian's arm calmly reached its apex. He didn't use a technique. He didn't feel that he needed to. In this world, his black flames were the inevitable end to all things. All flames descended from it. All purity was tainted by it. Solidify. Those were the only words he spoke. At that moment, it was as though space was locked. Head Ari was wrong. The characteristic that Dian's flames had wasn't as simple as solidification. It was more accurate to label it as a characteristic capable of giving form to all things. Whether that thing be Dian's flames giving themselves tangibility, or space itself. Dian's flames didn't have three characteristics, they only had a single one. However, this one characteristic was so heaven-defying that the idea of them having a second or a third would be too overwhelming. The augmentation and solidification characteristics of his black flames were only roots of the very same characteristic, birthed from giving form to all things. This characteristic, one never before seen in the world before, was known as the creation characteristic. Not only did Dian's black flames have this characteristic, but so did his white flames. Like yin and yang, they handled two spectrums of creation. The black flames could give birth to the path of greatest destruction, while his white flames gave birth to greatest good. In this state, Dian's comprehension of his own abilities reached an unprecedented level. It felt as though he had used his flames the right way his whole life, and he finally understood just why he had mistaken the characteristics of his flames as being so weak. The strength of his creation characteristic was reliant on his soul strength. It made sense that his creation ability would be limited to mere augmentation when his soul was so weak. He hadn't made a mistake, he hadn't slipped up. Rather, the truths of the matter evolved quicker than he could take into account. When his soul reached the peak of the celestial realm, his creation characteristic leaped over a dragon gate in a single bound, reaching levels of prowess he had never felt from them before. At that moment, Dian's arm finally lowered, causing a wall of black flame-infused sword chi to overwhelm the world. It seemed as though, for an instant, there was only one thing happening in the entire cosmos. There was only Dian and his blade while everything else was put on pause. The attack was impossible to dodge. The lock on space was so fierce that it was likely only a Dao formation expert could break through it. The wall of black was so large that it seemed to encompass the whole world. The blaze of heat was so ferocious that the dragon-tailed lions who lay incapacitated on the ground, far too close to the battle, began to light on fire, one after the other. The spectators who already felt that they had been blown far enough away still lost layer after layer of skin. Even the majestic Grand Templar core sect began to redden under the world-ending heat. Bourse and Percival did their best, but it didn't seem to matter. They were overwhelmed by an intense sense of evil. Their attacks meant nothing in the face of the black flame. It felt as though it could devour anything in this world, as though everything that met it could only return to its origin. If one looked closely, you would just be able to make out that the sturdier the wall of black flames became, the clearer the profound ancient symbols on its body became. However, the moment you did so, you would definitely lose your eyesight, as staring into this black flame was tens of times worse than fixating your gaze on the sun. That said, those who could do so and survive would be shocked beyond belief, because manifesting profound symbols was a characteristic of Daos. The attacks of Bourse and Percival shattered to oblivion. Bourse's attack didn't use real holy will. Instead, it used a refined light will. At the same time, Percival's attack used unique flames that didn't even have a single characteristic. What did the worst of purity wills have in the face of absolute evil? What did the weakest of fire wills have in the face of one of the greatest unique flames to ever exist? They were directly suppressed and could only face death. However, before they could meet their ends, a third powerful aura descended from the skies. The third king of the Grand Templar sect had made an appearance. A valiant older man appeared in the skies above the two kings. Unlike the two boisterous young men who wore shining gold armor, he wore simple robes. His white-grayish hair was tied into a single well-kept ponytail, extenuating his blue eyes all the more.
He was none other than King Cromwell, grandfather to Bourse, master of the sect and, according to the public, the most powerful expert of the Grand Templar sect. However, at this moment, his usual casual, scholarly appearance wasn't so casual at all. Even he had to take this singular attack of Diane's as serious as possible. Diane's dull eyes pitched in slight surprise when he focused on the extended palm of King Cromwell. His light will, it was very close to evolving. The idea of will progression wasn't foreign to Diane. However, it was incredibly difficult to do. For example, celestial will becoming the supreme law version of itself, or time and space will attempting to accomplish the same feat. However, light will could only evolve to one thing, the greatest purity will in existence. Holy will.
King Cromwell grunted, striking outward with a full-force blow toward Diane's flames. A blindingly bright illusory dower ray appeared just behind him, spanning almost 2 meters wide. His momentum climbed, reaching its peak just as his hand met Diane's attack. Boom!
King Cromwell's eyes widened when his palm collided with the black flames. Even when taking it seriously, he had still managed to underestimate it. The skin of his palm disappeared in an instant, burning to ash even as the muscles beneath followed suit, leaving only white bone.
In a moment of fierce determination, his celestial energy surged into what remained of his hand, pouring outward with all the momentum he could muster to clench a fist. Still, it didn't matter. The force of Diane's sword strike was unstoppable.
Although King Cromwell was the strongest expert their sect had, he was also of the 6th celestial stage. It was just that his comprehension was deeper and that he was a breath away from the 7th celestial stage. Do I really have to? King Cromwell frowned. Just when King Cromwell felt that he was being painted into a corner, Diane's hand reached outward, clenching slightly. In a moment of absolute control, the unstoppable momentum died down, stopping completely. I'll say it again. He started, his voice without emotion. Bring Percival Valori here. Don't push me. King Cromwell frowned, his gaze inadvertently turning to the boy he saw as his own nephew. It wasn't until then that Diane understood that King Percival had been here the whole time. But that only made him shake his head. So stupid.
If you were here the entire time, why didn't you say anything?
You were so willing to seek death. How could someone like you possibly have the answer I need? Diane truly couldn't believe the stupidity of this Percival character. Had Diane been a murderous devil, the Grand Templar sect would have lost more than half of its fighting power. All because the supposed king wanted to stick his chest out. Facing the gaze of his uncle, Percival's head lowered in shame. Any technique that alters your mind state is no good. King Cromwell spoke for the first time. His voice was suffused with wisdom, making it impossible to believe that this old man was truly just a middle celestial. Diane's dull eyes flashed with an odd light as though he had picked up on something, but in the end, decided to leave it alone. He wasn't here for King Cromwell, he was here for Percival. With the same expressionless gaze, he turned toward Percival. However, King Cromwell hadn't missed the odd look in his eye. He had felt in that moment that Diane had seen through him completely. What a scary young man. Bring Geralda here. Diane's gaze met Percival's. Or else I'll unleash this attack once more. Geralda? Percival was completely baffled. How could all of this have anything to do with her?
Wait. Diane Sicharo comes from the celestial deer quadrant who had roots in soul-rending quadrant. Could it be? When King Cromwell heard these words, his frown deepened even further. He only had a vague understanding of who this Geralda was.
It wasn't until recently that she came on his radar because she had managed to become the second woman to give Percival a son. Of course, such an event was a big deal. In the end, Percival could only clench his fists and do as Diane said. Although King Cromwell hit it well, Percival saw very clearly that he had lost an entire hand to Diane's singular strike. In addition, those black flames still managed to lock down space.
If he provoked Diane, their Grand Templar sect could lose a middle celestial who was only a step away from becoming a high celestial. They couldn't afford such a loss.
Moments later, Percival brought with him a young woman holding a little boy who couldn't have been more than 3 or 4 years old. Geralda wore a sky-blue gown and clearly couldn't fly on her own. If it wasn't for Percival's hand on her shoulder, she would have fallen from the skies. Still, although she seemed weak and had every right to be confused about what was happening, she had an elegant demeanor no less than what one would expect from a queen. By now, Diane's breathing was slightly irregular.
Despite his features remaining expressionless, those paying attention would know that he was nearing the end of his rope. He had no choice but to dispel his war god armor and his various techniques.
Without his black flames, he didn't have the offensive capabilities to threaten high-level celestials. But with them, there was a heavy price to pay for their use. Had it not been for this absolutely selfless state, Diane's body would have long since imploded. Yet, even with it, the damage using his flames did to his body was astronomical. If one were to peer into Diane's body right now, you'd only see a mess of blood and sheared meat. Geralda treated Percival as though he was nothing more than air. To her, the only person in the world was the child in her arms. Even the question of who Diane was meant nothing to her despite their eyes maintaining contact. Before anyone could react, Diane extended a finger, causing a red-gold flame to jettison out of him and drill into Geralda's body.
Those watching were in complete shock. Had he gone through all of this trouble just to kill this woman? What the hell was going on? Even King Cromwell was confused.
Not because he thought Diane was trying to kill Geralda, but because he recognized those flames as aurora flames. Under normal circumstances, these flames wouldn't be used to attack since they had lost their aggressive attributes, which meant that an audible snapping noise resounded through the quiet battlefield, and for the first time, the calm Geralda showed some change of expression. In that moment, a woman who seemed like no more than a mortal suddenly erupted with an ever-rising flood of energy. King Cromwell's eyes contracted. This woman is a celestial. What is going on? A bad premonition overwhelmed the old king. A young lady who could be so powerful at such a young age was definitely not some no-name. Just what had this foolish nephew of his done? Not only was Geralda a celestial, she was actually a second-grade celestial. In fact, maybe if that was the end of it, this would be easier to accept. But this young lady was a second-grade celestial of the high order.
In Cultivation, the higher your grade, the larger and more refined the difference between filled meridians became. As everyone knew, the first grade referred to filling between 100 and 108 meridians. The second grade was a step down, referring to 91 to 99. The third grade was yet another step down, referring to 82 to 90 meridians. Grades below the third grade had no difference. Whether you fill 73 meridians or 81 meridians, the difference in your battle prowess was negligible and not worth mentioning.
This was why those of the fourth grade had no differentiators. Neither did the fifth or sixth, so on and so forth. However, when one entered the ranks of the third grade, things changed. For the third grade, there was one division: low order and high order.
Filling between 82 and half of the 86th meridian made you of the low order. There was then a slight watershed moment past that point as you entered the threshold of the high order. Those of the low order third grade were at a distinct disadvantage in comparison to those of the high order.
Yet, in the second grade, this complexity increased by yet another level, splitting them into the low, mid, and high order.
In addition to this, the differences within the first grade were so large that they were decided by even singular meridians, making someone who had filled 108 meridians significantly more powerful than someone who had only filled 107.
What shocked King Cromwell was that this young lady, someone he had written off as a random concubine his nephew had taken a liking to, was a second-grade warrior of the high order, a mere sliver away from the ranks of the legendary first-grade celestial. Genius! Absolute genius! What did this fool do? Geralda finally looked toward Diane in shock. This seal hadn't been placed onto her by Percival. Percival didn't have the means to do so. Rather, it was a seal she received from her family. She placed this seal on herself in exchange for her husband's life.
It was for this reason that Violet and Marco were still alive. She was well aware of how powerful this seal was. After all, she knew how powerful her clan was. Yet this young man shattered it with a single finger. Who was he?
Even if Diane told her his name, it wouldn't mean anything to her. After being imprisoned by Percival for more than 200 years, she had little knowledge of the outside world. Other than being a plaything, she hadn't played any other roles.
Still, because her cultivation was high, despite the seal, having children was difficult. So, in all this time she had only had one child. I'm here to fulfill a promise I made to your husband, Diane said slowly, steadying his breathing. Geralda blinked, her eyes glistening with emotion. Percival's fists clenched, but before his anger could erupt, he felt a dense killing intent overwhelm him. The shocking part was that it wasn't from Diane. It was from his own uncle.
However, before I fulfill this promise and leave the world, I need to understand why. Diane's eyes shifted around the battlefield.
There was something decidedly sad about his gaze, as though he truly believed that these would be the last images he ever saw, as though he wanted to take these last sights improperly. Why is it that it made you feel good to take a wife from a husband?
A mother from a child.
Why are you so willing to give way to the evil in your heart?
Why are you so willing to lead the world down a faster path to chaos? Not only was Percival stunned by the question, all those who could hear Diane's words were as well. If Diane came here to save someone, fine. They could accept something like this. Judging by how clearly talented Geralda was, it wasn't a surprise that she had a connection to a true god like Diane. Although there was quite a bit of difference between a high-order second-grade celestial and a true god, those who were keen could see something odd about Geralda's cultivation. It wasn't consolidated. Of course, this was in part due to the fact her cultivation had been sealed for so many years, but there was another explanation as well. She broke through in a rush and earlier than she should have.
What did it mean for someone to have rushed their cultivation yet still have been a high-order second-grade celestial?
It meant that their truest potential was that of the legendary first grade.
Clearly, Geralda broke through earlier than she should have in hopes of saving her husband. However, in the end, she failed due to injuries from her tribulation. She was then forced to exchange herself for their lives. That aside, while saving her made sense, what was with this question?
Why did it sound like it came from the lips of a boy naive about the matters of the world instead of coming from the true god Diane was? However, other than confusion, there was a mixture of disgust, odd looks and gloating aimed toward Percival. The disgust and disappointment mostly came from those of the Grand Templar sect. They were meant to be a morally upstanding sect, one that took their knight's code very seriously.
How could a supposed knight of honor disgrace his family name in such a way? King Cromwell trembled with rage. If it wasn't out of respect for his friend and Percival's late father, he would have turned Percival to ash where he stood. As a man on the precipice of learning holy will, his demeanor was highly refined. While those with affinity for holy will could be good or evil, those without affinity like King Cromwell who strived their whole lives to learn it all embodied the will's purity. Of course, Diane would find the idea of knights being bound by codes of honor highly ironic considering the legends of King Arthur and his Queen Guinevere.
After all, in those stories, Arthur's best friend, Lancelot, a supposed honor-bound knight, committed quite a few acts of adultery with Guinevere. Still, the Knights of the Grand Templar sect didn't know of this and took their honor very seriously. Percival's face turned a bright shade of red.
Half in embarrassment at the odd looks he was receiving and another half in anger at the emotionless young man before him. In his mind, Diane was mocking him. He didn't believe that this was a legitimate question. It was too odd. It must have been that Diane wanted his sect to know how much of a lowly scumbag he was. You. Percival wanted to say more, but the cloud of killing intent emanating from his uncle seemed to only be getting thicker. Geralda's complicated expression grew deeper. Although she had a thought of exposing Percival earlier, she hadn't for various reasons. Despite the fact King Cromwell was an honor-bound individual, she knew what kind of fury her family would have if they knew she was here. If she knew, King Cromwell would know as well.
In that case, he might even decide to kill her directly so that her family would never know. Even the greatest of men make immoral decisions when pushed into a corner. Diane scanned Percival's features, seemingly unaware that he wasn't being taken seriously. Not only did you act to ruin the lives of what could have been a good family, your actions had trickle-down effects, disseminating your evil unto others. Your son was just as arrogant as you are, running rampant in Sapientia Corner and bullying those of lower status than himself. The number of individuals he's brought pain and suffering is likely innumerable, and you're to blame. Geralda's daughter, Violet, doesn't see the world as she should. Hearing her daughter's name, Geralda's heart seized. Could there be something wrong with Violet? What happened to my daughter while I wasn't there?
Violet has become highly materialistic, unwilling to suffer the same fate her mother did. She doesn't believe in true love.
She only seeks out those with the strongest backing. A person who very well should have grown up to be as gentle as her mother was distorted and tainted. And you're to blame. Geralda's shoulders trembled as tears fell from her beautiful eyes. She couldn't help but hold onto the boy in her arms tighter, cradling his small head. And now you've created another emotional tether, one so fragile that it could easily splinter and self-destruct in the future.
What do you think will happen when this boy grows up and learns of what his father did?
Will he be racked by guilt, unwilling to ever look his mother in her eyes? Will he follow down the same path of his father, blocking himself off from emotion so that he doesn't have to feel that guilt? Will he be unwilling to acknowledge his ancestors, cutting himself off from the Grand Templar sect, never to associate with half of his family? You're to blame, Diane said slowly. Tell me, why? The little boy in Geralda's arms had been quiet ever since he was brought here. Maybe it was because of something his mother had told him beforehand, or may it was because he was a quiet child by nature, but either way he hadn't shown much of a reaction to anything. Whether or not he understood what was happening was yet another mystery. He only clung his little hands to his mother's slender neck, holding on tightly. Percival didn't notice the subtle actions of his son, nor did he notice the shifting of Geralda's expressions.
All he could feel was an endless, overflowing anger as the yang within him pulsed. Of course, Diane had sensed the type of technique Percival was learning, however, he didn't take this as an excuse. Diane himself had been dealing with undying lust for decades. From the moment he integrated with his martial uncle's blood essence, to the time it was multiplied manifold by integrating the demon sage's blood, to even now, in fact, during the moments his soul was sealed, it was even more difficult to control. Even to the point he ended up harming Ri when he absent-mindedly fell into an abyss he just barely climbed out of. What the hell did this extreme yang technique mean in the face of the blood of a demon Qilin? What the hell did it mean in the face of the blood essence of one of the greatest body cultivators to ever exist?
Diane would never accept that explanation. He wanted a real answer. Answer! Diane roared. His patience was slowly running out. The more time passed, the weaker he felt. Even speaking was difficult after his vocal cords were nearly sliced completely apart by his own roar. He didn't care for Percival's hesitation. It was only at this moment that those around began to understand that Diane was serious. He wasn't saying all of this simply to expose Percival. He truly wanted to know what it was that made humans seek darkness so willingly. What was it about bullying the weak made you feel good? What was it about hurting someone else made you feel better? A vicious cycle of evil, filling the world, all for a momentary sick pleasure? The worst part was that Diane could tell just as easily as King Cromwell that Geralda's backing wasn't simple. Even if she wasn't a part of a top 20 quadrant, it was most definitely top 40 at the very least. What could a mere 74th quadrant do in the face of that?
Even if it was more powerful than its ranking suggested. He was not only harming those around with his evil, he could even end up hurting himself. For what?
Could Marco have really offended him to this extent? Could Geralda's beauty really be so tempting?
Could his lust really be so uncontrollable?
Suddenly, Percival's anger boiled over to the point where he started laughing as gross veins of blue and green pulsed along his forehead. Diane frowned in disgust. This man dared to do the deed, yet is embarrassed to the point of irrational anger when his deeds are exposed. Is this really all the world has to offer? Nothing but hypocrites running off toward death at their fastest possible speed? If that's the case, what is even the point?
Why did I even do this? Could I really have gotten any real answer out of a man like this? To think that there'd be such a naive little boy in existence. And to think he'd come before me to flaunt his higher morality. Percival's voice trembled in rage as though he was teetering on the edge of insanity. He really couldn't stand Diane's smug face. That cuckold Marco deserved to have his woman stolen. He dared to have a wife far more beautiful than he was strong. If it wasn't me, someone else along the line would have taken her from him. I really would have liked to see if you would have dared strut into a sect within the top 30. No, even 50, had it been one of their princes that had taken her away. Percival sneered.
Of course you wouldn't have dared. The only reason you came here to flaunt your status is because we are weak and you are strong. You imposed your will here because your fists are large enough. If we had been a top 50 sect, if we had had just a single Tao formation expert, even if we had a single peak celestial, no, even a high celestial, you would have died without a corpse. You ask me why? It's obvious why. I did so because I could. Because my backing was stronger.
Because my cultivation was stronger.
Do I need another reason? Diane's eye emotionlessly scanned Percival's heaving figure. Him?
Not dare to do something?
As long as he promised it, even if Geralda had been imprisoned within the depths of hell, he would have saved her. What nonsensical reasoning! At that moment, a wave of cognitive dissonance assaulted Diane's senses.
Pride. Arrogance. In just that instant, Diane's normal disposition nearly burst through, making his chest ache. Since you believe that, Diane ignored the pain that seemed almost dull in comparison to the injuries ravaging his body. How would you feel if I killed your son and tore the last string tethering the two of you? Percival's eyes slightly wavered as Diane's arm reached out but eventually turned steady once more. No. Diane's gaze shifted from the little boy to Geralda. Of course, it hadn't been Percival who screamed.
To that bastard who put pride over everything, he might have really allowed Diane to do it if it meant he could save face. His hand paused in the air. Still, the little boy hadn't reacted. Why? Diane asked again. For as long as this little boy lives, he'll be nothing but a reminder to you. Maybe now it's easy for you to forgive him because he's young. But what about when he's older? What about when his extreme yang constitution makes him aggressive? Will you still feel the same way the first time he throws a tantrum? Will you still feel the same way the first time he argues with you? The first time he tells you that he hates you? The first time he chooses someone or something else over his own mother? Will you be able to forgive him then? Or will your anger fester? Will your old resentments resurface? If that happens, who will you take it out on then? Will you also bully someone weaker than you? Will you fight with your own son?
Or will you hurt someone else in your anger? Even if you don't, how will you take responsibility of the constitution his father passed on to him?
Will you stay by his side for his whole life, making sure that he only makes the right choices? What about how you'll handle when he realizes that you've taken him away from his real father? What if he really does become a good person, only to learn of what this Percival did? The kind of man his father truly was would rack him with guilt. Are you willing to take responsibility for your son living with that for his whole life? Every question Diane asked was like a needle tearing through Geralda's soul. While Percival's daughters were gifted with extreme Yin constitutions almost equivalent to Earth-grade constitutions, his sons weren't left behind either. In fact, their extreme Yang constitution could be said to be equivalent to an Earth-grade constitution. The problem was that Rand was a fool who couldn't control himself. In a fit of lust, he lost his virginity too early in his life, shattering his Yang foundation to a young lady he tossed away without care. As a result, before he could solidify his Yang, he lost it, capping his potential at the possible king level, whereas no one with an Earth-grade constitution, fully awakened, would be any less than an emperor. At the worst, they'd be the peakmost among kings. However, an extreme Yang constitution came with its own drawbacks. Without proper consolidation, his mood swings would be difficult to control. Also, just like his sisters, he'd be extremely weak to those his opposite, making him constantly lust after the fairer sex.
Rand couldn't hold back this lust. Who's to say if this little boy could? To make matters worse, even if Geralda had a falling out with her family due to her choice in husband like Diane suspected, would this same family reject a boy of their family line with an Earth-grade constitution?
Of course not. Constitutions were rare beyond belief and gifted talent beyond imagination. This meant that this boy would have lust greater than his father, with a power backing him far greater than the Grand Templar sect. On top of all of this, whether he chose the good or the bad, both would end catastrophically. It was either that he'd inflict pain upon others, especially his mother, or he would inflict pain upon himself. The more Diane thought about it, the more he saw an endless wall growing before him. Do all things really end so horribly? What's the point of it all? Geralda lowered her head, squeezing her child closer. He's innocent. No one knows what the future holds. Hearing these words, Dian almost burst into his own fit of laughter. Except his wouldn't be in anger. It would be filled with self-mockery and helplessness, brimming with vulnerable angst. No one else knew what the future held, but he had comprehended things to a depth they couldn't imagine.
To him, there was only one ending for everything. There is no answer here. A layered voice, suffused with sadness, escaped Dian's lips, causing the hearts of the spirits to experience an endless ache. With a wave of his hand, the mother and child disappeared. No one could tell where they went, but it was clear that Geralda was too weak to stop Dian from doing anything. Although she was a high-order second-grade celestial, the seal had very clearly degraded her strength since it stopped her ability to absorb celestial energy.
Then he turned and left, causing the black wall of flames in the air to disappear. He didn't say any more useless words, nor did he threaten them to keep their mouths closed. From beginning to end, he had only killed a single person, yet he had left such a profound footprint on the Grand Templar sect. Not too shockingly, though, the world would never find out about exactly what happened here. After King Cromwell turned his anger on Percival and learned of which family Geralda was an heiress of, whether it be him or the spectators, none dared to speak a word. If such a powerful family learned that something like this happened to their princess, they wouldn't care about rules. Wiping them and their clans out would only be the first step in saving their face. They could only hope that Geralda didn't plan on revenge. For now, they could only show their sincerity by keeping quiet.
Percival, however, had to be specially dealt with. A matter that King Cromwell would lose many nights of rest over. As for Dian,
he headed to a place no one would ever expect him to enter. Less than half a day later,
he stood silently over the ancient stone carvings within the Belmont family catacombs. The very same place he fought Loki and Elder Daiyu to the death in. The very same place the entity's body and spirit resided. Dian stood before the stone etchings for a long while.
In the distance, the obscenely large hand of the entity was still in view. For something to still seem so large from millions of miles away, even now Dian couldn't fathom his size. Last time Dian stood here, the pressure was enough to make him drop to his knees. Now, he hardly felt it. But how could he be proud of something like that?
A man chained up and restricted by seals Dian didn't understand even now could make his knees weaken from millions of miles away. How was that anything but pitifully pathetic? With a wave of his hand, the seal appeared, causing the stone etchings to rotate and open, exposing 3 empty indents where the kernels once sat. In the center of it all, a shadowy figure sat in meditation.
His features weren't clear just as before, but now, Dian got the feeling that it wasn't that they weren't clear, but rather that he wasn't powerful enough to perceive what he should have. Dian suddenly felt a pressure he hadn't noticed before.
In that moment, he was certain that if he reached out with his divine sense that his soul would be crushed to oblivion. God-level presence. But this isn't his body. Ho, this is unexpected. The voice was just as gentle as Dian remembered it. It had a hint of ambiguity, but it was undoubtedly calm and soothing. When Dian first met the entity, its voice reminded him of a young father speaking with his children. Even now, that feeling hadn't changed.
If anything, with his heightened senses, the voice was even more comforting, as though he could trust his whole existence with him. To think the young man who hates me the most in the world would actually come seeking to talk. Too unexpected. Truly too unexpected. Dian could almost sense the slight and inviting smile on the entity's face, as though this was truly a pleasant surprise. What an interesting state you're in. Rare indeed. Your lifespan is decreasing quite quickly.
Ah, I see why your Tao heart actually shattered. You know, life force and the Tao heart are inextricably linked. As a mortal, though, it's not a simple 1-to-1 ratio. While a mortal can survive having their Tao heart shattered, for an immortal, that means death.
Interesting. So you're using your life force as a replacement for your Tao heart. Oh, that's not all either. You've actually exchanged your life force for access to that ancient constitution. The entity was just as talkative as ever. Dian doubted that this entity was capable of treating anyone as an enemy. Maybe he saw everyone as children compared to himself. However, he only spoke the truth. The reason for the 5th trial of the God Trials was to test one's potential as an immortal. Those of the transcendent plane didn't have set lifespans. Rather, the solidity of the Tao heart decided how long they could live. Theoretically, a transcendent really could live forever. The problem was that no one's Tao heart, no matter how talented you were, could last forever. Even Dian's grand teacher's Tao heart was on the verge of collapse, which was exactly why his appearance and demeanor were so old and sickly. Thus, the connection between life force and the Tao heart was clear. It was just that Dian's Tao heart consolidated a level of comprehension it wasn't prepared for. It was the equivalent of integrating celestial-level meridians into the body of an essence gatherer. Dian was lucky that he didn't die. These flames. For the first time, the entity's tone slightly changed as he finally found the root cause of Dian's fall. He had seen these flames before. When he first met Dian, it was obvious that this young boy was angered beyond belief. Whenever Dian was angered beyond a certain limit, back when his wills were unsealed, of course, his eyes would flicker with black flames. With his senses, how could the entity have missed it? The problem was that the flames were truly too weak when he last saw them. Plus, the seal was interfering heavily. In fact, it was interfering now. Its passive ability was to hide its owner from sensory inspections and attacks of the mind. If Dian wasn't allowing the entity to see what he wanted to see, in his current state, the entity wouldn't have been able to sense a thing. Interesting. The entity chuckled slightly. It seems I was wrong about you. Your talent is quite good. It's no wonder your Tao heart is in such a state. Those who knew the entity personally would be shocked by his words. When last he spoke to Dian, he mentioned that there were only 4 people to have ever existed that he acknowledged the talent of. For him to say that Dian's talent was quite good when he at first dismissed him, even knowing that Dian had absorbed the cumulative talent of billions of individuals. It spoke for itself. AI. It's a shame that you're technically a junior brother of mine, although I have to admit that I disdained to admit it before. Too many generations have passed for me to have seriously considered you so, but this changes everything. If you weren't, I would have liked to take you as an in-name disciple. Dian didn't have much of a reaction to the entity's words. Maybe someone else might have been excited at the acknowledgement of a transcendent, but not only was he not in the state to care, even if he was in his normal state, he would have only seen this entity as an enemy. Clearly, though, his flames were something even someone at that level couldn't ignore. So, what did my precious junior brother come here for? Dian scanned the surroundings. He could still see the craters and residue from his battle 14 years ago. Even the death abyssal core hadn't faded away yet. But at this point, it was far too weak to be of any use to Dian. After all, it was at the level of a mere essence gate when Dian harvested it, which meant it could only help him reach the 3rd intent level at best. Considering he was now at that 9th intent level, he even found it quite lacking. What's your goal? Dian suddenly asked. My goal? The entity questioned. Isn't it obvious? The heavens control our fate like a puppet master, pulling upon the strings of our life without care or consequence. Even worse, no matter how shiny or entertaining we might be, this puppet master will eventually get bored of us one day and never lift us up to play again. Is it not the nature of the living to want to break free of this control? I'm just closer to most others at accomplishing my goal. So the only puppet you care for is yourself? The entity laughed. Do you believe that I am cold and heartless? Let me tell you something. My master and your grand teacher has 5 world-defying abilities. Cycle of Reincarnation, Ethereal Permeation, Temporal Lock, the Aurora, and True Empathy. Each one of these abilities has reached an unprecedented level, while 3 of them have reached a level of absolute perfection, allowing them to fuse with the will of the universe and be passed on to later generations. These 3 were Ethereal Permeation, a supreme law among the very best. The Aurora, the absolute central staple of secondary professions. And finally, True Empathy. However, what many don't know is that of my master's 5 abilities. Only 2 of them are self-created. The other 3 were abilities that he formed with the help of my senior brother, me, and my junior sister. In fact, the 3 that transcended to the realms of perfection were the ones we worked on together. Cycle of Reincarnation and Temporal Lock are the 2 that my master forged on his own before he ever took a single disciple, and are the central legendary abilities of his Jafari family. Cycle of Reincarnation falls under the category of a cultivation technique. puts its users through a cycle of samsara that helps them experience the vicissitudes of life. It's this technique that is the secret of tempering one of the legendary 9 Tao hearts, the samsara heart. Truth be told, it's because of this heart that my master has lived for so long. Believe it or not, he was already trillions of years old before he decided to take on the 3 of us as disciples. Temporal lock is a seemingly simple ability on its surface, but endlessly complex. Trying to explain it to you now would do no good. I can tell that you haven't re-established your time will. It seems that you know that even in this state, you don't have enough lifespan to exchange for true time will. That's good. I don't want such a talented junior brother of mine to die so early on. Although, I'd really like to know how you have so much lifespan left even now. It seems you had quite a lucky encounter. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Simply put, it is one of the few time legacies that allow the freezing of living beings while keeping the cost at a minimum.
Ethereal permeation is an ability my master worked with my junior sister to create. As you know, our connection as fellow disciples is through my junior sister or the first white mother. However, even back then, the celestial bloodline was in decline. Despite being the creator of the legendary white mother title, junior sister still wanted to do something more to help her fellow clansmen. She believed that the key to bringing the celestial bloodline back to its origin was primordial energy. Still, once again, problems arose because primordial energy was also in decline. Ethereal permeation was meant to be a replacement. Unfortunately, while it became a mighty supreme law, it was extremely difficult to practice.
That said, it should only be a bit more than a few millennia until junior sister succeeds in bringing her bloodline back to perfection. Can be considered a success. Next would be the Aurora. As you know, my senior brother is truly a legendary figure who definitely had the most impact of the 3 of us. While the basic idea of the Aurora was created by Master without array alchemy, it would be practically useless except for some minor healing abilities.
The 2 went hand in hand. If it wasn't for array alchemy, the Aurora wouldn't have been acknowledged by the heavens. Now that I've gotten this far, you're smart enough to understand why I've said all of this, right?
I mentioned 4 abilities, 2 of which were created with the help of my fellow senior brother and junior sister. However, there's still me. No? As the first true empath, how could there be anyone in existence more sympathetic to the plights of others than me? More in tune with their sufferings?
My perspective of the world is different from others. First true empath. Diane mumbled. The entity continued in its soothing voice. You're a smart boy, you understand that true empathy isn't as simple as sympathy. A sympathetic person uses projection. They believe they understand what a person is feeling by believing that they've understood their circumstances. An empath is completely different. I don't think I feel, I do feel. The emotions I sense come to me as though they stem from my own life experiences.
As though it's my hatred, my love, my happiness, my anger. Not only do I know what you're feeling, I likely understand it far better than you do.
How could someone with such an ability be cold and remorseless? How can someone who understands the destruction they can bring about be a proponent of the chaos path? The entity chuckled. You believe that you understand chaos because of your flames? I have to admit, the character of your black flames is among the 3, no 2, most powerful I've ever seen. It seems like multiple characters on the surface when in reality it's only a single one. Even I'm a bit jealous.
However, my precious junior brother, you must understand that you are only leering at the doorway to true understanding. Wills, intense, even das, they're pitiful in comparison to the understanding transcendence have. Maybe in the past I would have said this so as to temper your expectations, but now I say so to guide you.
Your Dao Ray has yet to even fully form. How could you claim to fully understand things as they are? The entity had, once more, not lied.
Not only was Dian lacking when it came to even the mortal plane considering he had yet to master a Dao, he was severely lacking when compared to experts of the immortal plane. If one decided to take the immortal plane into account, Dian was far behind.
This was because, as the Dragon King had let him know previously, above the Dao there was the law. And even beyond the law, there was the origin source, something that even most transcendents wouldn't comprehend in their whole long lives.
Knowing this, it was no wonder the entity was treating Dian like a child throwing a tantrum in front of his father. To it, Dian was only just beginning to learn the ways of the world. He was nothing more than a toddler. However, was Dian stupid? No matter how devastated he was, would he forget something so simple? A logic so blatantly obvious?
Of course, he wouldn't.
Dian's fire will was pushing the barrier of 100 meters. It contained a size and a level of profundity impossible for an entry-level Dao to match. Dian didn't believe that any Dao beneath the 7th level could contain the level of comprehension his did. This wasn't all either, because this only took into account his black flames.
Although Dian's black and white flames formed only a single Dao array, they stacked within one another. What exactly did this mean?
It meant that Dian's Dao array was somehow able to balance two completely opposing comprehensions for the way of the universe. The only way this would be possible was if both understandings were deep beyond belief. Imagine it this way. What would it take for an array of ice and fire to fuse into one?
It would require a fire so hot that it could never be frozen by cold. However, it would also require an ice so cold that it could never be melted by heat. Now imagine that this fire had the characteristic of inextinguishable heat, while the ice had the characteristic of absolute cold.
How could it be possible for both to be true? The massive paradoxical relationship between Dian's flames was exactly why, even with his intelligence, he completely disregarded the words of the entity. The level of his comprehension was already more profound than the mortal plane could handle. This was yet another paradoxical problem Dian had rushed himself into. He felt like the entity might have the answers he was looking for, but he was completely unwilling to reveal his white flames to it. He had no doubt in his mind that if the entity saw his white flames, its attitude wouldn't be so casual. Senior brother or not, Dian would never trust this transcendent. There was another reason Dian didn't take the transcendent's words seriously, though. The reason origin sources were so rare and difficult to form was because they weren't tailored in reality. Origin sources were quite literally the origin of a comprehension that stood outside the realm of the universe entirely.
Simply put, the understanding the entity had, because Dian was completely certain that he had comprehended his own origin source, was definitely something that stemmed outside the bounds of reality.
Knowing that, how could the understanding of the entity exactly line up with the truths of the universe?
An inner voice spoke to Dian when he first comprehended the black flames. An inner voice that got louder when he subsequently comprehended his white flames.
Something told him that breaking away from the universe, that forming an origin source all of your own understanding was the wrong path to take. The two words had been reverberating in his mind for the past 3 days, harmonizing and becoming clearer. Every step he took from the moment he pulled the knife from his chest was in chasing the meaning of these two words down. Soul quintessence. Dian had no idea what these words meant. What he did know was that something reverberating deep within his soul felt that these two words lorded over all things. In fact, the truth was that he didn't even make out exactly what those two words were until Geralda protected her son from being killed by him. It felt like that moment opened a slight bit of understanding within Dian. It was like he was stumbling toward a door at the end of a long, dim corridor.
Whether or not he would make it to that door entirely depended on if he could find it within himself to care enough to continue down the path. This said, something was stopping him from understanding.
His Tao heart had collapsed in on itself. He felt that everything was meaningless and would come to an inevitable end. While feeling this way, how could he have time to care about two strange words?
"Tell me," Dian said softly. "Tell me about your origin source." The entity laughed so brightly that it reminded Dian of a sweet spring's breeze. It wasn't arrogant or prideful, but rather filled with a relief. It was almost as though his laughter was in response to a weight being lifted off from his chest. When the entity thought about his origin source, he felt free and unfettered. "To hear a lesson from me. It is your own good karma."
It's normally no good to listen to too much of another's understanding, however. Considering the state of your Tao heart, it couldn't get much worse, now could it? Good. Senior brother will dote on you a bit today. In a moment, Dian felt like he was taken into another world. The air was suffocating, so much so that he involuntarily grasped at his throat and nearly fell to his knees.
It was until he felt a warm hand on his shoulder that this feeling disappeared, replacing the looming scythe of death with a gentle atmosphere. Dian looked over, but all he could see was a shadowy figure that he somehow felt was smiling gently at him. "Look around." The entity spoke softly.
Diane's eyes widened. What he had to take in with a single glance was so much more complex than he was used to that his mental energy drained away in an instant. In that moment, Diane's heart trembled. He was absolutely certain that he was still in his selfless state, or else he wouldn't be able to control his anger when facing the entity, especially not with his demon sage blood essence. What did this mean? It meant that what he saw didn't just drain his own mental energy, but the energy of the universe that was supporting him. One had to remember that in Diane's current selfless state, he was being blessed by the heavens, allowing him to connect with a constitution he had no right to access. Within this selfless state, Diane was able to analyze the billions of constitutions he had within himself, and he was certain that the war god ancient constitution wasn't among them. In fact, none of the ancient constitutions were. Maybe in another setting, this would be depressing, but along with his connection to the universe, Diane understood why not in a moment. Ancient constitutions were completely unlike Earth, Heaven, or even God constitutions, unlike those three tiers that could appear many times, even with many appearing at once. Ancient constitutions were never birthed into the world more than once. This was all to say that not only was Diane's understanding of the reality of things at an all-time high, so was his connection to the universe. Yet, a single glance at the entity's origin source had sapped the universe to a point where it was no longer able to continue supporting the cost. This is what it means to have an origin source, the entity explained with a calm and diligent manner. To those who reach my level, the universes of the mortal plane cannot compare. I know what you're wondering. If I have the kind of power necessary to disdain the universe, why is it that I've sealed myself here to absorb one? Wouldn't it be beneath me? I'll tell you the truth, my little junior brother. Even after I formed my origin source, I felt that something was missing. I believed that the door to absolute immortality was hidden in a path beyond. Yet the origin source wasn't a doorway, but rather a fierce defensive wall, a mountain of sorts that even I felt was insurmountable. Even after I spent 3 million years forming my origin source, I spent another 9 million years pondering just why this roadblock existed. Diane's eyes brightened, more and more. The light became so fierce that even while he was trying his best not to focus on the world around him, 2 rays of gold tore through the space. Your world is too complex. Diane's words stopped the entity in his tracks. At that moment, Diane felt the gentle nature of his senior brother shift to a sharp gaze. It wasn't filled with killing intent. In fact, it disappeared almost as soon as it appeared. Yet, that one moment was enough to make Diane's Tao heart tremble so fiercely that its shattered pieces became nothing more than the finest grains of sand. Diane, however, didn't care. In that one glance of his senior brother's world, he saw a beauty and artistry the likes of which he had never witnessed in his entire life. Still, it took him but a moment to recognize the flaw that took the entity 9 million to realize. The moment those words came from Diane's mouth, his head fiercely pounded. Soul quintessence. Soul quintessence. Soul quintessence. The entity's world was truly mesmerizing. Blades of grass seemed to breathe and shift with an overwhelming complexity. Flower petals opened and closed with mind-numbing layers of triangles, squares, even shapes Diane had never thought of or seen before. The water flowed with a refined sense of art, swirling, waving and diving like a well-orchestrated play. Yet all of this was just on the macro level. With his divine sense, Diane realized that the complexity was far beyond what normal eyesight could pick up. According to normal measurements per a single cubic centimeter, there was an average of 1,000 atoms raised to the power of 24. However, to say that the density of particles within the entity's world was 1,000 times that was a complete understatement. It reached such a level that Diane's divine sense had no ability to parse out the numbers with any sort of accuracy. The entity sighed. If only I had junior brother by my side all those years ago. You would have saved my almost 10 million years of seclusion. Diane shook his head. This step, it was a necessary step. However, it's because you took this step that it took you so long. The only reason I can see through the problem is because I don't have to show my work to give you the conclusion. Knowing the answer to a complicated problem is meaningless if you can't explain your process. A light chuckle escaped the entity's lips, but he didn't say any more on the topic. Sure, Diane's words were correct, but who but him would dare to attempt to correct the course of a transcendent? Not to mention the fact the entity wasn't just a normal transcendent, it was an origin transcendent. His status was unmatched throughout the entire immortal plane save for a very select few. Under normal circumstances, a mortal would be so awed by what they saw that they could believe that this world was the pinnacle of perfection. This world is my origin source. It's the culmination of all of my life's work. It's my pain and sorrow. It's my happiness and pleasure. It's my dream. You see chaos as the utmost evil. To you, it's the end of the world, the destruction of all things and the conclusion of everything good. But, to me, therein lies a beauty refined to such a high level that it can make you lose yourself in the moment. Chaos doesn't signify the end. It signifies the beginning. It's the conclusion of things as we know it, and the start of things as we wish it. Do you know how array alchemy came to be? Dian shook his head. Have you noticed that as your Tao becomes more refined, it begins to form complex symbols? Those symbols are the laws of the universe. The more refined your Tao becomes, the more of the inner truths of the universe will be possible for you to replicate. Size, brightness, profundity. These are the three facets that decide the quality and power of your Tao. However, size and brightness are only taken into account by fools who do not understand that both stem from the root cause, profundity. The more profound your Tao, the more size is needed to encapsulate its beauty. The more profound your Tao, the greater the universe resonates with it, and thus the brighter it becomes. Your first senior brother may not be the only talented individual I've ever met, but he's the only one I've respected to the very bottom of my heart. In fact, he is the only person I've ever loved in my life, and it's because his mind was so amazing. The way he thought about things, the way he solved problems, the way he treated those around him. The entity's voice became suffused with pain to the point where Dian could hear its voice failing it. Dian was almost certain that the entity was a man. However, this love he felt for his first brother was clearly very deep. Whether it was romantic or not, Dian didn't know. But it hardly mattered. The reality was that this entity had a deep love for his elder brother. And clearly, this elder brother was taken from him. Evidently, the entity didn't feel up to or care to elaborate as it simply continued. Your first senior brother had such a profound understanding of these arrays that he could analyze almost anything in existence before replicating and manipulating it to perfection. He reached a level of one with existence so profound that he was able to take concepts only a transcendent should understand, and simplify them to the extent that even you, little adorable junior brother of mine, can practice array alchemy on your own. That's what a true genius is. The cycle of cultivation has always been complex, but one thing will always be true. Finding complexity in the simple before finding simplicity in the complex. That will always be the singular truth. My absorbing this universe never had anything to do with your talents, or else I would have never let you take them away. I didn't choose this universe because of it was the most talented universe ever either. I chose it because it was the only universe in its infancy. It was that exact simplistic beginning I needed. I'm not the genius my senior brother was, but I have to succeed where he couldn't. Not for the sake of glory or to etch my name into history, but so that I can finally lay his memory to rest properly. My senior brother thought that array alchemy was the answer, but in the end, it cost him his life. I'll follow a different path and create the world he wanted with my own two hands. A week later, Dian sat alone in the Belmont family tomb looking across the endless grasslands under the shadow of the massive hand in the distance. The last words of the entity still reverberated in his mind. It doesn't matter whether you join my chaos path or not. If I lost to someone of an opposing ideology, that could only mean that I was wrong. It seemed that even with Dian protecting that portion of his mind against the entity, it was still very clear on the fact that Dian wasn't convinced one way or another. However, it didn't matter. Dian touched his chest, completely lost in thought. Even without being a true empath, how could Dian not understand what the entity was feeling? If the greatest role model in your life failed, would you blame them for their failure? Or would you blame the method that caused them to fail? With his current knowledge, Dian didn't even have the right to refute the entity. Although he understood that his fire half-step Tao was profound, even comparing to high-level Taos, it still wasn't enough. After seeing the origin source of the entity, Dian realized how large the gap was between him and his supposed enemy. While they were scrambling around trying to stop his second senior brother from conquering the universe, they didn't realize to him that a universe wasn't even enough to power him for an instant. The remnants of Dian's Tao heart trembled like dust flying in the wind when he thought back to his split-second view of the origin source. Such a beautiful world was built upon the comprehension of chaos. Beauty in chaos. A defensive array appeared below Dian, slowly raising him into the air as a purple-gold creation array whirled to life, forming what soon became a beautifully finished grand piano. Dian's fingers glided across the keys, lost in thought. But he didn't press down as though he was deciding whether or not he should. He could remember very clearly the last time he played the piano. It was almost 2 decades since then by now, during the Focus Academy opening ceremony. The very first will Dian unlocked was awoken on then. That day, Dian was angered, more angered than he had ever been before up until that point. At the request of his mother, Dian had entered the martial world. To him, following that last wish of hers meant more to him than anything else. He would have rather died than fail. Yet, the moment he stepped into the academy, he was met with staunch opposition. Not only was he forced to hitch a dingy little boat to the back of a silver yacht that had more than enough space, no one informed him about the importance of the opening ceremony. Should he have failed on that day, the resources he would be allocated in the academy would have been pitiful. As a direct result of that, he would have failed the coming assessment, which would have resulted in him being kicked out. To Dian, who knew nothing of the martial world at that time, this was nothing less than cutting off his path to survival. Even knowing that his actions would only make things worse, Dian's arrogance shone through with a ferocity that put the pillar families of the academy on notice. Even if it meant pissing them all off, they needed to know that he was there to stay. Complexity in the simple. Simplicity in the complex. That day was the day Dian learned the power of wills. It wasn't just about connecting to a greater power provided by the universe, it was also about what was held in your heart. Relying on solely the will of the universe would make you weak and without a path. However, using the will of the universe to carve out the meaning of your own will, that was the true purpose of cultivation. Without saying it in so many words, this was a concept Dian seemed to understand innately. It was largely the reason his will comprehension was so fast. He didn't blindly worship anyone or anything. To him, the most important things in existence were the things he decided deserved that label. Is it still worth it to carve out my path? Dian's long fingers slid silently across the ivory keys. Is there really a beauty in chaos? Or is it only a disgusting, cruel end? Dian's left hand arched at an elegant and practiced angle even as his eyes sharpened. In that moment, the air around him stilled, as though the universe itself was holding its breath in excited anticipation. Although Dian didn't realize it at the time, there was something decidedly different about his music will. Something that had fundamentally changed since his second trial. It was impossible to pick up on before because his music will was tainted by his previous biases. But, after his Tao heart shattered, all of his original comprehensions floated away along with it, leaving behind a trace of the essence of the very first music will. Dian wasn't responsible for the creation of music will. Although he facilitated it, the true empress of music will was Amphrey. However, something had changed within him the moment he tried to block the dragon of golden lightning. This is where my journey began, Dian thought, closing his eyes as his fingers flexed. This is where the answer lies. With a thought, Dian's fingers pressed down, releasing a forceful and eerie minor chord that caused the hearts of those on Earth to quake. It was evil, sinister, chaotic. The moment Dian's hand pressed the keys, the Earth quaked, filling a planet riddled with signs of war with an even more ominous feeling. Dian had paid little to no attention to his surroundings when he came back. Although this planet was his home, what he had come to know was destroyed while everyone that was important to him followed him into the tower. So, when he came back, especially in the state that he was in, he simply teleported to the Belmont tombs directly. No one was even aware that he was here. However, had Dian simply looked around, he would have noticed the odd atmosphere. The mighty royal god clan of the Belmonts had crept upon some troubled times. Truth be told, it wasn't entirely Dian's fault that he didn't notice. Unlike other normal-sized planets that were 30 to 50,000 kilometers in circumference, at most, Diane's home planet of Earth had been expanded by many times that in order to imprison the entity, making its circumference more than 1,000,000 miles around, a shockingly grand size almost comparable to that of the Sun. Although Diane's divine sense had reached nearly 100,000 kilometers, it was still lacking in ability to cover such a distance. Therefore, it was impossible for him to get an accurate gauge of the situation. One might wonder just how the Belmonts could fall into troubled times when Madeline's parents were Tao formation experts. Well, the simple answer was that they were no longer here. After seeing Diane off with their chosen disciples, they only remained for about half a decade or so, mostly so that Madeline's mother could properly guide her disciple, King Belmont. Unfortunately, a mere 14-year period wasn't enough time for a Celestial to make any large leaps in cultivation. Despite being personally instructed by his master, King Belmont was lacking. Even worse, because of the poor energy concentration of this universe, his progress was pitifully slow. Despite being a talent that should have been a mid-order second-grade Celestial at worst, King Belmont was a mere low-order third-grade Celestial. Maybe the most depressing part about all of this was that this was a heroic feat when considering the circumstances. Such an accomplishment in this pitiful environment was a testament to just how talented those born in this universe were. However, the sad truth was that this was too weak. As a mid-celestial, especially of the mere third grade, there was only so much that King Belmont could control. And unlike those working disciples of Diane's sect who planned to take targeted cultivation cleansing pills to fall back to the Meridian's formation realm from the essence-gathering realm, this process was impossible for those who had undergone a tribulation. Well, that isn't exactly true. It was possible for a saint to fall back to the essence-gathering realm, or a celestial to fall back to the saint realm, but there was a hefty punishment and risk many weren't willing to take. One's tribulation wasn't just a punishment. It was also a blessing for those who used it appropriately. However, taking part in this blessing multiple times was a huge taboo for the universe. If one who had already passed their saint tribulation falls from the celestial realm using a pill and attempts to recultivate, the tribulation's ferocity would increase to unimaginable levels. The worst part was that this increased difficulty would continue onward for the celestial tribulation and the Tao formation tribulation. This was all to say that King Belmont simply didn't have the power to control the situation. After Madeline's parents left, the Amen waited 5 more years to be certain of the fact they were gone, before preparing for another 7 years to launch their plan. However, they weren't alone. The planet that the Shruti had once taken over was now vacant and without leadership. However, before the Shruti took claim to their planet Mino, how could there not have been another royal god clan before their existence? With the Shruti gone, their disappearance being a complete mystery to those of the universe, the Mino royal god clan once more restaked their claim to the planet that held their namesake. Of course, the Shruti clan was Saru's, who was currently taking the god trials. Originally, Saru was completing a coming-of-age ceremony for her clan, which was why she came here. But, after the war, her supervisors took her away, deeming the situation too dangerous. Plus, there was the fact that Saru wouldn't have wanted to fight a war with Diane anyway. This aside, with their presence gone, the clan they had imprisoned for the sake of keeping their identity secret was released. As compensation, thanks to Saru's kind heart, the Mino clan was given cultivation resources so rich that they almost didn't care about being imprisoned at all. Unfortunately, it was because of these cultivation resources that the rise of a new player in the universe came fiercely and suddenly. After all, how could the cultivation resources of an Emperor God clan of the 30th ranked quadrant compare to anything this universe had seen before? With the Tao Sapientia couple gone, the Mino clan also became fiercer in their movements, even partnering with the Amen family to sweep through the other clans. If it wasn't for the fact that planet Earth, with the Belmonts, the Pakel, and the remnants of the Cavasitas and Ragnar families, and planet Nyx, that was still home to Zabia's family and allied clans, all allied together in a final struggle, the Mino-Amen alliance would have already killed them all. Still, one might wonder why a Mino clan that had clearly gotten a massive power boost would ally with the weakened Amen clan. After all, it wasn't like King Belmont was stupid enough to not punish them severely. Well, the answer lied in the fact that Diane had trusted his 20 years estimate a bit too much. Before Diane left for his trials, The reason why he was so confident in himself was because of two reasons. Firstly, he locked every gate to the essence gathering level, ensuring that even if there were problems, it would be on a controllable scale. Secondly, he had the essence sons and daughters of the Weta Emperor God clan in his pocket. The combination of these two things made Dian certain of a 20-year time period. Unfortunately, there were some things that even Dian couldn't account for. 13 years ago, Dian cleared the first God trial in a staggering 1 year and 6 months, shattering the previous record by almost 10 years. 7 days after that, he cleared the second trial for the first time in its history. This was no longer a record of just this generation, but of all generations to take part in the tower. Normally, this information wouldn't get back to this universe. That was why Dian wasn't worried about making a splash even with the Celestial Deer Quadrant name attached to him. Unfortunately, what Dian didn't know was that a legatee of the Ragnar clan and a legatee of the Weta clan were both in the tower under the names of their two respective sects. It was impossible for Dian to know this. In Dian's estimation, traveling to another universe, let alone quadrant, would take an astronomical amount of time. The thing was that it had taken an astronomical amount of time. The saga of the dukes and duchesses that attacked their quadrant occurred hundreds of years ago. At that time, Loki was still an essence gatherer, while his fiancée, Hela, had just entered the Saint Realm. As a direct result of this attack from dukes and duchesses that Dian assumed had to be from the 30th quadrant, Saru's quadrant, the Ragnar, Weta, and Pakal clans became absolutely certain that there was a stronger world out there. Because of hints the dukes and duchesses dropped about a tower, Hela and the first saint's son of the Weta, who had been the fifth saint's son at the time, were sent on dangerous missions. As for the Pakal, they sent no one. No one knew why, but this was a story for another time. Knowing this, who would have been more shocked than Hela and first saint's son at Dian rising through the ranks? Some unknown boy from their quadrant had found something they had spent centuries trying to find? It had taken Hela and first saint's son more than 600 years to finally make it to the Kitsuntriti quadrant. Yet it almost felt like this time was all but wasted. Luckily for them, they were still under the 1,000-year age limit at the time, and quickly took Duke trials after finding out they were in a race against time. It wasn't until just recently that the two of them managed to climb to the celestial floors and relax due to gaining 4,000 more years to spare. Unluckily, they were bombarded with information about this Dian Sacharo. Neither trusted the other. Hela tried to probe first saint's son about Dian's identity, while he tried to do the same to her, but neither would budge. At that point, none of them knew whether Dian was from the Weta or Ragnar or Pakal clans. In their minds, he couldn't have been from anywhere else. In truth, they suspected the Pakal clan because they were the only clan that hadn't sent anyone to the tower. However, it was impossible to be sure. Without being able to understand this situation, they could only send the information back to their clans. The problem was that without access to the gates, the Sapientia network hadn't made it to their quadrant. This delayed the messages for more than a decade due to their slow methods. In the end, just 2 years ago, the Weta King God clan and the Ragnar Emperor God clan were fully agitated learning of this heaven-defying genius that had suddenly appeared. This was especially so for the Weta clan. After hundreds of years of being only a single universe away from the ranks of the Emperor God clan, the thought of another clan in their quadrant gaining such a heaven-defying genius made them tremble in fear. Suddenly, the pressure they applied across the gates leading to Dian's home universe multiplied many times over. They no longer cared about quality, they just had to become stronger. Normally, this wouldn't matter because Dian had the essence sons and daughters under his command. But, after 14 years of being cultivated by Dian, how could they still be in the essence-gathering realm? They had long since become saints' sons and daughters. Of course, Dian had taken this into account. He expected them to become saints, but he thought that in the time that they no longer lorded over the essence-gatherers, the Belmonts would be able to hold on until he came back, thus the 20-year estimate. But Dian never accounted for the messages of Hela and the first saint's son. The pressure the Weta now applied increased many times over as they took an all-or-nothing approach. However, when they noticed the staunch opposition of the Belmonts and their allies, especially the rising star that was Dian's godson and Zabia's firstborn, Sarah Jafari, they knew that normal means wouldn't work anymore.
Using their previous established connection with the Amen royal prince, Tao Amen, they used his younger brother, Ur Amen, to broker a deal in their gate, funneling their high-level essence gatherers into the universe. The result was devastating. Numerous first and second-grade essence gatherers became a solid backbone of the Amen-Mino alliance. At the same time, the Belmonts were forced to split their attention, dealing with an attack from home and the gates at the same time. Even as Diane's chaotic tune overwhelmed the planet in a vicious melody, what was left of Diane's home was on its last legs. The planet trembled under the movement of Diane's fingers. A jarring melody played as though it rose from the depths of hell, surging through the skies and covering them in a blanket of black clouds. The music froze the battle, being the likes of which those of the martial world had never heard. Such cacophonic composition. Such anger, rage. A chaotic mash of notes that almost sounded as though they didn't belong together. At that moment, no one wanted to move. The level of the music intent was higher than any will they had ever felt before. So high that only Patieniva had sniffed that level before. Unfortunately for Patieniva, after his ice will fell from the 9th intent level even while he was building it back up during these almost 2 decades, he had only managed to reach the 7th intent level once more. He was simply outmatched. At the same time, in a barren landscape stretching hundreds of thousands of miles, the remnants of the mortal world still lay silent. The earth was scorched, large sections of deep valleys were filled with coarse salt remaining from evaporated oceans, and there was not a single breath of life. The landscape was wholly depressing. One would never be able to tell that it had once contained one of the most advanced civilizations to ever exist without cultivation. After 17 years, the land had hardly changed. Other than the heat on the surface gradually reducing over time, there was nothing else. The truth of the matter that a celestial's attack couldn't cover such a large area. It was impossible for a single dying attack to destroy half of a planet that could rival the sun in size. So, how could things have ended this way? When Patieniva finally concluded his revenge on the Clyte family by killing King Clyte, he had rushed back to Earth only to find the atmosphere quickly combusting into nothingness. Had this process succeeded, the Earth would have been scorched to oblivion, causing the instant death of anyone below sainthood, and the eventual deaths of even saints who wouldn't be able to handle the vacuum of space for an extended period of time. Knowing this, Patieniva quickly used his ice will to stop the chain reaction. However, the damage was already done to the mortal world. Even if Patieniva had been a Tao formation expert, it would have pushed him to the limit to save what remained of the mortals. Under normal circumstances, those familiar with basic chemistry would know that if the atmosphere suddenly disappeared, the fear wouldn't be heat, but rather oppressive and chilling cold. With the atmosphere gone, there would be nothing to trap and retain the heat coming from the sun, causing a drastic dip in temperature. The reason this expanded Earth would actually experience the opposite is due to the existence of one person. The entity. Why could an Earth expanded to match the sun in size still retain a normal climate? It's because the heat that maintained normal temperatures was no longer the sole responsibility of the sun, but rather that of the entity's body. The body heat of the entity alone was such that it could turn the Earth to ash in an instant. The role of the atmosphere of this new Earth was to conduct this heat away, maintaining safe living conditions. This was how the prison of the entity was constructed. So, why is all of this important? It's because the moment Matriarch Niveus started the chain reaction, she was actually evoking the body heat of the entity to kill off all of the mortals. The martial world, half of the world managed to survive because they had support of the energies of the universe, allowing any damage to the atmospheric array to be quickly fixed. However, as one knows, the reason there was no auspicious sign during Diane's birth was because energies of the mortal world were sealed. What killed the most mortals wasn't Matriarch Niveus' initial strike, it was the aftereffects. Both the effects of the entity's body heat and being exposed to the vacuum of space were devastating. However, later that day something magical happened. After Diane finished his fight with Loki and Elder Daiyu, putting his life on the line for survival, he took the final 2 remaining kernels away with the last bits of soul energy he had left. At that moment, the energy seal placed on the mortal half of the world was lifted, causing a surge of natural energies to reinvigorate the atmospheric array. What Matriarch Niveus hadn't accounted for in her final breaths was that the catacombs of the Belmont family didn't just extend through the martial world.
For centuries, various governments of the mortal world had explored and mapped these catacombs as well. Unfortunately for them, due to the seal on energy in the mortal world, and them not daring to venture into the martial world territories, they never discovered any legacy worlds. One had to remember that the prize for the world tournament was access to the Belmont tombs. Not because they had treasure, but because there were tens of thousands of hidden legacy worlds within their twisting tunnels.
The moment the seal was officially broken, two earth-shattering events took place. The first was that 3 pregnant women who had managed to survive long enough to escape into their country's mapped catacombs gave birth at the same time. The second was that a dozen legacy worlds that had been lying dormant suddenly opened. The initial attack matriarch Niveus sent landed directly in Diane's hometown of New York City. Thinking that whoever Diane loved had to be staying there, she aimed her attacks for that large populated area.
As for how she knew where Diane was from, how could she not? After all, Diane was the one suspected of having the soul kernel. However, this gave the rest of the world time to respond. Any government would have disaster plans in place. The United States government even had nonsensical plans for the possibility of a zombie attack. As ridiculous as this sounds, it was true. So, how could the various governments of the world not have plans in place for a disaster like this?
Having explored their various catacombs for centuries, it was a no-brainer that they would quickly evacuate those they could into those places. Unfortunately, no matter how fast their response was, more than 95% of the mortal world's population was wiped out within the first 10 minutes.
Aside from those who had no chance escaping a strike levied a celestial, the subsequent chain reaction was too fierce for the rest to survive. Due to the proximity of the White House to New York City, taking into account the attack range of a celestial matriarch Niveus' initial attack instantly wiped out the entire eastern border of the United States and Canada, taking with it the life of Clara's father. However,
the troubles didn't end there. Due to diligently laid succession plans, President Gallagher's replacement was chosen almost immediately and an evacuation order was sent. Luckily, the entrances to the catacombs covered the entire world. Of course, these entrances didn't exist naturally but were rather dug out and created by those of the mortal world. As a result, even small cities had a few dozen possible entrances allowing quick evacuations. But as the atmosphere quickly burned to nothingness, the entrances had to be closed.
If they remained opened, then this evacuation would mean nothing. Should the doors have remained opened, everyone inside would have died too. At that moment, the leaders of the world made a harsh decision, deciding to close the entrances to these safe havens less than 10 minutes after they opened. Despair fell onto those who didn't make it in time. Some families were torn apart, husbands from wives, fathers and mothers from children. This was the devastating reality. Of the nearly 10 billion mortals that had been alive just minutes earlier, less than 10 million remained. Still, the problems didn't end there. It was as though they had hopped out of a frying pan and into the fire. As is clearly known, the heat of the earth didn't come from the sun, but from the entity. So, even if escaping underground would save them from the initial surge of Matriarch Niveus' attack and being exposed to the vacuum of space due to the various technologies hidden within the bunkers, it only brought them closer to the disaster beneath their feet. The bunkers that had been designed for exceptional safety, some of the most advanced pieces of technology ever created, suddenly began to heat up to levels beyond the ability of humans to withstand. At first, the bunkers were able to stand strong.
They had been designed for the most extreme circumstances. Whether it be severe negative temperatures or ones as high as the Earth's core, it could withstand them all. Unfortunately, the matters of the martial world were far beyond their abilities to calculate. While they had accounted for the Earth's core, the body heat of the entity was on a completely unprecedented level. One level of heat could exist along with the Earth, while the other could burn it to ash.
Hours passed in these conditions. The leaders didn't know what to do. They had already sacrificed so many by closing the doors early. Now it seemed that their sacrifice would mean nothing as they slowly roasted to death. Many diverted all of their energy into protecting the food supplies, placing them in the safest places. However, this diversion of resources only made the deaths pile up quicker. The old and weak were the first to die, as a population that had already fallen to 10 million dwindled by hundreds, then thousands, then tens of thousands. The bitter reality began to set in for many as what they had come to know started to crumble in upon them. The food and water supplies burnt to a crisp soon after, as many realized there was no point in having food if they were going to die anyway. Many began to tremble in helplessness.
Maybe the worst part was that they were too hot to even find comfort in those beside them. Their throats were sore, their lips were cracked and dry, and even their hair began to fray, evaporating into what looked like nothing more than straw livestock would eat.
The animals and crops were the next to go, causing everyone to despair all the more. Even if by some miracle the heat stopped rising, how would it matter if they couldn't sustain themselves afterward?
Some fell into such despair that they begged the soldiers keeping order to shoot them dead. As the hours passed, some soldiers even turned their guns on themselves. In bunkers where this happened, mass suicide was the tragic ending. It was then, when seemingly all hope was lost,
that Dian finally won his battle, releasing the mortals of their chains. However, it seemed almost too late. A population that already stood at a pitiful 10 million had dwindled to barely 4 million. And it didn't seem like the strife would end there. Still, where there was darkness, there was light. The moment Dian unsealed the mortal world, 3 babies were born, 2 baby girls and a single baby boy. As the first babies born from the native race of their universe with their cultivations completely unsealed, to say that the talent of these babies was overwhelming was a major understatement. The momentums of their births were so fierce that it sent waves for tens of thousands of miles outward. Could be said that if it wasn't for these 3 babies, the human race would have been doomed.
One had to understand that even with the seal undone, the energy density of Dian's home universe was so scarce that the time it would have taken for the energies to appropriately spread and thus repair the atmospheric array
would have made it too late for any decent number of individuals to survive. However, the birth of such geniuses gained the acknowledgement of the universe, causing it to send a flood of energy toward Earth that sped up this process by hundreds of times. The body heat of the entity was conducted away at blinding speeds, immediately reducing the temperature of the bunkers at a noticeable rate. Still, major problems remained. Many were suffering from large-scale first- and second-degree burns that, if not treated, would lead to death. However, even worse, the food that was meant to last them years was destroyed by the heat. Just as one problem was solved, another more daunting issue seemed to arise. The earth was now completely barren. There was no usable soil, no seeds to plant even if they had them. The animals were obviously all killed, and even if they had the mind to travel to the martial world, how could they travel millions of miles on foot? That was impossible. Doomed. They were absolutely doomed. But that was when the heavens decided to smile down upon them once more. The catacombs began to tremble, being drenched in an energy it hadn't felt in millennia. At that moment, a dozen legacy worlds opened at the corners of the world, immediately alerting the leaders around the world. Although they didn't know what these portals to another world were, they knew that it was their last hope. Of course, these dozen legacy worlds were incredibly low level. After all, if one thinks back to Dian's time at Focus Academy, they spent centuries trying to funnel enough energy into their treasures to open up the Demon Sage's legacy world. In fact, they even sacrificed the lives of their own disciples to that end. Knowing this, how could the scarce energy of Earth open up any powerful legacy worlds? They wouldn't have even opened at all if it hadn't been for the birth of those 3 children. However, this seemingly bad thing was actually very good. Because the legacy worlds were so weak, the dangers within weren't so overwhelming that they couldn't be handled by mortal world technology that, at its best, could match meridian formation experts. The legacy worlds didn't just provide an opportunity for the mortals to learn small tidbits about cultivation, but, most importantly, provided them with lands they could farm, beasts they could hunt, and water they could drink. In this transition period, loss of life was inevitable. During a 17-year period, the population had fallen to just below 2 million. It was only now that the mortals finally regained their footing thanks to the birth of numerous geniuses over the years. So, the question was, if after 17 years of suffering, of living with your life on the edge, you suddenly heard the projection of music from an instrument that no one had played in almost 2 decades, how would you react? What if that instrument was also playing music you knew only existed in your mortal world? How would you react then? And what if the projection of the music was so powerful that it seemed like a completely insurmountable mountain? The older generation of the surviving mortals looked up into the skies on their legacy worlds, tears falling down their cheeks for reasons even they couldn't explain. Chopin's Ballade No. 4. Many of them muttered beneath their breaths.
At that moment, they felt like their mortal race had a chance to survive. If there was someone among them who was so powerful, their days of endless nightmares might finally come to an end. Ironically, as Dian was trying to find out himself whether there was any beauty to be found in chaos,
millions of his fellow clansmen held their hands to their chest, listening to his chaotic tune with hope blooming in their hearts. As the wills of those millions reached out, Dian's Dao heart suddenly trembled. Dian's eyes sharpened. He didn't understand what was happening, but he could feel that his Dao heart was responding to something. Its mere particle-like remnants became agitated at the touch of 1. Then the touch of 10. Then 100. Beauty in chaos? Dian's hands involuntarily sped up in response, gliding between the keys with an expert flair. His eyes glowed with a fiercer light.
He didn't understand just what path he was embarking on, but it felt good. An emotion Dian hadn't felt in more than 3 months now. The crumbled remnants of his Dao heart trembled as a pulse was sent through them, but it settled down once more.
Still, the speed of his fingers only increased, as though he was running toward something. For the first time, planet Earth trembled not because of mighty cultivators that could level mountains with a finger, but because of mortals, fiendishly persistent in their will to survive.
Dian's fingers raced across the keys, his passion growing as his emotionless eyes seemed to flicker with inexplicable feelings at seemingly random times.
Anticipation, happiness, sorrow, rage, they coursed through his mind as though they were his own thoughts. The Dao heart was a complex aspect of the martial world. The techniques for cultivating them were so important that they stood in a category of their own even compared to the other core teachings a sect might have. And even then, only the topmost sects and clans would even have the worst of Dao heart cultivation techniques. There were 9 Dao hearts that reigned supreme over all others, while all remaining Dao hearts were lesser evolved forms of these 9. This structure was a saving grace for many transcendents who might not have been lucky enough to come from clans with these hidden techniques.
It gave them the opportunity to evolve their own. When Dian's father toyed with 9 half-step transcendents at once, they could hardly believe the drastic difference in power between them. Any half-step transcendent, no matter who you were, had to reach the peak of Dao formation to perfection. Just imagining the small percentage of individuals who could become peak first-grade Dao formation experts required a fortified mind. So, in a class that was already so exclusive, how could there such large differences between them?
What made it so that Dian's father within his second trial could toy with so many half-step transcendents at once? The answer fell into 3 distinct categories. The first was the level of perfection one cast away their mortal chains with. There were 3 paths to becoming a half-step transcendent: the energy path, the soul path, and the body path. In order to become a transcendent, you only needed to strengthen 2 paths sufficiently before pushing a third to the half-step stage. However, those greater geniuses would strengthen a 3rd path sufficiently while pushing 2 paths to the half-step stage.
And even still, ultimate geniuses would push all 3 paths to that lauded level.
The first important distinction was that Dian's father had surmounted the half-step stage in 2 paths. In addition, while he and his wife restricted their cultivation due to Dian's birth, he pushed forward his 3rd, giving him a pseudo-perfect immortal foundation. The second category relied on comprehension. More than any other cultivation level, transcendence relied heavily on comprehension, and the reason for this tied heavily into the 3rd category: their Dao heart. This so-called immortal foundation was built upon the Dao heart. Transcendence was the point in cultivation where one's lifespan no longer relied on their life force, but rather their Dao heart. All of these things intertwined into a complex tree of comprehension that couldn't exist without the other. One's cultivation helped to build the immortal foundation, while one's Dao heart was the proxy by which this foundation was built, while comprehension was the foundation of one's Dao heart itself. It was a beautiful cycle that perfectly embodied the deeper truths of cultivation. This was all to say that to a transcendent, the Dao heart was of ridiculous importance. So, The ability to one day form one of the mighty nine that ruled over them all was the dream of any cultivator. The problem was that these techniques were heavily guarded. Although Dian's grand teacher's cycle reincarnation led down the path of the samsara heart, how many people could possibly know this? The entity had given Dian this information so nonchalantly as though it meant nothing, but if others knew, it's likely that even those outer fringe clans who left their tower quadrants alone wouldn't sit idly by. However, this was the hidden danger of Dao hearts. Didn't Dian's grand teacher warn him never to take the cycle of reincarnation trials? If he tried to force Dian to not enter, then why did he allow the trials to exist at all? The answer was simple. He trusted Dian to find the deeper meanings of the trial, something he didn't believe anyone else could do. The samsara heart had cost Dian's grand teacher many things, the least of which was his eyesight. While it was the reason he had lived trillions of years, it was also the reason he was slowly dying. The world of Dao hearts was without a doubt complex. There were even specific bloodlines that could awaken devolved versions of the 9 supreme hearts, like the Demon Chilan clan's demon heart that was a branch heart of the chaotic heart. However, at this moment, as Dian's Dao heart continuously trembled, it wasn't thinking about the samsara heart, nor was it thinking about the chaotic heart. Wills called out to it one by one. The feeling of millions reaching outward, infusing their hopes and dreams into a melody that drifted across the skies. It filled Dian with a mightiness, a confidence that even his own arrogant disposition had never felt before. The remnants of his Dao heart swirled, before falling down, only to pick back up again. A chaotic storm raged through Dian's soul as his Dao heart cobbled together like a toddler learning to walk for the first time. The baby within Dian's mind's eye gurgled, its little chest beating even as it glowed a fiercer red gold than the rest of its small body. The raging storm condensed and collapsed, only to condense again, fighting fiercely not only with the universe itself but Dian's uncertainty. It was only then that Dian felt a door of understanding suddenly open. He felt like his understanding of the sovereign path had been too shallow, almost laughable. All this time, he had believed that the sovereign path was just about conquering the universe with his arrogant disdain, that his unbridled confidence in himself was all he needed. But now, as the eyes of the baby within his mind's eye fluttered, as the swirling remnants of his Dao heart condensed into a seed less than a centimeter wide, as the armies attacking his planet retreated to their teleportation stations in fear, Dian finally understood. Why did dragons constantly leave their own clans to form new clans? Why were they willing to forgo what their ancestors had built to build their own paths? Was it really just because they disdained their family's rule over them? Boom! Dian's presence tore through a glass ceiling, shattering the restraints of the universe with an arrogant disdain that stemmed not just from him, but from the millions that stood at his back. The seed of the sovereign heart had once more appeared in the world. The spirits in Dian's mind's eye shivered as the baby's eyes fluttered. Its long, delicate, and golden eyelashes trembled as the smallest crack was formed. In just that instant, the world around Dian shattered completely. The piano was crushed to bits. The land spanning hundreds of miles around him blasted downward, leaving a bottomless pit. Even the skies above his head seemed to blast apart, tearing through the canopy of the catacombs. For hundreds of miles in every direction, there was only Dian standing in the air with a completely dumbfounded expression as the baby once more closed its eyes. The hearts of the spirits trembled. If it hadn't been for the seal acting at the last moment, they would have been incinerated to nothingness. That was... Dian looked down at his hands. That was definitely a soul attack. Dian's soul began to grow. First it was a baby of no more than a few months old. But then its position began to change. It soon became a toddler of about 2 years old, turning itself to sit upright in a position of meditation. As Dian's soul shifted its position, one of the seemingly impossible-to-break crystalline chains shattered without resistance, sending Dian's chest into yet another violent pulse. For the first time in more than a week, Dian's mind cleared. He didn't receive some magical answer, nor did he find some nonsensical boost in morale to push him past his thoughts. If he had to be realistic, he still felt that chaos was inevitable, that there was no beauty to be found in it, and that a tragic ending was all that lay in wait for them all.
The reason he had pulled out wasn't because he thought things would get better, but because of one thing and one thing only: responsibility. In those moments, as he played his chaotic tunes, it was no longer about him and how he felt. There were suddenly millions of people resting their hopes on him, placing their future in his hands. When this happened, he inadvertently triggered and succeeded in the most difficult hurdle in forming the initial sovereign heart. Sovereignty wasn't just about arrogance. It was about taking the hopes of your people and forging a path for their futures. Dragons didn't continuously seek to form their own clans, factions and sects just because they disdained being ordered by others. It was also because they sought out the true sovereignty path. The path that Dian had come to know was nothing more than an elaborate fake. The formation of Dian's seed had little to do with himself and almost everything to do with those members of his mortal race that were willing to fight for survival. Dian clenched his fists. If Dad was here, he'd kill me. A bitter chuckle escaped his lips. His dad was one of the greatest generals to ever exist. Although the mortal realm seemed relatively peaceful, the truth was that wars were inevitable. Not every person of the martial world followed the unspoken rule of conduct. Attacks from bandit and ragtag groups of bastards wasn't too frequent, but it wasn't infrequent either. It was because generals like Dian's father continuously displayed a strength far beyond their means that the weaker fringes of the martial world didn't attack them willfully and with naked abandon. Just how many times over the years had his dad faced situations where he could have despaired, yet pushed through anyway? Yet he, who had access to power his father could only dream of, gave up so easily. Was it a case of ignorant bliss? Was his father just so weak that he couldn't fathom the things that Dian could? Maybe. Dian wasn't in a state where he'd delude himself into believing that his father was some all-powerful, all-knowing, incredibly mentally tough individual that would never be fazed by anything. His view of the world had become too pragmatic and much less idealistic. However, what Dian did know was that his father would never show this fear and uncertainty if he was there. No matter what his father faced, he would always make sure that Dian never forgot that there was a steady wall before him, ready to block whatever may come. What Dian's father felt didn't matter. So what if he felt fear? So what if he second-guessed himself? So what if he sometimes felt helpless despair? For the sake of his son, he would shatter those feelings with an iron will ready to stand before anything. Dian coughed, spewing several mouthfuls of blood from his lips. In his selfless state, he had been able to suppress and ignore the severe injuries to his body, but it seemed he wouldn't be able to anymore. He wiped the blood away with his forearm, looking off at the distant hand hanging from the skies. Whether there's beauty in chaos or not, I don't know. But it doesn't really matter, now does it? Dian stretched out his hand, causing a stream of black flames to jettison outward before solidifying into a flickering spear. He suddenly felt as though his body was being torn apart as another mouthful of blood threatened to fly from his mouth. In that moment, his eyes flashed as an overwhelming emperor presence blasted outward from him. "Subdue," Dian said in a faint voice. Dian could clearly feel the flames still raging within him, and he didn't dare to invoke his flames using his divine sense for fear of burning his soul to nothingness. But there was a clear change that took place. Under threat of his Tao heart, his chaotic flames became docile. With a squeeze of his hand, the spear of black flames shattered, falling from the skies and extinguishing. Just as Dian turned to leave, a blur of wind charged toward him, diving into his arms and kicking his shins so fiercely that he thought his leg might break. "Ah!" Dian looked down and sighed. He had thought that Clara would be asleep for at least several more weeks, but it seemed that he had underestimated the strength of her body. "You're too powerful to kick my leg that hard," Dian said bitterly. "Shut up." In the end, Dian chose to listen. Just outside the large natural moat surrounding the Belmont Holy Land, an army of millions was gathered. However, the oddity was that their morale had seemingly dropped to an all-time low. Whether it was their target, the Belmont clan, or themselves, no one seemed eager to attack. In the center of the encampment, there was a large tent standing more than 20 meters tall and 50 meters wide. It almost stood as a castle into itself. What the hell was that? A towering man standing at almost 4 meters tall with sharp bull horns coming from his large forehead raged, shattering the carpeted ground beneath his feet in a fit of anger.
Those Amen clan cowards have already retreated back to the teleportation stations. If I don't crush them to dust after this is all over, know that the name of my Mino clan means nothing. This man was none other King Mino, the leader of the formerly imprisoned Mino royal god clan. After Saru and her people left, the Mino clan once more laid claim to their planet Mino.
Not only that, but their powers surged due to the copious amounts of resources that Sara left them in apology. With 17 years of growth, the foundation of the Mino clan had undergone a qualitative change, shifting the position of most powerful experts to be heavily skewed in their favor. Just hours previously, the Mino and Amen clan alliance had been launching their most recent in a long line of continuous attacks levied toward Earth. However, when Diane's music covered the planet, the leaders got cold feet, and for good reason. The Amen clan, who had experience with Madeline's parents, were the first to retreat, believing that the couple was back. The Mino clan was less cautious, mostly due to their hot-headed king, and thus camped on the other side of Belmont Lake. King Mino's disposition was of no real surprise, though. The Mino clan, similar to the Vizirian clan from Diane's second trial, were a line of humans with beast blood within them, namely the demon bull. Although the demon bull wasn't on the same level as a dragon, obviously it was still a heaven-grade beast in its prime. Still, the Mino tribe only had access to a very diluted portion of this bloodline, bringing them to cusp of the Earth grade on average. Only their most talented geniuses would be born with enough bloodline density to reach the Earth grade. However, the reason the treasures Saru left behind were so valuable was exactly because Saru's Shruti clan, and their subordinate clans, were all humans with beast blood as well. Saru's royal family had the blood of the noble five-headed white elephant, while their subordinate Hanu clan had various elite monkey and ape bloodlines within them. Because of this, they were very familiar with methods of stimulating and purifying beast bloodlines, thus giving the Mino clan a much-needed power boost. Even still, this wasn't the most poignant point. The Mino clan migrated to this universe just like the other clans had. Only Diane's mortal world were true natives of this universe. While the Ragnar clan controlled 29 universes, the Pakel clan controlled 26, and the Weta clan controlled 24. There still remained 21 universes in the celestial deer quadrant that were seemingly unclaimed. One had to also remember that Diane's home universe wasn't adjacent to just the Weta universe. It was also adjacent to the Chaos universe, the former home of the elves. Why was this important? Simply put, the gifts the Shruti clan left for the Mino clan in compensation also involved the reason Saru and her clansmen decided to occupy planet Mino instead of any of the other 4 planets available to them. The Shruti clan was able to decipher important ancient ruins left for the Mino clan by their ancestors. Ruins they had long forgotten the meaning of. This was all to say that this war was just a first step for the Mino clan. If they took this step appropriately, becoming the 4th big shot of the celestial deer quadrant wouldn't be impossible. However, in their pursuit of this greater goal, they had met a seemingly insurmountable mountain, and their king wasn't taking it so well. You were right, Diane spoke, looking off into the distance. Clara looked at the side of her husband's face, still feeling uneasy on the inside. She could tell something had changed, and she didn't think that she liked it. From the last time she saw Diane to now, it felt like he had suddenly become his stoic, emotionless father. But Clara much preferred the carefree, goofy Diane who could be arrogant yet caring at the same time. Although Clara saw General Sacharo like an uncle, in fact, that's exactly what he was to her. She loved Diane for very different reasons. Some survived. I'm not sure how long it will take to find them, though. My divine sense can't reach out so far. Clara knew that she should be happy, but she had little to no reaction to Diane's words. Diane sent a sideways glance over. What are you pouting about? I'm just fine, aren't I? You're not your dad, idiot. Clara turned away, gliding off into the distance with little wind flying behind her. I'll go and find them. You still have some cocky celestial beasts to deal with. Diane blinked, watching his wife almost swim through the air. After a pause, he burst into a fit of laughter before coughing up another few mouthfuls of blood. Fucking hell. Aren't you going to help your planet? It's being attacked. Geralda suddenly as the demon sage tower glided over and entered the gate that resided at Belmont Lake's center. She wore a light green dress, sitting on a comfortable couch with her little boy in her lap. Diane emotionlessly looked over toward the Belmont Holy Land.
In truth, he didn't have any love lost with the martial world half of Earth. Even King Belmont, who was relatively kind-hearted in comparison to the rest, still dared to test whether or not he was worthy of Madeline. Diane didn't care whether or not it was for the sake of some greater good. Elders of the martial world always seemed to want to find every reason other than themselves for why things weren't going great. Instead of figuring out how he himself could get more powerful, he was thinking of ways to marry Madeline into his family for the sake of her primordial Een, regardless of her feelings.
In the end, Diane turned out to be the far better candidate in comparison to Lionel Belmont, but what if he hadn't been?
Wouldn't that supposedly kind-hearted King Belmont have turned against him? The whole thing disgusted him. As for the fact King Belmont housed him while he was unconscious, so what? That was the least he could do after he saved their asses. All of this said, Diane wasn't ignoring them just because of past anger. I'm injured and have less than 10% of my peak capabilities. Right now, I wouldn't be able to beat the top generals of the attacking army. With his divine sense, there was nothing hidden for Diane. Those below weren't even qualified to notice that he had investigated them. Plus, I have other matters to attend to.
The campaign months for Sol Rend Quadrant are in just a few days. Of course, there were other reasons Diane wanted to ignore this situation for now. But this was the most important point.
Before Diane entered the mystical world, there was about half a year until the campaign months of Sol Rend Quadrant. Although they had lowered the barrier to the essence level, there was no way the weak 98th quadrant could defend against true geniuses without him. Now that almost 5 months had passed, 3 of which he spent consolidating his soul, the time was rapidly coming up. Plus, the only way for him to heal himself in time was using the life-energy-dense atmosphere of the mystical world.
I see,
Geralda said softly. I didn't say this to make you feel guilty. I just didn't want you to think that you had to rush me off to my husband. Me and little Ryu have waited for a long time. We can wait a little longer if you have important things to handle.
Ryu, huh?
Diane turned back to glance at the little boy, who had never said a word for as long as Diane had known him.
We can keep Geralda and little Ryu entertained, Bella said with a bright smile, pinching the little boy's cheeks along with Mia. The 2 twin blue-eyed sisters had switched out of their nunnery robes, wearing beautiful, flowing dresses that Clara had made for them. Back when their hair had been hidden under their head coverings, Diane had assumed they were blonde. But they were actually a dense black at the top that faded away into a striking white nearer its edges. Diane smiled. No worries. This is what I do anyway.
But Geralda shook her head, emitting a pride that made Diane raise an eyebrow. Thank you. I will repay you one day. Diane wanted to tell her not to worry about it, but something about the look in Geralda's eyes told him that his words would be useless. Just who are you? He couldn't help but ask. The dignity Geralda exuded was not normal by any stretch of the imagination. Hearing Diane's question, Geralda smiled as her appearance began to change. Her skin became smoother. Her brown eyes flickered with a crystalline light even as her long black hair shimmered. In a moment, her eyes became like 2 shining gems, translucent crystals shimmering in pinks and pale lavender. Her hair thinned, seemingly becoming a bright white before being overwhelmed by beautiful light blues and soothing cherry reds. In that instant, she became one of the most beautiful women Diane had ever seen. Yet, somehow, she seemed like a beast just moment away from snapping its leash. The pressure she exuded made Diane realize in that moment, in the state he was in, he had no chance of defeating her. Of this generation, I'm the eldest princess of the Agios clan, she said with a smile. You probably don't know us by that name, though.
But you have heard of the Crystal Dragon clan, right? Later that day, Diane strolled to the back gardens of Soul-Rending Peak once more, a reflective look in his eyes.
The Crystal Dragon clan? HM? Other than the Dragon King, Geralda was the first dragon Diane had met. He had to say they truly lived up to their name. Well, there was Elder Dayu as well, but the Dayu clan had had their beast forms sealed. It might be silly to say this considering his first interaction with one was a princess who needed saving. But, ironically, it was exactly because of that Diane felt that the dragons lived up to their name. Geralda had no hint of animosity toward the son in her arms. On top of that, She had no intention of using her family for revenge either. Both of these things seemed disconnected, but their explanations had the same root cause: a bone-deep pride. Geralda would never hate her son because that was weakness. She would never rely on her family name because that was, once again, weakness. She accepted her fate in exchange for the life of her husband and daughter as a display of her strength. In the end, her queenly sovereign aura only grew all the more so. She even insisted on taking a targeted cultivation cleansing pill, even knowing that her tribulation would be many times more powerful. The only question on Diane's mind was just why Violet was so weak despite being half-dragon, but it didn't take him long to understand the reason why. When Diane first met Ri, despite her being half-kitsune, the bloodline was so far suppressed that she exuded none of the signs at all. So, Diane wasn't new to suppressed bloodlines. In Ri's case, it was because the attributes of her faith seed and her kitsune heritage clashed. This didn't even mention her god constitution, one that relied heavily on the sovereignty path, Elven Queen's reign. The three dispositions clashed with one another, each vying for supremacy but none coming out on top. In Violet's case, it was very similar but far more complex. Dragons were the embodiment of sovereignty. Her mother's pride was so deeply entrenched within her that she wouldn't allow anything to blemish her, even after being humiliated for hundreds of years. Yet, could Violet say that she was the same? Violet was conniving, scheming, and more willing to trick her way to victory or rely on someone else to do it for her than to seek out victory herself. How could a dragon bloodline acknowledge such a host? She was far more like a snake than a dragon. Sure, maybe it wasn't entirely Violet's fault for how she became, but if she wanted someone to feel pity for her, she'd have to take a step in the right direction first. It doesn't matter. I have more important things to worry about. Even if I don't care for the Belmont family, I can't let Zabia's family get hurt, especially not my little godson. What kind of godfather would I look like if I let him take on the whole burden? With that final thought, Diane walked into the mystical world once again. Head Ari. Head Ari. Saintess Ray sprinted into a quiet meditation room, her long white hair bouncing behind her. Soon after, Saintess Rue tumbled in after her, still as quiet as ever but stumbling about adorably. For the past several weeks, Head Ari hadn't done much but try to calm her Tao heart. After watching Diane's entire world collapse in on him, she felt as though she was witnessing the death of her husband and hearing the news of her daughter's demise all over again. She hardly knew Diane, but she still felt a connection to him that was hard to explain. Did one need to know their child to love them the moment they were born? Of course not. In the same way, Head Ari felt like the disciple of her own daughter was the grandchild she had never met. Unless she calmed herself, she knew that it would be impossible to continue her cultivation into the future. So she had been in secluded meditation ever since Diane disappeared. Head Ari awoke from her thoughts only to frown. It was a massive taboo to interrupt secluded meditation. Had she been at a breakthrough point, there could have been severe backlash. How could these two not know this? He's back. What? He's back. He who? Head Ari's eyes brightened as her brows unfurrowed. Diane. He came back 3 days ago, but we didn't dare to tell you anything since we couldn't tell if he was better or not. It wasn't until he stopped meditating and climbed to the 8th tier that we realized that he was himself again. Diane walked through the 8th tier with a calm expression on his face. The beasts here were already on a complete other level. Many pushed the peak of the lower celestial level, making progression far more difficult. However, Diane no longer relied on his clones because he no longer had the time to train. That said, he had once more begun following his master's rules and was quite happy to listen to her yelling in his ear. Since his master didn't bring up his complete mental breakdown, he didn't either. And for obvious reasons, he didn't blame her. In fact, it was far better for him to have faced the challenge then instead of when lives other than his own were on the line. It could be said that these past few weeks were a blessing in disguise. Although Diane's control over his wills was poor without that otherworldly selfless state, his comprehension was off the charts. He had easily saved half a century, maybe more, of time. One had to know that even for God-level characters, they wouldn't comprehend a single 9th-level intent until they became high-level celestials. Only true God-level characters might comprehend a 9th-level intent at the mid-level. And even then, that was a single one. Diane had comprehended more than a half dozen.
In addition, he had completed his mastery of low and mid-common grade techniques for the 9-core weapons. That had saved him a few years at least. Diane could tell that mastering mid-common grade techniques was exponentially more difficult.
But the greatest blessing was probably Diane's understanding of his body cultivation talent. In his selfless state, he had caught a glimpse of every single constitution he had access to.
Although it was unfortunate that he didn't have any ancient constitutions, he did gain a solid understanding of what he did have, which helped him make his decision. After being knocked around for so long, Diane seriously questioned his durability. This time around, he was adamant about his defense. So, he made his choice. Diane's first constitution would be the God-grade constitution, Eternity's Balance. Diane's second constitution would be the Heaven-grade constitution, ranked within the top 3 defense-oriented constitution and Ava's very own constitution, Silver Mirror.
And his final constitution, ranked among the top 3 God-grade male constitutions, Titan Diamond Body. Normally, the abilities of one's spatial will is restricted to certain facets. For example, there are spatial attack specialists, defensive specialists, and movement specialists.
However, your profundity is such that your spatial will embodies them all. Diane's master spoke as he charged through the 8th tier. One of the reasons spatial wills aren't categorized as supreme laws is exactly because of this.
Its abilities are too restricted and the laws of the universe limit what it could possibly do. Diane flashed forward hundreds of meters, his weapons hell arrays following him and unleashing barrage after barrage of unceasing attacks.
The reason Void Will is on a level above is because of its devastating attack potency. Even beyond spatial tiers, Void tiers don't simply cut. Comparing Space Will with Void Will is like comparing a flame without characteristics to another with several. However, these things go hand in hand. While Spatial Will could never match Void Will in attack potency, Void Will can never match Spatial Will in controlled space manipulation. Essentially, Void Will is meant to cause destruction, to act as a black hole of sorts that can tear something apart from its deepest hidden levels.
While it can imitate spatial will by using these abilities to tear apart space, it's only that, an imitation. By that same token, spatial will can communicate with the surroundings to tear space as well, but its efficiency is far better. The best way to describe it is that both wills are specialized tools that happen to be able to do other things, but, for obvious reasons, they're the best at doing what they're meant to do. Diane listened silently. These characteristics of Void Will were probably responsible for why Ri could use those mini-cyclones as meridian replacements. It seems Void Will had characteristics of destruction and strong gravity akin to a black hole. It was no wonder that it was categorized as a supreme law.
At the same time though, if the profundity of Diane's spatial will was analyzed, it would likely be on par with a supreme law as well. Although it fell short of Void Will in terms of attack potency, it won out in terms of versatility. Plus, if Diane fused his spatial will with his sword will, its attack potency would increase another level much closer to the destructive capabilities of Void Will. However, your use of spatial will in combat is terrible. Esmeralda chided.
You've completely neglected your movement techniques just because you're content to teleport around the battlefield for extra style points. For one, you're wasting an unnecessary amount of stamina.
If it wasn't for the fact your soul was so far beyond anything most Celestials would have, you wouldn't be able to account for such a cost. Still, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. Secondly, you lack control and flexibility. You should be using your spatial will as a supplement to your movement, not as the core attraction. Understood. Diane's eyes lost their luster as they began to glow with a faint gold light. Currently, Diane had experienced 3 depths of selflessness.
However, he could only access the first freely, while the remaining 2 were too taxing. The first state was an emotionless late, making it inherently flawed. Although mindlessly cultivating was good, cultivation was inextricably linked to one's disposition. Becoming emotionless was usually detrimental to an end that almost always required understanding oneself. Even for techniques that required being emotionless, the profundity usually lied in the process of casting away emotions. If you skipped that step, learning the technique was meaningless. The second state was the reason Diane's cultivation had finally unsealed. It allowed selflessness without losing one's disposition. It gave an added level of clarity that sped up Diane's cultivation by tens of times the first state. However, the drain on his mental energy wasn't something Diane could handle just yet. The third state was so devastating that it could only be sustained by life force. Of course, even if Dian wanted to enter this state again, he would be unlikely to succeed. Although the results were truly heaven-defying, the cost was equally as great. Dian estimated that he had lost almost 20,000 years of life in this state. Even he didn't know exactly why he was still alive. That said, with Dian's intelligence, how could he not suspect Luna?
Still, he forcibly suppressed those thoughts because unlike Amphory, he would never see Luna again. Dian slipped into the first state almost as an escape. At least with it he wouldn't have to think about such sad things. By now he could maintain this first state for 3 hours.
The good news was that although it wasn't as powerful as the two others, it not only helped his comprehension, but also his fighting prowess. The more techniques Dian mastered, the more he started to see what final destination his master envisioned.
The seamless flow between various weapons and styles, the unpredictable nature of his approaches, and the seemingly endless responses to the toughest of situations. It felt as though he had an answer to whatever obstacle he faced.
Soon, Dian had made his way to a very familiar set of pearly white stairs to once more find a very angered black striped white tiger, no longer nonchalantly laying in rest, but suffused with a clear, unbridled anger and killing intent. Dian laughed, strolling toward the growling tiger with a wide smile on his face, with a spear weighing more than 1,000,000 Jin sitting on his shoulder. To think you'd still be so mad after 7 losses. Maybe the 8th time's the charm. The white tiger growled, clearly not liking Dian's words one bit. According to its duties, its original body had split its soul 19 total ways. One was within his main body, while the remaining 18 guarded the various entrances to the tiers. However, this seemingly simple task had become nothing more than a nightmare. Even when boosting its attack power to account for the group Dian was in, it still wasn't enough. Dian would end up using it like a punching bag to hone his skills and even berate the white tiger when it wasn't good enough. For the esteemed position it held, how could the white tiger tolerate this?
"You'd better go all out this time," Dian said casually, "because I don't plan on giving you a 9th chance. After this, I'll go directly to the 18th tier. Dian swung the spear from his shoulder, brandishing it as a fierce light shone in his eyes.
He had learned a few things since he began this climb. The 18 tiers weren't actually a fixed exam. The flexibility of the battle prowess of the Stair Guardians made it clear that the challenge was adjusted depending on the person.
The number of people climbing the stairs at one time was only a single factor. It also seemed that the Guardian decided the difficulty of the exam as well. Dian had evaluated the Guardian's prowess as being at the God level but short of the true God level. Technically, true God wasn't a rank to its own, but rather a subset of gods that stood above the rest due to their overwhelming results on the trials. Still, Dian knew there was a distinction.
The reason this was important was because the God difficulty was the highest the Guardian was allowed to present to Dian, as there was no true God difficulty. Meaning, the white tiger gave Dian the God difficulty because he sensed that it was the difficulty Dian earned. If Dian was correct, if he continued to climb the stairs and passed all 18 levels, there would be the corresponding God reward. However, he had no intention of doing so, mostly because he was quite aware that he wasn't strong enough. After all, as his master had said, this test was only meant to be passed by peak celestials. In his current state, it took Dian's everything to defeat a normal mid-level celestial, let alone a first-grade mid-celestial. Unfortunately, now that he had reached the 8th tier, that was exactly the prowess the white tiger now held. After all, no god-level character would be below a first-grade level. Still, Dian's fighting spirit reached an all-time high.
He wouldn't allow anything in this world to stop. If he did, he wouldn't be Dian Sicharo. 2 days later, Dian awoke from meditation at the top of the stairs leading to the 9th tier. Just below, the white tiger glared at him but was unable to follow. Clearly it still had some regrets.
Of course, Dian wasn't in position to defeat a first-grade middle celestial. The power gap was far too large. At best, he would defeat a second-stage first-grade celestial depending on their meridians filled. As for middle celestials, they'd have to be low-order third-grade celestials like the Grand Templar Sex Kings for Dian to be confident against them. That said, that was only in terms of sheer combat prowess.
Aside from combat prowess, Dian had something else that his opponents usually couldn't match: his intelligence. Where his battle prowess failed, his mind made up for it. Not to mention his overwhelming senses.
Still, it took him more than a day and a half to make it past the white tiger, and even then it couldn't count as a true victory. Diane shrugged, winking at the white tiger trembling in anger before disappearing. The moment Diane appeared on the 18th tier, he felt as though a goddess had breathed life into his lungs. Despite being the smallest tier by area, the 18th definitely had its own characteristics going for it. Not only was the life energy the densest here, but the reverberating effects due to this truth had astounding consequences that made it look more like heaven than a mystical world. Ha! Just as Diane was taking in his surrounding, he felt the emotions of his master fluctuate so violently that a small ripple was set off in his mind's eye. Master? Diane blinked in confusion. But before he could react, two white blurs sped toward him at a speed that made him absolutely certain that he was no match for him. In an instant, two bright-eyed and white-haired beauties looked up at him curiously, walking around his body as though they were observing a piece of art at a museum instead of a human being. Diane raised an eyebrow. Out of respect, he hadn't unleashed his divine sense. But that didn't mean that his senses weren't still sharp. He had felt them approaching, but he still didn't know who these two girls were. He only remembered that they were the two followers that always tailed Head Ari. Of course, he only knew this because the master symbol allowed him to see and hear everything in the mystical world. Hello. Diane smiled, ignoring their weird behavior. I'm Diane. Diane's voice was like a violent shock to the two beauties. They immediately scurried away. However, Diane didn't really pay attention to where they went because even with his senses, he hadn't realized that one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen in his life had appeared just 3 meters in front of him. Head Ari giggled lightly at Diane's reaction. Aren't you going to greet your grandmother? Grandmother. A sudden realization came over Diane, causing him to smile. You're my master's mother? Head Ari pouted. Don't call me that. Call me Granny Celeste. Diane awkwardly scratched the back of his while also noticing that the two saintesses were actually hiding behind Head Ari. Head Ari frowned before falling into a deep sadness. I understand. You only just met me. How could you treat me like family already? No. Diane quickly recovered. It's not that. It's just that Granny Celeste is too young and beautiful to be called Granny. Granny Celeste's sadness faded away at Diane's words, a breathtaking smile blooming on her lips as she disappeared only to appear beside Diane. Come, take Granny on a walk. The beautiful head of the Celestial Deer Clan grasped Diane's arm and used him for support as though she really was nothing but an old lady who needed help walking instead of the powerful warrior who could kill Diane with a finger that she was. However, it could only be destined that this happy atmosphere would come crashing down as 9 earth-shattering auras descended from the skies. As no surprise to anyone, they were Head Simia, Head Tudo, and Head Tigress, not to mention their attendants. The 9 of them stood in the skies, looking down at Diane with varying expressions. What do you think you're doing, head of the Ari family? Head Tigress growled. Since when did any of you have the right to question what I did or didn't do? Are you forgetting who built the air you stand on now? Granny Celeste's aura changed. For the second time in thousands of years, the heads of the various families were suddenly reminded that the calm, kind-hearted Head Ari wasn't a docile woman only there to be bullied. Saintess Rue and Ray found their way to Head Ari's back, snapping out of their previously playful demeanor. You do well to remember that you can only live in peace like this because of the Celestial Deer Clan. Take your arrogant air and put them away in the presence of my grandson. Diane suddenly laughed. Well said, Granny Celeste. The 3 family heads were stunned. They hadn't thought that Head Ari would rather fall out with them than offend a human. Did that really make any sense? However, it was of course true that without the Celestial Deer Clan, the other clans would still be running away from any craving their heaven-defying blood. While legacy worlds could be evoked during the deaths of cultivators and didn't require understanding of the soul path, mystical worlds were different. Without death to catalyze their creation, it relied heavily on the skill of the creator along with various other factors. Long story short, it was in combination with the Celestial Deer sect that the Celestial Deer Clan created the mystical world using the Lifestone as its core. Obviously, the other Celestial Beast clans wouldn't be able to help because their soul talent was too poor. The only beasts in existence with excellent soul path talent were the Celestial Deer and no one else.
For these clan heads to forget this and actually try to police the entrance of someone head Ari accepted, especially when their life and death relied on the protection of this world, it was absolutely ridiculous. It was no wonder Granny Celeste was pissed. Head Tudo, an old woman with a massive obsidian turtle shell on her back, suddenly opened her wrinkled eyelids. Is this the path you want to take, head of the Ari family? And so what if it is? Do you believe that I'm scared of you? Granny Celeste's white eyes flashed as an oppressive aura wafted out from her pristine white robes. Even Saintess Rue and Ray were shocked. They didn't believe that their family head would go so far. When they turned their pleading gazes toward Diane, hoping that he would voluntarily back out to make things easier on head Ari, they found that he wasn't even paying attention to the family heads. Instead, he was grinning wildly at an attendant that stood behind head Tigress. Many months ago, head Tigress had been so angered by Diane calling him a coward that he had tried to send one of his attendants to kill him. If it hadn't been for head Ari, the young man would have definitely gone to find trouble with Diane. This was the very same young man Diane was grinning at. However, this young man had yet another identity, which was the reason he was shaking in anger at Diane's gaze. It was he who was tasked with the responsibility of splitting his soul and guarding the pearly white steps. He had thought that Diane wouldn't be able to recognize him in his human form, which was why he hadn't cared about it originally. But just how sharp were Diane's senses? Did he really believe that he could hide something so simple from Diane? Why would Diane go out of his way to mentally torture a person just trying to do their job? Was he really that cruel of a person? Diane, even though he was arrogant beyond belief, wouldn't ever be disrespectful without reason. But he went out of his way to humiliate this white tiger time and time again. Why would he do that? The answer was now obvious. Since this white tiger dared to accept a mission to kill him, he would never again gain Diane's favor. So, while the sparks were flying between the gazes of the clan heads, Diane was grinning with a malicious glint in his eye. Tell me, how does it feel getting your head bashed in? I can't say that I know the feeling. The Tigress clan attendant trembled with anger at Diane's provocation. No need to be angry. In half a century, I'll let your true body experience it. Maybe then you'll be able to answer my question. Although Granny Celeste didn't fully understood what Diane was talking about, considering the reaction of the Tigress clan young Ira, she couldn't help but giggle. It seemed her grandson was being mischievous again. Every celestial clan had their own important positions within the younger generation. For Celestial Deer, that position was held by their saintesses. For the Celestial Tigers, this was given to their Ira warriors. For the Celestial Turtle, the title was Apprentice Scholar. And finally, for the Celestial Apes, their title was Kami Warriors. By this token, the Celestial Beast clans were split into two major factions. The Warrior factions, which included the Simia and Tigress clans, and the Structure factions, which included the Tudo and Ari clans. This was all to say that to hold such titles, these attendants were very high-ranking, or else they wouldn't be the confidants of their respective clan heads. For one to lose control of their emotions as they were seeing now, it was quite rare. I'll kill you. The Ira warrior growled, a dense killing intent exuding from him. The pressure was so overwhelming that even the two saintesses behind Diane became incomparably serious, spreading their feet apart to settle into battle positions. Just like your family head, your presence is weak. Diane's eyes sharpened. In that moment, the Ira warrior felt an insurmountable presence fall from the skies and pierce toward him. Before he could even realize what was happening, his bestial instincts kicked in, causing him to shoot backwards at a speed Diane had to admit was impressive. As quickly as the presence appeared, it disappeared, leaving behind only Diane's light laughter. It seems the Tigress clan's slaughter heart isn't worth much at all. By now, head Tigress had shifted his attention from head Ari to Diane. Seeing one of his chosen react in such a way, he felt his chest erupt with an unquenchable rage. Similar to the Celestial Deer clan that took a path of purity, the Celestial Tiger clan had their own path. However, much like how the Celestial Deer could no longer access their supreme law, causing them to use a watered-down version of Celestial Will, the Celestial Tiger clan's slaughter heart had also weakened from once being among the 9 great hearts, to being too weak to still be considered so. Knowing this, Diane's words hit with a much fiercer force than even head Tigress wanted to admit. In the end, this all stemmed from the weakening of their bloodlines.
Head Tudo looked upon this scene emotionlessly, while Head Simia had an odd glint hidden behind his hairy face. Seeing the way things were going, the right choice was clearly to pressure Dian instead of Head Ari. It was almost as though they hadn't seen the Ira warrior's response at all. I'm not sure what you came here for, child, but the celestial beasts don't move at the whim of humans, especially not humans as unqualified as you. Head Tudo spoke slowly. Dian tilted his head in confusion. Move for? Didn't I say that even if you got on your knees and begged me, you wouldn't be allowed entrance into my kingdom?
I don't have room for cowards among my subordinates. Head Simia erupted into a monkey-like laughter. It was so unbridled and without logic that he really did seem to morph into an animal for that moment. Foolish. Head Tudo slowly shook her head in disdain.
This isn't a man who could lead anything. Your daughter has made a terrible choice. Dian's expression darkened. Keep my master's name out of your old, wrinkled mouth. If you piss me off, I'll help you put that other foot in the grave. How dare you threaten Head Tudo? The two apprentice scholars behind the old woman, each wearing a smaller turtle shell of their own, stepped forward with an anger that didn't match their previous scholarly appearance. Head Tudo stretched out a wrinkled hand that, quite frankly, looked like nothing more than dead skin hanging from a skeleton. Mind your emotions. Her voice was slow and calm, filled with the vicissitudes of life. With just 3 words, she quelled the fire that burned within them. You are unqualified to lead. Not only is your talent poor, you have no ability to understand the situation you are in. Did you really believe that just because Head Ari is acting confident, that she can truly deal with all 3 of us without issue? If you did, you are more foolish than I believed. You've entered a hostile territory, yet you don't lower your head. You don't seek to negotiate, nor do you show any signs of adaptation abilities. How could you possibly be worthy of leading us? I, myself, won't stoop so low as to attack you. The dispositions of the ape and tiger are much different than mine, while the person your confidence stems from can only deal with one of them. Dian shook his head. There are 9 fools here, each seemingly more stupid than the last. Especially the old woman who is supposed to embody wisdom, yet can't analyze what's right in front of her. As a grandson, what kind of useless bastard would I be if I needed my grandmother to step in and protect me? In fact, if my Granny Celeste is standing on the ground, it's best you follow suit. The moment Dian spoke those words, the law of the world seemed to change.
The angered Tigress head, the mischievous Simia head, and the insufferably arrogant Tudo head all had their expressions change, suddenly realizing it had become impossible to stay afloat. Under the astonished gazes of the 2 saintesses, the 9 opposing figures in the sky came floating downward, unable to stop their momentum as they landed on the ground, each of their faces redder than the last. Granny Celeste giggled like a little girl, enjoying the show. It seemed she really didn't need to interfere. You! The 3 clan heads spoke at once, none believing what they had just witnessed. Why did Head Ari not believe Dian was a hot-headed fool? It wasn't just because she blindly believed in her daughter's choice despite not truly knowing Dian. It was because, unlike the other clan heads, she understood the power of the master symbol very well, and she also knew that anyone who could gain its recognition was an unmatched talent. Knowing the abilities of the master symbol so well, she knew that Dian could hear their conversation, and not only that but could teleport directly into their meeting room should he have wished to. For the hot-headed Dian to be well aware of his abilities, yet decide to slowly make his way up and take his time to train, following his own pace instead of that set by them, he was clearly as level-headed as he could be. What was clear to Head Ari was only just becoming clear to the other family heads as they glanced at Dian with an added caution. He was king here, not them. Truthfully speaking, I didn't plan on interacting with you all at all. I was only going to fulfill my goal before leaving. How you felt about it was irrelevant. But, since you're so insistent on doing things your way, I have some time to be the petty hothead you think I am. The 3 heads tried to move, but to their horror, they suddenly found that they couldn't. The reality dawned upon them that if Dian wanted to massacre them all, he'd have a good shot at doing so. What's your name? Dian ignored them for a moment and turned toward the saintesses. Saintess Rue blinked before realizing that Dian was speaking to her. I'm Rue, she's Ray. Dian smiled. Tell me, do you have an age stone? We have an age stone and a cultivation age stone. Saintess Rue replied.
Cultivation Age Stone? Diane had never heard of this. A cultivation age stone calculates based on the number of years you've been cultivating.
Technically, the foundation stage is like a rebirth. In reality, the stone outputs an age based on the time you've spent actively cultivating. Diane's master explained. Interesting. Diane grinned. Can you give me the both of them? Soon, Diane had 2 crystals in his hand. Although they didn't look much different from each other, the cultivation age stone was significantly heavier. How old are you really? Saintess Rue asked curiously. Saintess Ray's large white eyes sparkled as she looked toward Diane expectantly. Diane grinned. Didn't the mighty and wise wrinkled turtle over there already tell you? I'm thousands of years old. I'm foolish and untalented. The 2 saintesses couldn't help but giggle at Diane's provocative words. It seems that you 3 clans are quite ungrateful, Diane said, turning his attention back to the 3 family heads. Do you remember the history of the Celestial Deer sect? Do you know why it was named as such instead of the Celestial Beast sect it was meant to be originally? The 3 heads remained silent. Truth be told, Diane was impressed that they recollected themselves so quickly. Others might not be so calm in a situation where they had no power like this one. It's fine that you don't remember. I don't mind reminding you. Celestial beasts have been hunted for the special properties of their blood for billions of years. Unfortunately for you all, even as the purity of your bloodlines declined over the years, this feverish pursuit didn't fall off. Instead, you became less and less capable of defending yourselves. Head Tigress growled, but didn't say much else. Even now, your blood is able to give birth to things that should be impossible. I guess this could count as your one saving grace. Several million years ago, at the time of the 23rd White Mother, your Celestial Beast clan was finally approached by its first possible ally, someone who genuinely wanted to help. Despite finding your hiding place, he didn't divulge this information and instead extended an olive branch. No longer would the Celestial Beasts have to constantly stalk the ancient battlefield. Maybe you all would finally have a home now. The only thing this man asked in return was your help in finding a path to saving the mortal plane because he believed that your bloodline held the secret to creation. You used this man for protection, for resources. He treated you not as beasts, but as equals, as family. Yet, the day the ancestors of this very man faced their fiercest challenge, the only ones among you who showed up to pay this favor back were the Celestial Deer. The supposed courage-laden tigers were nowhere to be found. The wise turtles were hiding in their shells. The supposed king apes were liking flinging their own shit at each other. All while that man's fellow clansmen and descendants died for a fight you should have been part of. That man was none other than the first master of the former Celestial Beast sect, now to be forever known as the Celestial Deer sect. Diane rolled the crystals between his fingers, absent-mindedly staring into the distance, as the family heads trembled in embarrassment and rage. They clearly couldn't handle the questioning gazes of their attendants who knew none of this. How dare you? My people fought. Head Tigress growled. Your people fought? Diane sent a piercing gaze toward Head Tigress. My Granny Celeste and my master lost a husband and a father that day. What did you lose? Since when did this become a competition of who lost more? The combination of not being able to move along with Diane's piercing commentary only fueled Head Tigress' rage more. Oh? Do tell me, how many celestial tigers participated? Did you send any elders? Did you send any talented geniuses? Or did you just send those you felt it was all right to lose? The head of the Tigress family trembled with rage, but had no clear rebuttal. He had obviously been alive then, and he knew very well what decision he made. Still, at least you sent some aid, unlike these 2 shameless bastards here. Why would I want cowards like you under my command? The moment things became difficult, you would run away with your tail between your legs. You even preferred to scurry back to the ancient battlefield whole First Master had saved you from, just to preserve your pitiful lives. Then, the celestial beasts once more became loose sand. Why did you even come back here? Did you believe that enough time had passed that your betrayal would be forgotten? Or is it that you thought even if a new successor was chosen, you'd be able to bully me easily? Head Tudo and Head Simia remained silent. They clearly had their own reasons for leaving the ancient battlefield once more,
but it was obvious that the reasonings Diane gave for them coming here specifically was correct. Unfortunately, you picked the wrong person, Diane said with a grin. I'm not unfamiliar with dealing with Tao formation experts. Let's see. He tapped on his chin in mock humor. I've killed 2 them, gained 11 of them of allies. Oh, and I've enslaved 1. Did you really believe I'd be afraid of you all? The expressions of the 3 heads and their attendants turned hostile. Did he really expect them to believe that? What absolute nonsense. Even the 2 saintesses had weird looks on their faces, even tugging at the edges of Diane's ripped sweatpants. Diane smirked. With a wave of his hand, 9 spirits appeared in the air, each exuding an aura that could only be matched by a title holder. Their demeanor, their presence, no matter how poor their sensory abilities were as beasts, it was very obvious that these were the spirits of former Tao formation experts. The eyes of the 3 family heads contracted, but on some level they were still relieved. Having 9 spirit allies who were once Tao formation experts was much different than having 11 living Tao formation experts. Whether it be in number or substance, both were less than. However, who said that Diane was finished? He didn't care at all that there were only 9 considering the fact the remaining 2 were with Clara. With another wave of his hand, the massive corpses of Elder Dayu and the Dayu ancestor appeared. In that moment, the family heads wanted to take a step back, but were completely bound by the laws of the world. Although Elder Dayu's aura was manageable, the Dayu ancestor was very close to a half-step transcendent. At this point, even head Ari couldn't help but look at her grandson in a new light. No matter how many ways you wanted to try and explain this, Diane was at the very least present at the death of these Tao formation experts. On the one hand, Elder Dayu had removed the cap on his cultivation just before death, because he thought Diane was the Dragon King responsible for the death of his brothers. This caused his cultivation to rise back to the Tao formation level just before death. Then there was the Dayu ancestor who was already a high-level Tao formation expert but then burned his soul and turned the energy toward his body in exchange for Diane taking care of his descendants. Not to mention leaving behind the treasures that funded Clara's research while Diane was in his trial world. However, as if all of this wasn't enough, Diane called Elder Nova out, who still held a lethal gaze in his eyes. Kneel. At first, Granny Celeste had been on guard, but she could only watch in shock as a mighty Tao formation expert actually listened to her grandson's words. Although Elder Nova was far weaker than her, he was still someone that Diane had no business ordering around like this. Diane snorted. Lying to you all? Do you think I have the need to do such a thing? Head Todo's nonchalant face inadvertently became more and more red. This was the first time she had made such a blatant mistake. Still, her hopes of Diane letting her off were dashed the moment he picked up the age stone to wave around. With a final grin, Diane poured his energy into the crystal, causing a number of starry lights to appear. Everyone knew that each red light symbolized 1 year, with each orange light symbolizing 10 years, but looking at the floating lights and checking Diane's cultivation, they couldn't help but double and triple check. Head Todo's face paled as she remembered her estimate of thousands of years, watching those 3 orange lights float as though they were her worst nightmare. He's 33 years old? Saintess Rue and Ray rubbed their eyes, hoping that these were the 100-year yellow lights playing tricks with their eyes. Saintess Rue reached outward, snatching the crystal from Diane's hands and pouring her own energies into it. But, when several perfectly fine yellow lights floated from it, her face reddened in embarrassment as Diane chuckled. However, it was clear to everyone that Diane wasn't done as he focused his attention on the cultivation age stone. Still, even after everything that happened. But, when only 3 red lights appeared, they felt as though their hearts had stopped functioning properly. Interesting. Diane's lip curled as he played around with the cultivation age stone. In truth, he had expected a low number. But 3 years was even a slight surprise to himself until he thought about it more. That is, Diane's cultivation road started when he absorbed his master's blood essence. Although his innate soul had been partially awake then, it wasn't until it reached its height that the timer began. However, by then Diane was already 17 years old. Such a starting date was already late in comparison to the upper echelon of the martial world. After all, unlike the poorer regions, they had methods to speed up meridian maturation. meaning waiting until 21 years old for many wasn't necessary. Usually, many would begin as young as 5 years old, some even earlier. Still, that cultivation period was only 3 months before the events of the Demon Sage Legacy world, which left Dian in a coma for half a year, which was more time deducted from his cultivation. After he awoke, he spent about another half-year in seclusion refining his wills before stepping out and meeting Ri for the first time. By now he was 18 years old but had far less than a year of true cultivation time. The events that took place in the Elven Kingdom would have taken another year total, but as one might expect, Dian once more spent much of that time unconscious, this time for as much as 8 months, causing him to nearly miss his first campaign entirely. By now, Dian could just barely be qualified to have cultivated a year, but this would lead directly into the campaign months and the World Tournament. Luckily, it was due to these two events that Dian could be considered to have gained a total year and a half of cultivation, even slightly more in this case, but its ending led to Dian's cultivation being sealed. This sealing was even more clear and obvious than being unconscious. Almost everything about Dian cultivation was put on pause almost 2 decades. Finally, Dian's last year to year and a half of cultivation could be accounted for during his vacation months with his wives and the soul-rending peak adventures. In the end, his cultivation time totaled just over 3 years. The truth was truly maddening. With another wave of his hands, Dian's evidence disappeared as he happily supported Granny Celeste to walk by the 3 family heads who only now regained their ability to move. "Stop! What is it that you came here for? To humiliate us?" Head to Do gathered her remaining face to call out to Dian. "I came here for repayment," Dian said without looking back. "And unfortunately, your embarrassment means little to me and as such, doesn't deduct much." Repayment. Head to Do and the others paled. What did that mean? He couldn't want to massacre them all, could he? Even if the laws of the mystical world were unfavorable to them, they were still Tao formation experts. If Dian pushed them too far, they'd put their lives on the line to fight him. While Celestials had access to pseudo-domains, Tao formation experts had true domains wherein they could control the laws within a given space. If worst came to worst, they would definitely make use of this ability. Still, the mystical world was far too sturdy. Those 3 family heads knew that even if they did this, Dian would still hold the decisive advantage, especially if Hedari decided to help him. Dian laughed. "Are you scared? Don't be. I have no intention of reaping your lives." His footsteps paused as he turned back. "However, for the sake of soul-rending Peak's future, none of you will be allowed to leave until I deem it fit. For obvious reasons, I can't trust you." "You!" Their faces reddened once more. Dian really wanted to imprison them here? Although they had no intentions of leaving, the idea of willingly doing so and having to do so were so diametrically opposed that their blood boiled. Even so, what could they do? Even a half-step transcendent couldn't break in easily. And, although it was easier to break out, it wasn't by much. "As for what compensation I'm seeking, nothing much. You can keep your money and your resources. I'll just be taking your ancient blood reserves." "You? Absolutely not. Anything but that." Dian tilted his head to the side. "Do you hear how ridiculous you sound? Since when did those in debt get to decide what they owed? Since when do criminals get to decide their sentence? Since when do murderers get to plead for their families?" The 3 heads grit their teeth, unable to rebuttal, but also equally unable to let this go. With their bloodlines becoming weaker and weaker, the ancient blood reserves grew in value every day that passed. As the entity told Dian, the decline of the celestial bloodline hadn't happened recently. It was something that had been happening for many millions of years. The time frame was so large that even the first White Mother was worried about their future, causing her to create the Ethereal Permeation Supreme Law as a replacement for primordial energy. However, for reasons Dian didn't understand, it didn't seem that these celestial beasts practiced that law. But maybe that was only to be expected. After all, the first White Mother had long since transcended. It wasn't as though communication between planes was simple. So, the celestial beasts of the mortal plane found their own solution, and that was their ancient blood reserves. "If you push us too far," the 3 heads erupted with fierce auras. "We'll fight it out with you."
While Diane was dealing with the celestial beast fallout, a storm was brewing in the universe adjacent to Universe Cathedral, and it was all centered around the entrance of a campaign gate. The remaining 99 universes of the Soul Rend Quadrant were far too complex to delve into. The hodgepodge of sects, clans, and factions were simply far too numerous. However, what was clear was the fact that they were far better off than those of Universe Cathedral and far more than Diane could handle by normal means. That said, there was good news. Because Diane shut off the function of the master key arrays, the sub-arrays under them also lost the ability to be of any use. The unfortunate part was that universes as developed as theirs wouldn't only have a few hundred teleportation stations. Still, although they had means of teleportation outside that of the sub-arrays, they were far less efficient and far more inconvenient to use. And the most important point was that these arrays wouldn't allow them to teleport into Diane's universe directly, making Diane's effort garner fruit. At the moment, a few elders were meeting as their armies organized. While some of them were quite worried and dark-faced, others were more annoyed than anything else. 57. 57. That's how many teleportation sequences I went through to get here. That's sequences, not actual teleportation stations. This is fucking ridiculous. I've spent half my life savings on this one mobilization. And for what? Because some of you had a gut feeling that something was wrong? Who cares about some bullshit soul market? It's you bastards who sought to make a profit and gain a leg up that should be paying for all of this. What the hell does any of this have to do with me? Many others of the various family heads agreed with these sentiments. When they were originally tasked with their various assignments, this wasn't supposed to be a money grab or a chance for their various clans and sects to soar past their original limits. The compensation stipulated in their contracts should have been more than enough. There was no need for this added level of greed. Yet, as years passed with no change, generations turned over, causing new ideologies to surface. It was clear that these bastards didn't remember just how fearsome their employer was. That said, many did remember. It was just that they thought this employer wouldn't care if they made a few advances on the side. It wasn't as though they'd ever be able to rival that family, even in their wildest dreams. But now that everything was backfiring, they began to panic. A few months ago, those families who had participated in the construction of Soul Market and even invested some of their own family techniques came back in a panic. After that, it felt like everything was going downhill. Their best teleportation stations stopped working. The gate's cultivation restrictions suddenly dropped to the essence gathering level, and they could no longer contact Elder Nova. Everything happened so quickly that they had hardly digested one set of information before another came storming in. For obvious reasons, this set off chain reaction of finger-pointing. And, unfortunately for those who sided with Soul Market, they were in the inferior position. Still, this wasn't even the worst part. With the failure of the subarrays, they had lost their means of communication with their employers, which was an absolute worst-case scenario. The last time these employers had come of their own volition was already more than 1,000 years ago. Who knew when or if they'd ever come again? While their employers could afford to be negligent, they couldn't. If things went south, all of this would be blamed on them and their years of relaxation and comfort would come to an end. So, no matter how they felt, they all had to come. As weird as it might sound for them all to refer to this one family as their employer, this was just the truth of the matter. Plus, when the details were laid out, it was just simpler to refer to them as an employer versus anything else. For one, none of them knew which mysterious family this was outside of their business transaction. 2. None of them understood the motives of this family for crippling the soul path in such a way. And 3. Their performance was graded and compensated according to this grade. In fact, the strongest families and sects among them were those that had contributed the most during the war. Before this employer appeared, the energy path of Soul Rend Quadrant was at a fierce disadvantage, and for good reason. It was only because of these subtle strings being pulled in the background that they managed to fight their way back up and eventually overthrow the soul path in a bloody war. Still, it was a bit odd, was it not? How could they all still be so fearful of this mysterious employer despite not witnessing their deeds firsthand? Well, that was because only those of Soul Rend Quadrant understood just how powerful those of the soul path were. Yet, this employer destroyed them without sending a single warrior.
There's only one family name that needs to be mentioned for anyone and everyone to understand just how fear-inducing such a feat was. Just the fact that this family couldn't survive the machinations of this employer was enough. It was a family that had existed for trillions of years, a family that stood among the founding fathers of not some random civilization or city or universe. They were among the founding fathers of cultivation itself. This family name was one Diane had come to learn was rooted with astounding foundation. And yet they were almost completely wiped out by an invisible hand playing tricks under the cover of night. This family was none other than the Jafari family. That's enough. At that moment, the room fell into a deep silence. Those of both sides heeded the words of this man because he held the highest moral position here. Not only had he not participated in Soul Market, it was also his very own younger brother that they had lost communication with. He was the current head of the Nova family, and elder brother to Elder Nova. Despite being the elder of the two, he looked like a 25-year-old man while Elder Nova looked closer to about 60. It was clear that his cultivation was far more profound than his younger brother's, but that didn't make him lose any familial love he had for Elder Nova. Knowing this, did the previous elder have the right to continue complaining about money and resources when a man had potentially lost his brother? Forget the past and leave it be. We're here to move forward and find solutions. Those who should be blamed will be handled later. For now, we need to go over what we know. Firstly, whoever this enemy is has the ability to deal with or potentially kill my brother, or else this plan of theirs would never have succeeded. Although my younger brother is fairly weak in comparison to true Dao formation experts, he is still considered as such and shouldn't be looked down upon. Therefore, take this seriously. Secondly, the enemy must be aware of who we are. For them to cut off our path to encroaching upon their gained territory can only mean that they were prepared for the trickle-down effects of their actions. The third point falls into two potential categories, however both of which are connected to the information we received about the gate's threshold falling to the essence level. The first possibility is that the enemy is fairly weak, likely meaning that they only barely managed to defeat my brother and are aware that they cannot face us outright. However, the second possibility is the more serious of the two. There is a possibility that this enemy does have the ability to deal with us but is apprehensive not because of our power, but rather the power of the employer. I believe that we should move forward with the second possibility as our first assumption. We cannot afford to make any more mistakes. Many of the various elders, masters, and family heads agreed. After all of this, what they needed was some very straightforward and bare-bones analysis. However, many of the sharper individuals who understood the politics of their 99 universes knew that this wasn't over, and just like clockwork, the burly master of the Profound Earth sect chuckled lightly. I believe you're forgetting another possibility. Don't you think, Head Nova? Head Nova's eyes sharpened as the temperature of the room seemed to drop several degrees. Forgive him for his crude words, Head Nova. But you have to admit that he is right. The tension in the room rose with the additional words of the head of the series family chimed in. Yet, he continued unperturbed. In these sorts of situations, history matters. You have to remember why a man who comes from such an esteemed family and has such strength was chosen to act as a guard dog. The more Head Series spoke, the more tension rose. It was obvious to everyone what was happening. The Series family and the Profound Earth sect both took part in the Soul Market profits while the Nova family did not. Obviously, this was a massive hit to their prestige. Knowing this, how could they miss a chance to knock the Nova family down a peg? The second prince of your Nova family was caught attempting to rape the first princess of the Sona family, resulting in her shame, her suicide attempt, and current coma. It is because of your prestige that he was sent to man a position usually headed by the weaker families and sects, turning a position that was often rotated amongst many individuals to one manned by a single person. The head of the Sona family clenched his jaw, but said nothing. He hated the second prince to his core, but he also hated Head Series for using his granddaughter's tragedy for the sake of his own political gain. A rapist, even in failure, is still one in my eyes. That said, Head Series' eyes sharpened. Just how convenient was it that his banishment perfectly coincided with the construction of the Soul Market? What are you trying to say? Head Nova finally spoke, a clear rumbling rage slowly erupting from the depths of his throat. You're intelligent. The master of the Profound Earth sect sneered. I'm sure you understand already. Your younger brother's character is already clear to everyone here. Yet, he became the lone guard dog of such a weak universe. Was that really a punishment? Or was that just a helpful excuse for your Nova family to net all the profits for yourselves? To everyone here, your family is so noble, not even taking part in the oh-so-immoral soul market. But what if you were the leaders of it all to begin with? Those words were like an anvil being dropped in a calm lake. Regardless of their motives, their words were reasonable. Head Series put his hand out, stopping the master or from continuing. There's no need for us to accuse the Nova family of such a thing. I for one believe in their righteousness. However, what I do not believe in is the righteousness of a rapist.
The possibility that you've left out in protection for your younger brother is the possibility that he is the one behind all of this. Who would know who we are?
Who would know how to stop the function of our arrays? Who would have reason to run from their post and take all the profits of Soul Market for himself? Wouldn't your brother know who we are?
Wouldn't he be powerful enough to look down on that weak quadrant with impunity?
Wouldn't he have reason to escape his sentence as guard dog after so many years? Tell us, is that not reasonable? Head Nova's handsome, young features remained as neutral as ever, but there was no doubting the darkness in his eyes. To be blatantly smeared in front of the leaders of their 99 universes, no matter how level-headed a person normally was, they'd be pissed. The worst part about it all was that Head Nova wouldn't put this potential possibility past his brother.
To say that Elder Nova was a stain on the Nova family's name was an understatement. The sad reality of it all was that he was far more talented than Head Nova, yet never put his effort into what he should have. This sort of analysis of Elder Nova's life would be shocking to many. This was an elder who humbled himself to acting as a doorman. Even Diane would do a double take. It had to be said that although he and Elder Nova were enemies, it was just that. Diane may dislike Elder Nova for being a potential danger to him and who he cared for, but he didn't hate him.
He didn't particularly have a reason to. Diane wasn't so naive as to believe that everyone should be his ally and that all people who weren't were terrible individuals. The world was rarely so black and white. The truth was that anyone who knew how Elder Nova had lived that last few thousand years of his life would never assume this of his past. In the end, Head Series and Master Ors didn't get the rise out of the Head Nova that they wanted. Thank you for your input. In my humble opinion, even when this third possibility is taken into account, the safest route to take is that of the second possibility. Meaning, we should assume that the enemy is not afraid of us, but is afraid of our employer. It is best for us all that my younger brother would make such a mistake, because at least then it won't affect the employer's plans of suppressing the soul path. Know that if you are correct, the Nova family will do everything in its power to bring our second prince to justice. However, should the second possibility be true, we have a true problem on our hands. Head Nova calmly diffused the situation, causing the faces of his opposers to darken. It didn't take a genius to realize that Head Nova's words were akin to saying that their possibility hardly mattered. After all, at the end of it, Head Nova had still come to the correct conclusion. It felt like Head Nova had clapped at their monkey dance, only to ignore it all and move on with important matters. This one moment reminded them all why the Nova family stood above them all. Although their 99 universes couldn't compare with their employer in terms of raw power, they were comparable to a top 30 quadrant even without the help of the tower to cultivate their youth. Therefore, the Nova family's prowess couldn't be understated. Seeing that everyone agreed with his analysis, Head Nova nodded and moved forward. For now, we have to be cautious. In preparation for this day, we maintained control over 48 of the 49 key towers, however, due to the fact we purposely allowed them to maintain rights as the key wielder, all of that is null and void. This may seem unfortunate on the surface, but it actually works out better for us this way. We can concentrate our attack on a single gate and toward a single tower. Head Series and Master or could only watch as Head Nova once more took control of the meeting. There was a total of 6 inhabited planets in Universe Cathedral. 1 for each of the 5 subpeaks, and the last for Soul-Rending Peak. By extension of this fact, there were also 6 gate entrances, with the epistemic tower holding gate being found on Planet Cathedral, the home of Soul-Rending Peak.
Originally, the plan of the 99 universes and their employer was to leave Universe Cathedral as bait. To the outside world, the 98th quadrant was incredibly weak, and Universe Cathedral was a testament to this. To that end, the key wielder of the quadrant was left in the hands of the peaks. However, in recognition that something like this might occur, the 99 universes controlled 48 of the 49 key towers, 8 from each of the 5 sub-peak gates, and 8 of the 9 key towers, not including the epistemic tower of the soul-rending peak gate. The reason owning 8 of 8 key towers didn't allow them control over the cultivation threshold was because the rules of the gate changed when there was an owner of the epistemic tower key. The other gates became all but irrelevant in front of the key wielder. Of course, this power was limited to those 6 gates only, as they shared a universe with the main gate. Thus, the goal of the 99 universes was simple. As long as they conquered the epistemic tower, the key wielder would lose their strength, and then they could finally gain an accurate understanding of just what they were facing. It's very possible that this key wielder plans to raise the cultivation barrier once we send our younger generation in. If that's the case, we could be setting up our youth to be massacred. Head Nova explained calmly. Head Nova knew very well that this might be a trap, but he was ready. Here are some of my thoughts for how to deal with this. Diane stared at the family heads as they seemed prepared to fight tooth and nail to stop him. Truth be told, even Granny Celeste was feeling conflicted. Their ancient blood reserves really were a lifeline that even she didn't know if she'd be willing to give up. Of course, she knew that Diane planned on leaving the dear blood alone and taking payment from the other families, but something about it still made her uncomfortable. Still, she was quite aware that this was because of her innate nature as a celestial deer. She was simply too giving. It was to the point where these family heads thought they could bully her grandson even in her presence. Diane's head slightly tilted as though he was watching something amusing. Under normal circumstances, your thoughts would be correct, Diane said slowly, still smiling. After all, you mighty Tao formation experts have true domains. You must believe that if you go all out, you can cancel my ability to manipulate the laws of this space. No. The 3 heads frowned, but said nothing in response to Diane's words. It was clear that he was correct, so what was the point in explaining more? They were just surprised that a mere essence gatherer knew so much about the Tao formation realm. Something like this was very rare. What they didn't know was that earlier in his cultivation days, Diane sometimes spent days on end studying various cultivation techniques. This was because at one time, he had planned to create his own energy cultivation technique tailored specifically toward himself. In order to do this, he needed not only an understanding of where he was currently, but where he'd be in the future. Obviously, it was arrogant beyond belief to assume that you'd become a Tao formation expert. After all, the numbers were so far out of one's favor that if 1,000,000 cultivators began with that goal in mind right now, there was a high probability that not even one would succeed. It may seem like there were a lot of Tao formation experts, but that could be attested to Diane's bad luck and their long lifespans. This aside, Diane ended up giving up on the idea of creating his own cultivation technique because he stumbled upon Inner World, Sanctuary, a technique his grand teacher swore was the greatest ever created. That said, the knowledge he gained remained. I'm sure you're all aware why this mystical world is so sturdy in comparison to others, right? Why is it that it could face the attacks of a half-step transcendent so confidently? Why is it that it's so powerful that I, as a mere essence gatherer, can suppress you all? Diane's sly smile made the 3 family heads grow increasingly uncomfortable. Why was he so confident? Their demeanor as leaders of the generation was slowly crumbling. Everything this young man did made them feel like he was toying with them. At that point, they couldn't help remember the kneeling elder Nova. Suddenly, a thought entered their minds that made them tremble in terror. Diane obviously hadn't subdued this man within the mystical world. They had never seen this elder Nova before. So, how the hell had he done it? How had he subdued a Tao formation expert as an essence gatherer? How? Diane continued as though he couldn't see their shift in attitude. The reason this mystical world is so amazing is because it's built with a treasure of the 33 heavens as its core. With a treasure that even a transcendent would pine after. It's no wonder that this world is so amazing. The Lifestone is able to use its creation characteristics to solidify the laws the mystical world is built upon, making it almost as powerful as an independent world and giving the one who controls the master symbol the power of a god. Still, That's only one treasure of the 33 heavens, no?
I wonder, just how much more effective would my suppression of you all be if I added another treasure of the same caliber? What if I add 2? Diane's grin grew slyer. To the 3 heads. He looked no different than a devil. What about 3? I wonder, what would your true domains mean in the face of that? The 3 heads grew tense. Maybe if they were in the right frame of mind, they'd find Diane's words ridiculous. Even one treasure of the 33 heavens was impossible to find. Even for the greatest clans and sects, how could one boy have 3?
However, Granny Celeste's white eyes glowed at Diane's words. Because she knew very well that the seal was an heirloom of their celestial deer clan for countless epochs.
Maybe Diane was exaggerating about having 3 treasures of such a level, but at the moment, just the seal in concert with the master symbol would be enough to deal with these 300s of times over. If only Granny Celeste knew that Diane was exaggerating about the number 3 in the slightest. Suddenly, Diane laughed uproariously, keeling over and clutching his stomach. Look at you all, how ridiculous. I really must have scared you for you to believe my words so easily this time around. Diane wiped the tears from his eyes. It had been a long time since he had just goofed off like this. It was exactly what he needed. Of course, I have methods of dealing with you all, but there's no need to use them. Not only will you step aside and not dare to speak a single word of discontent, you'll do so with a smile on your faces. The 3 clan heads boiled with rage at Diane's words. How dare he humiliate them like this?
However, in the next instant they froze in place as 2 comedically adorable voices sounded out. Who do you think you were looking down on, my big brother Diane? Little Yang's pristinely white fur shimmered and stood tall, conveying her unhappiness. Little Ian loved to pretend to be arrogant as though he was a little emperor, but he clearly didn't like seeing his choice being doubted by the likes of these has-beens. Granny Celeste's eyes widened as everyone's eyes trained on the 2 little hamsters on Diane's left and right shoulder. Head Tudo trembled.
I questioned the ability of a chosen to lead. Even as old as she was, she seemed to age 100 years more as she slumped under the weight of her black, obsidian shell. If it wasn't for her 2 apprentice scholars catching her and mustering every bit of their strength to keep her upright, she would have been crushed under the billion-gene weight.
Diane's eyes sharpened as he flashed forward, utilizing the master symbol to move at too fast a speed for anyone to react. His palm slammed into Head Tudo's forehead, stealthily sending a stream of sealing power to lock her consciousness away. Of course, he could only do this with the help of the seal. You. What are you doing? The apprentice scholars forgot everything about the appearance of the celestial hamsters after seeing their family head treated in this way.
But, in the end, it was Head Tigress and Head Simia that held them back, each with complicated looks on their faces. Thank you, they both said simultaneously. Diane didn't say anything else and simply walked away with Granny Celeste and the 2 saintesses. He had nothing else to do here. It was only little Yang and little Ian who wiggled their little butts and stuck out their small tongues in protest, as though they needed to make absolutely sure that everyone knew how displeased they were. After Diane was gone, the 2 apprentice scholars shivered with rage, still clearly not having calmed down. Does he think he can treat us like this just because he was chosen? Seeing the supposed wisdom embodiments acting like this was truly too surprising for the other attendants. They were supposed to be the least likely to lose their temper like this. The 2 family heads shook their heads. When your family head wakes up, she'll educate you on just how stupid your actions were then, Head Simia said. Even if he wanted you all to strip naked and service him, you should do so without blinking an eye. If he wanted you to castrate yourselves, you should do so with a smile on your face. If this was the celestial era, even looking at a normal chosen inappropriately was grounds for losing your life, not to mention a chosen of the royal bloodline. Plus, none of that even considers the fact that had it not been for his movement, your family head would be dead.
You're apprentice scholars, yet you can't recognize the imminent collapse of a Tao heart?
How could you let an essence gatherer understand the signs before you? The greater your cultivation, the more important your Tao heart became. Obviously, the absolute extreme of this was the transcendent realm where Tao hearts were directly linked to one's lifespan. In her old age, Head Tudo could definitely not withstand such backlash. Diane's act of sealing her consciousness was akin to saving her life. The moment the two apprentice scholars understood this, they paled, immediately understanding that they were in the wrong. For someone of head Tudo's caliber, to have spent her entire life forging her temperament and disposition, not to mention placing knowledge and wisdom above all, yet make such a mistake so late in her life, it was no wonder her Tao heart nearly crumbled. She felt as though her whole life was wasted. When it mattered the most, head Tudo had allowed her own anger toward Diane's comments about their cowardice to blind her to the truth. Little Diane, I know that they've done wrong.
But Granny Celeste couldn't help but say this, hoping that Diane would show some leniency. After seeing Diane go out of his way to save head Tudo, she understood that he wasn't a rigid person.
It may have seemed simple, but judging by Diane's heavy breathing and irregular soul energy flow, it took a lot out of him to seal the consciousness of a Tao formation expert, even with the help of the master symbol. Simply put, he didn't have to do what he did, especially not for a person like head Tudo. Diane smiled. I'm actually very selfish. I only saved her life so that it would be impossible to blame me for her death. I've seen many shameless people in my life, and I have no doubt that they'd take advantage. Granny Celeste remained silent as she looked at Diane's side profile. She could tell that he was lying, but she didn't bother to call him out on it. As if someone like Diane would care about shameless people. He'd just kill them so he wouldn't have to listen to their incessant whining. Don't worry, Granny Celeste. I have something far better than your ancient blood reserves. In fact, I have two ways that probably work better than the methods you've been using. Diane smiled mysteriously. Granny Celeste's eyes widened. Maybe if it was previously, she'd knock this grandson of hers in the back of the head for exaggerating. But after seeing him toy with 3 Tao formation experts, she didn't have the heart to do so. Forget about that for now. Diane's eyes warmed considerably.
It's a problem that hasn't been fixed for millions of years. It could stand to stay unsolved for a few more days. How about you come out, Master? Don't you want to see your mom after so long? Later that day, Diane stood with a room that exuded an ancient feeling almost too difficult to describe. After his master finally worked up the courage to see her mother again, there was an eruption of emotion that Diane felt he needed to take a step back from. He didn't dwell on the feeling for too long, but at the very least, he was happy that his master could see her mother once more. To think the celestial beasts have fallen so far. Little Yin's immature voice echoed through the colossal room, a slight childish sadness within them. It had to be said that Little Yin and Little Yang weren't of this era. As celestial hamsters, even though they didn't tell Diane, they knew very well when they were first laid, the celestial era. It was for reasons pertaining to the traditions of the celestial hamster, the two were unable to hatch until just recently. Simply put, the celestial blood within the twins, if compared to the current celestial beasts, was like comparing a raging sun to a small pit of fire. When the twins had heard of the ancient blood reserves, they had thought that maybe this place would at least have blood comparable to their own. Or, if not that, maybe at least close. After all, it was asking too much to match a royal lineage like theirs. However, the reality was truly too pitiful. This blood reserve that the celestial beasts put so much hope in, even willing to put their lives on the line to protect, wouldn't even be good enough to come from servants of the celestial era. It wasn't even good enough to come from slaves of those servants either. In the eyes of the twins, even common-grade beasts from the celestial era had greater bloodlines than this. The room itself was in another space entirely similar to the elven tombs. It was commonplace for long-standing civilizations to have separate worlds house their most prized possessions. For example, the Dayu were able to call out their ancestor to fight Dian because of this as well. However, unlike the elven tombs, it wasn't protected by an ancient game. That said, it hardly made the room any less imposing. A massive dome of gray hung overhead as a singular narrow path stretched forward before sparsely splintering outward from time to time. Below this pathway was what Dian could only describe as a sea of black liquid. The liquid was completely still, but emitted an odd scent Dian couldn't put his finger on. It smelt nothing like the blood he knew it was, but rather like refreshing spring waters, which was odd considering its less than appetizing color. The room was far too large for Dian to get an accurate gauge of its sides, but with his divine sense he could faintly see the outline of various beasts on its side. It wasn't that the room matched Dian's divine sense in size, but rather that the aura given off by the blood distorted Dian vision. However, that didn't take away from the fact that the rooms still stretched hundreds of kilometers in every direction. If they have this much blood, just what is the issue?
Diane frowned, not entirely understanding. This is regular blood, not blood essence. That's the difference. Little Yang explained. The return you receive on blood essence is twofold. Not only do you receive the previous owner's talent, you also receive their cultivation. However, regular blood is different. Although you do receive both talent and cultivation as well, the expected return per given amount is far less. If a celestial gave you their blood essence, even if you were immortal beforehand, as long as you took it slowly and progressed, when you reached 100% integration, you'd too become a celestial. However, if that same celestial gave you normal blood, you'd be lucky to become a meridian formation expert. And, over time, your cultivation would fall as well. Diane suddenly understood.
The root of becoming a body cultivator wasn't just about tempering your existing blood, it was about tempering your blood source. One had to remember that the body experienced constant turnover. Skin, blood, bone, organ, cells of all kinds were constantly swapped.
So, what would happen if you simply replaced your own blood with someone else's blood? Eventually, your bone marrow would once more start making blood cells tailored to your original talent level, which would result in the power boost you received slowly fading away. However, blood essence was different.
It was capable of fundamentally changing the quality of not just your blood, but the quality of your blood source as well. The only way to make regular blood like this viable without constantly having to repeat the procedure would be to use specialized blood manipulation techniques. Littleine picked up where her brother left off. Still, as you might expect, the return on these techniques is also pitifully low. For example, if one wanted to upgrade their talent from the 4th grade to the 3rd grade using this blood specifically, it would take the amount found in a relatively large lake. You're talking quadrillions of liters. The amount they have here is relative to about 10 or so oceans worth, which, yes, is much more than a lake. But since it takes so much just to advance to the 3rd grade, just how much do you think it would take to reach the 2nd grade?
What about the 1st? If they wanted to help a single beast reach the peak of what celestial beasts once were, even this entire vat wouldn't be enough. I wonder, is this efficiency more or less with the tower? Of course, the reason Diane was interested in this blood wasn't only because it had great effects for his body, but also because of the 2nd floor formation that Evangeline unlocked for him. According to the tower spirit, the formation was similar to the 1st floor formation, except for beasts. It even allowed the use of regular blood instead of blood essence. However, listening to the explanation of the twins, Diane became much less excited about it. Maybe, Diane's mind went into overdrive. What would happen if I infused primordial energy into this regular blood? Is it too late? Or could it still improve? Primordial energy was something that Diane had an obscene amount of. Although he still didn't understand just how it happened, the energy core, as though it was programmed, took with it the primordial energy of the entire universe before it left with Diane.
This was obviously something Diane chose not to dwell on. He didn't like speculating about things he didn't have enough information to figure out, and this was one of those things. Still, that didn't change the fact that he had more of that ancient energy than he could use in his entire lifetime.
After all, that primordial energy didn't just represent all of the energy for that given time. To suck in the entire energy of a universe meant taking in all of the energy it prepared for its entire lifetime, which amounted to trillions upon trillions of years' worth.
Just that thought alone proved how heaven-defying the energy core was. That aside, Diane knew that primordial energy was the key factor in the twins hatching.
Not only that, but according to the entity, even the first White Mother believed that it was the key returning their bloodline back to its origins. There was no need for Diane to waste time learning ethereal permeation because he had all the primordial energy a person could ever ask for. Diane slowly walked along the path, scanning the walls from afar. What surprised him was that there were beasts etched into the wall he hadn't expected to find.
Of course, there was the vat of deer blood with the likeness of a deer etched above it. There was an ape and a tiger and a turtle, but there were other more shocking and vivid images that seemed to exude more powerful auras from their blood.
Nearer the end of the world, there was a fox etched to the left. However, it looked very different from Kitsune. While his mother-in-law's true form was no larger than 2 palm lengths, This fox was as large and imposing as his master's true form. Dian could still remember when he first entered the celestial deer sect ruins. After the mischievous and newly born little black was caught by him, the imposing aura of his master appeared in the sky like a heavenly deity. Her true form had been hundreds of meters long, and the tufts of swirling gold fur amid the soft white made Dian feel incomparably relaxed despite his certainty that she could kill him with a thought. The fox etched into the wall was very similar. Despite having only a single tail, it seemed far above what a kitsune could match. Dian had always wondered why the kitsune were ahead of a mere 30th ranked quadrant while dragons controlled the second ranked. Were they not both supreme level beasts? But, seeing how lacking they were in comparison to this celestial fox, Dian suddenly understood. Still, the aura continued to grow more imposing as Dian walked. To the right, there was a mastiff, with a mane as thick as a lion and a momentum as fierce as a dragon. Just like its celestial beast relatives, it was entirely bathed in white fur that exuded a palpable pride. Dian almost felt as though the depictions were becoming more and more lifelike. Even further along were the first two birds Dian had seen among the celestial beasts. To the left was a prideful bird that held its head high above all as its beautiful shimmering feathers fanned outward, a celestial peacock. To the right was a bird emitting a killing intent that made Dian's heart skip a beat. Unlike the peacock, it seemed to fly through the skies, its wings spreading majestically. A celestial falcon. Suddenly, as Dian lifted his foot to proceed forward, he felt a roar pierce through the skies, causing his head to snap forward. His heartbeat quickened, feeling the air thicken to the point where it felt as though his every move was taken in water. A celestial lion. After witnessing such fantastical creatures of the martial world, whether it be the multi-tailed kitsune, or the mighty cheelants, or the prideful dragons, to see such normal creatures depicted in such a grandiose light, it was truly an odd cognitive dissonance. Still, there were two creatures left, one of which carried such a magnificent aura that Dian felt his analysis of these beasts as normal was more stupid than anything else. It almost looked like a dragon, glistening with beautiful scales as it soared through the skies. However, Dian was absolute certain that it was a fish, but since when were fish so imposing, so awe-inspiring? Its fins, all 8 of them, were more like the delicate, crystalline wings slicing through the air completely unimpeded, a celestial Kuan Pong. In the end, Dian had to rely on his presence to make it through the throng of pressure and reach the smallest vat of them all. This was, of course, the celestial hamster vat. Although it was small in comparison to the oceans of blood the other celestial beasts had, that was because much like kitsune, celestial hamsters didn't grow very large. Still, maybe the strongest aura in this inner world was located here, in a small bowl-shaped vessel the size of a lake. There shouldn't be such differences in aura. Little Yang mumbled. I think the reason it was more difficult to get here is because this blood is older, therefore it's less diluted through the generations. Dian nodded in understanding. Over the years, due to necessity, the ancient reserves have been swapped out. But, obviously, a celestial beast could only absorb blood from its own lineage. This meant that those celestial beasts that disappeared first would have the greatest aura, not because they were stronger in their prime, but because no one had used their more ancient blood. Essentially, while the celestial Kuan Pong and the celestial lion both had the strongest momentum, it was sadly because they had gone extinct first. This world is not almost as strong as an independent world. It is an independent world. It seems that coming in here would have been dangerous had I not first exposed my connection to Little Yang and Yin. Although mystical worlds and legacy worlds were powerful in their own right, they still needed help. Without the existence of the world itself as they knew it, it would be impossible for these two kinds of worlds to exist. Why was it that mystical worlds and legacy worlds had specific locations within the real world? It was because they were tailored to reality. If this world ceased to exist, so would they. However, independent worlds were a step above. Even if every other plane of existence was destroyed in a catastrophe, it would continue to exist. For the celestial beasts to own such a world, it truly did their heritage justice. This aside, the reality of the matter was that celestial hamster blood was likely the least useful to Dian. Although he had heard the twins speak of their combat bloodline, they had also said that only the royals among them could ever access it. Obviously, this blood here wasn't that of their royal line. It was still too weak. However, Dian suddenly had a vision, If I could raise a litter of hamsters or rodents of the like, their usefulness for scouting would be incredible. Even if these rodents gained only a single % of the true ability of the celestial hamsters,
it would still give them inconceivable usefulness in reconnaissance missions. What do you think?
Would tempering lesser rodent bloodlines give them your abilities? They don't need to gain everything, just stealth and adequate intelligence. The twins blinked in thought. It depends on just how heaven-defying the tower's formation is. However, judging by the history of the tower, it shouldn't disappoint you, Little Ian finally said. The history? Diane's eyes brightened. Why hadn't he thought to ask them about it before? Of course they'd know. It's very long, Little Yang interjected. It gave me a headache trying to sort through it all. But the short of it is that it's a treasure that fell from the immortal plane. It was created as a response to the ongoing war up there to be the perfect war machine.
It falls just short of the treasures of the 33 heavens, probably only because it's the newest. The immortal plane?
I can understand that the trials are still so simple because their difficulty was set by the demon sage. The original tower probably didn't have trials to begin with. But why would it have Saint, Celestial, and Tao formation puppets? Your understanding of the immortal plane is too shallow. Saint energy, celestial energy, and enigmatic energy are just far weaker versions of their immortal chi counterparts. The puppets were originally created to house immortal versions of those energies, but those mechanisms have been restricted by the mortal plane.
As such, they've all taken a step down to only recognize the mortal chi versions of themselves. Diane frowned. That's ridiculous. Maybe so, but a machine of the immortal plane isn't meant to be here in the first place. You're lucky it hasn't imploded. Stop being mean to Big Brother, Diane, Little Ian chastised her elder brother. The reason it works like this is because immortal chi is the fusion of mortal chi with an infusion of origin source essence. The puppets are designed to absorb immortal chi, then depending on the grade of their filtration system, siphon away the energy they are capable of using and discarding the rest. On the mortal plane, this filtration system is still working in full gear, but the difference is that it can no longer retain that extra bit of origin source that put its power on a completely different level.
Unless you can adjust an immortal level array, it'll stay that way. Oh, Diane suddenly understood. That's far less ridiculous. Diane smiled, giving Little Ian a fruit he had picked up on the 7th tier. It looked no different from a strawberry, but it was actually a lower-level celestial fruit. Had Diane spent some more time on the tiers instead of blazing through them, he probably would have found many more high-grade vegetation. After all, the beasts here had to survive off of something. Little Yang pouted. Where's mine? I'm sorry. Diane and Little Ian giggled, but in the end, they gave a fruit to Little Yang anyway. All right, there's no need to take this blood away since I have the key to enter this place from anywhere. Since we don't have long, I'll leave the experiments for later. It'll be fun to blow off some steam by bullying some Essence Gatherer juniors. 2 days had passed since Diane's walk through the celestial beast vats. In just a few moments, the gates would open to what he assumed would be the very first campaign war to take place here in a long while. Although Diane said that he'd do it alone, many insisted on coming. It wasn't that they thought they could help Diane. Such a thought would be ridiculous. After all, Diane was capable of fighting Celestials without losing out even with his essence-gathering energy cultivation. Such a war would be too easy for him. It was rather that Diane had brought something back to the 98th quadrant that hadn't existed in a long time. Pride. This made Diane inwardly smile. Even if these thoughts weren't shared by everyone, the fact that at least some felt this way meant that they were headed in the right direction. Truth be told, he hadn't placed much hope in them. He had assumed that they were simply too far gone. After years of accepting the reality of their inferiority, it wasn't an easy thing to just flip a switch and change. But it seemed that some were still willing to fight. However, what Diane didn't expect was for Violet's mother, Geralda, to ask if it was possible to raise the gate threshold to include saints. Having not seen the Dragon Princess in a few days, it seemed as though her prideful and flawless exterior had taken a heavy hit. Geralda had endured centuries of humiliation yet had still been capable of holding her head high above everyone else. But somehow, something that had occurred in just a few days shattered all of that. Seeing her almost willing to beg and plead, Diane's heart couldn't help but bleed a bit.
His disgust toward Violet involuntarily deepened. If he had a chance to see his own mother again, he knew damn well that he'd do everything in his power to make sure her smile never faded. Yet here was Violet granted the same opportunity but still using it to cause pain.
It didn't take much for Diane to understand just why Geralda wanted the threshold raised. She hoped that maybe in the heat of battle, Violet would remember what it truly meant to be a dragon and change. Maybe then the pain in Geralda's heart would disappear.
After coming back, Geralda had thought everything would be okay. Although she was worried about how Marco would treat Ria, that ended up being a non-issue.
It seemed that the former master was actually quite happy to treat Ryu as though he was his own son, doing everything in his power to make sure that his wife knew that he would never blame her. However, the problem that had been nagging at the back of Geralda's mind, one she had tried her best to ignore, ended up being the problem that brought her world crashing down. Diane didn't know exactly what happened, nor did he pry into it. If it wasn't for Geralda and Marco, he wouldn't care about the situation at all. He wasn't very fond of helping those that didn't deserve help. In the end, though, Diane could only gently decline Geralda's request. It wasn't just because of his disdain for Violet, but rather that it would affect his plans. Who knows how the army would react to the threshold change?
If they sent millions of pseudo-celestials, it would be too much for even Diane to handle alone. After all, pseudo-celestials were still categorized as saints. I understand, Geralda said in a weak voice unbefitting of her bloodline. I know that my daughter did you wrong, but don't blame her, please. It's my fault. Diane wanted to respond, but he couldn't find the words to. He could only watch Geralda float away from the gate entrance. Parents really do hold a weight on their shoulders that I can't understand. I wonder. Diane couldn't help but think back to how angered he had been during his first encounter with Madeline's parents.
To this day, even though Diane knew the truth, and he knew that Madeline was more than intelligent enough to understand it herself, no one had ever come out and said it. Now that those very same two, Amel and Nora, had disappeared once again to who knows where, he suddenly felt compelled to understand their story, and just why they abandoned his Madeline. Diane shook his head. I can't be thinking about these things right now. If enough ants swarmed an elephant, that elephant was definitely die. That was the truth of the world. Although essence gatherers were far below Diane, they could very well have tricks up their sleeves that he had to account for.
He couldn't let his guard down. Suddenly, a heavy hand slapped Diane's shoulder. You gotta leave some of them alone for us. Donari grinned, his magenta-red hair flailing in the wind as the portal slowly began to form between the two large pillars.
Diane chuckled, looking back at the few who decided to come. There were only about 50 of them, and Diane doubted that they'd be able to defeat even a single opposing warrior, but he memorized all of their faces. If he wanted to build a kingdom, these were the people who were most important.
I won't let any of them die, Diane swore to himself. Suddenly, the air shifted as 200,000 large white lilies appeared in the skies, each producing a warrior. Except, this time, they didn't all share Diane's face. Diane's hand reached for his forehead, pulling downward as a silver-gold mask appeared out of thin air, only for it to slowly morph into the face of a relatively normal-looking man. Let's go. Those old fogies are always being so serious. A young woman with delicate, immature features pouted. She couldn't have been more than 18 or 19 years old. But her disposition was definitely much younger than that. After going through so many mass teleportations, only to be told they had to fight against such a weak quadrant, these pampered geniuses couldn't help but feel discontented. It had already taken them days to get over that nauseous feeling. Take this seriously, Tove. A young man who looked to be in his low 20s spoke sternly. Despite his size and look, he too was no more than 18. The difference was that he was the youngest grandson of Head Nova, so he had no choice but to take on a stoic personality to live up to his family's status. As for the young girl, she was from a relatively weak family compared to the rest, but her talent was such that many of the upper echelon families had long since been courting her for marriage. Almost as if on cue, several male voices hopped in to defend the delicate belle that was Tove from the young Nova Prince's vicious words. However, Tove's glare sent them all falling back. It was clear she was more intent on listening to Prince Nova's words than that of the others. Get ready. We'll be teleporting directly to the epistemic tower the moment the portal opens. We set this formation up long ago for this day, so let's hope for a swift victory. If we're lucky, we won't have to face any enemies at all. The young prince let the words thrown at him roll off his shoulders. Who died and made you leader? A short but stocky young man muttered, clearly unhappy. It seemed he hadn't inherited his grandfather's massive, 3-meter-tall figure, making him look more like a dwarf than anything else. Still, his understanding of the profound Earth Sex core teachings given his level were the best of his generation. Tove rolled her eyes. Were your ears stuffed with rocks? He was named leader just 5 minutes ago. Your memory really so bad? Unless you're wishing death upon your own grandfather. Tove feigned shock. Oh my. I wonder how he'd react to that. The stocky youth's face hardened, and for a moment, he really did look like he was made of rocks. At that moment, the innocent giggling of a relatively quiet little girl broke the tension of atmosphere. Still, she was so embarrassed to have suddenly become the center of attention that she quickly hid behind Tove, gripping onto the hems of her skirt. Tove couldn't help but shake her head and smile wryly. This little girl was the youngest princess of the Sona family, which matched families like the Ceres and Nova family, not to mention the profound Earth sect in prestige. Yet she clung to the robes of a relative commoner like her. No one, not even the rock-like stocky youth, had the heart to get angry at her. So the argument simply came to an end with a thankful smile from Prince Nova. Let's go. The moment the portal appeared, the few 100,000 of them stepped through, immediately clenching their teleportation arrays and crushing them the instant the gate's landscape came into view. Form up. Align yourselves with your respective families and sects. It'll be more efficient to fight alongside those whose abilities you understand. Prince Nova's voice carried over the battlefield. From Prince Nova's understanding, there were about 40 or so various clans and sects within their 99 universes, none of whom were allowed to control more than 1 or 2 universes at once. As a result, even the best clans and sects among them could only be categorized as low-level King God clan sects. Still, it was because there were so many of them that Prince Nova's plan of action was the best. There hadn't been nearly enough time to gain a thorough understanding of everyone, so he could only hope for the best and rely on their trump cards. As for this gate, it had a much different environment than what Diane might be accustomed to. In Diane's home universe, the main gate was a combination of mountainous regions coupled with valleys. The only exception was the immediate area around the epistemic tower that was surrounded by a thick forest that led to a massive several-kilometer deep drop-off. Of course, this didn't mention the fact that the surrounding area was also laden with spatial traps that could rip someone apart from the faintest of touches. The Golden Flame Quadrant's main gate was far livelier, filled with vibrant colors and flames, not to mention various creatures. The only reason it didn't seem so was because the largest fight took place as Purple Flame Tower, which was surrounded by a poisonous fog. Simply put, the liveliness of a gate was dependent on the universe it was capable of drawing its energy from during its maintenance periods, and the dangers surrounding their various towers. Obviously, the universe cathedral was filled with not only vast amount of energy, but soul energy, specifically. This made the gates it was attached to seem to breathe with a life of its own. It was almost a shame to battle here. However, in this peaceful, luscious green land, there were hidden dangers everywhere. Because soul energy was filled with vibrant life force, the vegetation of this gate were almost entirely sentient. In the end, the seemingly beautiful forests around them were akin to gorgeous sirens, beckoning them to crash their boats. Still, Prince Nova looked toward the looming, thick black pillar in the distance with determination in his eyes. He had always wanted to pit his genius against those titled genius of the epistemic tower. Maybe this would finally be his excuse to. Diane stood with his eyes closed at the edge of the portal. He too had entered a lush forest, but unlike those of the 99 universes, he was at the edge of the gate. Still, he wasn't too worried about it. His divine sense reached out 100,000 kilometers, and a single gate was half that size. Considering the fact the epistemic tower was located at the very center of the gate, even if Diane's divine sense was a quarter of what it was now, he'd still have them within his range. So they did have a method for quickly reaching the tower. This was a slight problem. One had to remember that after Diane conquered the epistemic tower of his universe, the danger zone, meaning the field of spatial tiers, disappeared, making the area much safer.
Obviously, the same thing was true of this universe that had Donari as their key wielder currently. Now, Dian was 20,000 or so km away while his opponents had a near cakewalk to the tower. Exactly like an ordinary tower, Prince Nova would only have to enter and reach the top floor to become the new key wielder. This top floor obviously didn't refer to the room filled with statues that stood above the Tao formation floors. There were two separate facets of the epistemic tower. One was tied to the inner world while the other involved the outer world. The inner world referred to the Saint, Celestial, and Tao floors. As for the outer world, it was they that contained the various training rooms that Delia and Eli stayed at. The outer world was also where Dian fought his final battle with Aladar. In addition, this outer world was also where you'd find the ever-changing statue on the first floor with the 10 trial gates pertaining to the old man's 5 heaven-defying powers. To conquer the tower, Prince Nova would only have to climb the stairs of the outer world. When he reached the top floor, the key wielder would be summoned. However, the key wielder would also face a punishment for allowing this to happen. The laws of the tower would come into effect and knock them down a small cultivation realm below the challenger, or a full cultivation realm. The punishment would be decided based on which was most devastating to the key wielder. As things currently stood, Donari couldn't even defeat Prince Nova at full strength, let alone with a punishment. That said, Dian smiled. The only reason the punishment of the key wielder was so severe was because the powers they held were too great to allow for such incompetence. Since Dian could use his key-wielding abilities to teleport millions of Weta to another gate entirely, why couldn't Donari use his abilities to teleport them a few thousand kilometers? No need to rush. Let's play a little game first. Days later, Prince Nova, Princess Sona, Tove, the young prince of the Profound Earth sect, and deathly quiet and cold Prince Ceres, who hadn't spoken a word, were all heaving for breath. Prince Nova's frown deepened. It can't be like this. Someone is toying with us. His heart shivered at the thought. Who could manipulate a gate like this? It wasn't as though Prince Nova was a complete rookie in regards to gates. Although they weren't allowed to attack this universe cathedral, and also weren't allowed to conquer each other's universes at the request of their employer, they still had friendly competitions using their gates. Oftentimes, since they couldn't war with one another due to the rules, disputes would be decided by the younger generation within the gates. So, to say Prince Nova was familiar with campaigning even though he was only 18 was definitely an understatement. Plus, their ages weren't a reflection of their talent either. None of the 5 of them had begun cultivating before 12 years old. This was because their meridian maturation fruits were only at this level they couldn't compare to the greatest clans and sects. Still, to reach the pseudo-saint stage at such a young age, it was a glowing endorsement of them all. Yet they, who should be the pinnacle of this gate, were actually so fatigued and injured without having even seen their enemy yet. Prince Nova grit his teeth. Grandfather was correct. The enemy was prepared to deal with us. But they won't listen to me if I call for retreat now. I only have a gut feeling. From tens of thousands of miles away, Dian watched this scene with a light smile on his face. Truth be told, he didn't want to fight these kids. The best-case scenario was for them to retreat of their own accord. However, it seemed that their perseverance was quite high. For the past few days, Dian had been agitating the sentient vegetation. Although using wills at this distance was incredibly taxing, not to mention substantially weaken them, Dian had his own methods. Sometimes he would use soft wind will to carry the scent of the approaching army toward carnivorous plants. Other times he would start small forest fires using fire will to direct hordes of enemies toward them. And he had yet other methods that included using death will to agitate various beasts. It wasn't enough to kill them, but there was nothing like the scent of death to light a fire under a beast. The distance from the starting position of the 99 Universe's army and the epistemic tower was supposed to be no more than 100 kilometers, yet it felt like they were traversing a universe. They couldn't even rest properly before more ambushes would assault them. Damn it! Prince Nova grit his teeth. Little did he know how right he was. Dian was having too much fun playing God. While Dian was toying with some juniors, those he had brought with him weren't sitting idly either. For the moment, Dian didn't tell Donari about his abilities as a key wielder, so they all believed they had to slowly make their way forward. In line with that, Dian let them do most of the fighting along with his clones, of course. It made sense that Donari didn't understand the full scope of his abilities. After all, he didn't exactly earn the key in a normal way. He would have to enter the top floor of the outer tower for him to learn their full scope. Truth be told, Diane's clones were too powerful under normal circumstances to find a challenge here. It was only because Diane purposely lowered their percent from 15 to under 1% of his current power. Diane thought that he might as well get some training in while dealing with the monotonous task. After all, campaigns lasted anywhere from 3 to 6 months depending on the quadrant, universe, gate, and amount of maintenance needed. That said, the most rigorous part about Diane's training wasn't his clones, but his use of his divine sense. Not only was it taxing to continuously keep tabs on a stretch of land 20,000 kilometers away, controlling his wills at that distance was nothing more than a pipe dream. Normally, Diane's range would be limited to a couple dozen kilometers at the most. However, that only referred to the end point where his wills would have any meaningful impact. At past that distance, his wills were weaker than even a level 1 will. Still, Diane found that manipulating such weak wills, especially at this distance, gave him a unique view. He was forced to understand the essence of the will to a deeper level so as to make the best use of their weakened versions. It was similar to how Diane often decided to use wills at a lower level than his absolute limit, except this was far more profound. It was unfortunate that his master wasn't here to confirm his suspicions, but it seemed that not only was using divine sense to evoke wills useful in combat, it was also great for increasing control. Diane felt that his progress in the past few weeks was akin to months of practice before. Diane didn't blame his master for not thinking of this method, though. After all, the secret was written in the Tao of Array Alchemy. If everyone knew its uses, it wouldn't be much a legend, now would it? Now, Diane felt like he could manipulate third-level intents with the proficiency of a pseudo-Tao formation expert, which was unprecedented in and of itself. Still, he had his soul to thank for that. Just like this, another 2 months passed, making it just a few days away from 3 months since they had entered the gate. Diane couldn't help but be impressed by the perseverance the kids showed. He could count on his 2 hands the number of hours of rest he had allowed them in the past nearly 3 months. Yet they kept trudging forward. It's all because of him, huh? Diane's divine sense trained on Prince Nova with a bit of admiration gleaming in his eye. Their group would have collapsed a dozen separate times had he not held them together. Although they were practically children leading the way, that didn't mean there weren't older, less talented individuals among them. In fact, there were plenty of those well over 20 and 30 years of age making up their ranks, many of whom saw it fit to attempt to undermine Prince Nova's authority. If it was Diane, especially after those voices of discontent caused some irredeemable deaths, he would have simply killed them. But this Prince Nova took a far calmer, more naive approach than he would. Still, Diane couldn't knock it because it was working. By now, they were just a kilometer or so away from the tower. The fact it took them 3 months to travel just 90 or so kilometers as martial artists, a distance even a mortal would be able to cross in a couple days of walking, was a testament to the challenge Diane had given them. I'll remember your faces for when I conquer your universes, Diane thought with a slight smile. All right. Diane hopped up from his spot of meditation, looking around to see the haggard Donari and the rest of the disciples. Diane felt a little bad looking at how tired they were, especially when he saw the petite Sophia covered in sweat and blood. They too had barely moved 100 kilometers and faced the same trials and tribulations as the 99 Universe Army. However, it was due to Diane pushing them like this that they broke their limits again and again. They might hate him now, but they'd come to appreciate it later. As expected, Diane received more than a little anger in return after he explained the key-wielding abilities to Donari, but he simply chuckled it away. Soon they had teleported across the gate. Prince Nova and his allies dragged their feet. After pushing themselves to the limit for 3 months, it was no surprise that they were each at the end of their ropes. But thinking about just how important their mission was, turning back was simply not an option. Seeing the end of the forest ahead, the light in their eyes was once more rekindled. Maybe they could actually get some rest this time around. However, reality was too cruel. Because the first thing Prince Nova saw when he looked past the final tree was an army of 200,000. Diane smiled lightly while looking at their flustered faces. As he expected, because they never had a key wielder of their own, how could they know about the abilities of the key wielder? Such information would have gotten lost throughout their generations. After all, it had been a long time since the situation of soul-rending quadrant was normal. That said, what Diane felt was a smile of appreciation toward talent. The youths found to a mocking one. "You!" Prince Nova whispered under his breath, but he kept his thoughts to himself. He had wanted to blame Diane for their troubles, but when he checked the front man's cultivation, it was even lower than his own. After all, Diane was a 12th stage essence gatherer, but Prince Nova was already a pseudo-saint. It was difficult for him to give credit to someone he thought was weaker than him. "Form up!" Prince Nova roared. He didn't know why the enemy wasn't taking advantage of their disarray, but he knew he couldn't miss this opportunity. Technically speaking, their strategic advantage couldn't be understated. To Diane's back, there was a massive cliff reaching more than a kilometer downward, while to their back, there was a forest. This was to be expected. Every epistemic tower gate was identical at its center, meaning there was a massive circular hole that the pillar-like tower resided in and a forest that surrounded it all. It was just that this forest was far more dangerous than Diane's home universes. Still, Diane didn't do anything as the 99 universe army scrambled to form a semblance of a formation. The martial world's military tactics still leave a lot to be desired, but it seems that they are far better than the Weta. But not good enough. Obviously, Diane wasn't worried about the terrain disadvantage, or else he wouldn't have had Donari teleport them here. It may be true that the enemy could retreat and they couldn't, but did he really need to retreat? In fact, looking at these haggard teenagers, he felt kind of bad. Diane looked back toward the 50 disciples that had followed him. "You guys just rest here, there's no reason to come. I don't plan on massacring them." But Donari wanted to protect, but Diane gave him a stern gaze that made him swallow his words. Diane stepped forward, stretching out his limbs. After months of focusing on his wills, he hadn't exercised his body in a while. Unfortunately, since he didn't want to kill these youngsters, he also couldn't show them his full power. However, that hardly mattered. With a step, he flashed forward, followed by 200,000 clones. Prince Nova's face hardened. Is this timing a coincidence? Did I make a mistake? He had thought that his opponent was making a mistake by not attacking them immediately, but somehow they were even more disorganized than when they started. Because of Prince Nova's hasty order to form up, everyone was scrambling. At least beforehand they were all facing the same direction, now they couldn't even boast that fact. However, Prince Nova could only watch as his disorderly army was rammed with thousands of enemies. The moment the armies clashed, Prince Nova felt that something was off, but he couldn't exactly put his finger on it. Even worse than that, he didn't have the time to think about it because the 50 or so warriors that hadn't charged were making him nervous. Why aren't they charging? Are they planning something? Should I use our trump cards now? Or after they make their move? Prince Nova grit his teeth as Diane appeared before him, a slight smile playing his features. Who are you people? Prince Nova changed tactics. If they weren't going to succeed today, at the very least, he'd try to bring something useful back. Diane couldn't help but chuckle. He knew that this young leader was definitely very confused right now, so this was likely his only course of action. I'm more interested in who you are. Diane answered slyly, meeting Prince Nova's fists with his own. Feeling the weight of Diane's punch, Prince Nova's eyes narrowed. Body cultivators? They're all body cultivators. His mind went into overdrive. Wasn't his father worried about the resurgence of the soul path? But all of these people were of the body path. Could it be that this had nothing to do with the successor of the celestial deer and soul-rending sex? Prince Nova grit his teeth. It feels like I'm hitting a steel wall. The young prince was pushed back again and again. Every time they clashed, it seemed that he was so close to figuring out the limits of his opponent, but Diane would then raise his level by another half-notch, forcing him back again. It was almost more frustrating than if Diane was just a powerhouse he had no chance of defeating. Is it even worth it to fight this fight? If they really are unaffiliated by the soul path, then it doesn't matter, does it? Prince Nova's frown deepened. No. I need to make sure. Diane's eyes flashed with an odd light when he noticed Prince Nova's shift in demeanor. In the next moment, the prince brought out something that made Diane's eyes widen. Now! Prince Nova roared.
The 5 geniuses, including Tove, Princess Sona, Prince or and Prince series, all brought out globes of light Diane was all too familiar with. They were the formation cores of soul-rending peak. Diane's eyes narrowed slightly as their auras rose. Obviously, since even Diane wouldn't be able to bridge the gap between a celestial and a pseudo-saint with only a single formation core, he wasn't worried about their boost in power. What he was apprehensive about was what other tricks they could have up their sleeves. With a single thought, Diane leaped backward. He didn't want to give the impression that he knew what Prince Nova's trump card was, or else most of this would be for naught. The aura of the 5 youngsters soared, breaching sainthood barrier and shattering it. As expected, the gate didn't react to this change. It seemed it understood the difference between true saint cultivation and this fake one. Diane had to admit he was impressed with his grand teacher for building such an intricate world. It seems that these people weren't too stupid in laying down their bait after all, Diane thought to himself. In the beginning, Diane felt that the 99 universes were a little too giving in their bait. They left so many useful things behind for Diane in soul-rending peak that it was almost too good to be true. Of course, things like the master symbol and the entrance to the mystical world would never be deciphered by them. But other things like mystic-level technique and the formation cores were undoubtedly extremely valuable. However, it seemed that the reality was that they only left behind things they were comfortable with leaving. In fact, technically speaking, they only left 1 formation core with soul-rending peak. The other 2 that Diane received came from their people. Master isn't here, so I can't ask her about what else is missing from soul-rending peak. I'll have to take inventory when I go back. While Diane's mind was going on overdrive, so was Prince Nova's. They seem like body cultivators, but grandfather said that there was a good chance they knew about us since they destroyed the master arrays. How would those of the body path know about the importance of those arrays and the danger it could pose to them? The more Prince Nova thought, the surer that there was more than what met the eye to this story. However, his mind was blown away once more when his fists collided with Diane's. By all rights, after raising his cultivation to the Saint Realm, he should have completely destroyed his opponent, but Diane was handling him just as easily as before. Diane grinned. This trump card of yours is amazing. I had thought that this would be a thankless task, but to think you'd deliver something so great to me. Prince Nova's expression remained hardened. He didn't even notice the slight bits of sealing energy entering his arm. Don't be like that. Can't you tell the difference between us now? The only reason I haven't killed you is because I'm quite interested in just who you people are. Could you be related to that elder Nova fellow? Prince Nova froze, resulting in a palm strike from Diane landing squarely on his chest. Axel! Tove's delicate voice called out after seeing the young prince being flung away. However, she was being tied down by several clones at once and wasn't in any position to help. Ah! Diane spoke in mock understanding while applying even more pressure onto the teen. So you are related to that fellow? Blood seeped from Prince Nova's mouth as he glared at Diane. What did you do to my grand uncle? Diane's brows arched in surprise. Do to him? Other than giving him his own piece of the pie, we haven't done anything to him. Ah, such a shame. To think that the people he had warned us about were his own family. Diane chuckled. What a cruel man he is. Diane didn't say much else other than that. If he led the story too much or if he gave too many details, it would seem fabricated. All he had to do was say just enough to set Prince Nova down the path he wanted. This was the reason for this elaborate scheme. It was the reason why he had changed the appearances of all of his clones and even his own appearance. It was the reason he didn't reveal his soul's prowess. It was the reason he had justifications to not kill these kids aside from his own conscience. He needed them to believe that Elder Nova was the traitor. He needed them to believe that he was a member of the body path and that they were only here to take advantage of soul market at the coaxing of Elder Nova. Diane's greatest weapon wasn't his soul or his body, nor was it his wills. It was his mind. The moment Elder Nova revealed himself as a Tao formation expert, he had suspected him of being an enemy. However, it was deeper than that. Why would a Tao formation expert be the one left to guard here? And, if he was left to guard, why was he residing in Unseen Peak instead of Soul-Rending Peak? If he wanted to bait the successor, shouldn't he have been waiting at the main peak?
or at the very least traveling between them all.
Or better yet, staying in the shadows?
Then, even after pegging Diane and exposing him, Elder Nova didn't report this back immediately. Instead, he waited and wanted to ingratiate himself with Diane. Why? This all pointed to one thing. Elder Nova's relation with the 99 universes wasn't harmonious. "You're a liar," Prince Nova's almost childish voice roared through the battlefield. Diane pretended to be taken aback. However, his mind was thinking differently. It seems Elder Nova's prestige, at least within the Nova family, hasn't diminished. This boy should have been too young to even be alive when Elder Nova was still among them, which means someone older and of much higher standing still believes in that old man. It doesn't matter, though. Diane smiled to himself. Even if the Nova family doesn't believe it, the others will. It wasn't as though I hid my voice when I spoke. For Elder Nova to be booted out despite having the backing of the Nova family means that there are other, equally powerful families who wanted him out. In addition, the Nova family might still believe me because they have no idea how much Elder Nova's resentments have been built up.
For all they know, this is his final fuck you to them for abandoning him. I've done enough to buy me some time. It's time to end this. However, just as Diane thought this, Prince Nova had already made a decisive decision. Ignoring the rest of the trump cards he had, he roared across the battlefield. Retreat. Retreat now. The next few weeks were a blur, but to keep up appearances, Diane couldn't allow them to escape so easily, nor could he allow them to leave without casualties. Plus, Diane had no intention of letting them keep treasures he saw as his own. Since they had revealed the existence of the formation cores, they could forget about leaving with them. In the end, Diane forced them into a corner where they had no choice but to decide between the formation cores and their lives. And, like the smart individual he knew Prince Nova was, he made the right decision in discarding them. As a thank you, Diane gave them injuries that would leave them bedridden for months. Although for the youngsters it was a nightmare, Diane himself was living out a great fantasy. He felt like he was a hidden master with cruel tactics but a kind heart. It was as though he had teleported into one of those old kung fu movies. "I think Master's sadistic side is rubbing off on me," Diane thought with a grin. "Maybe I should find me a worthy disciple to vent out this fantasy properly." Hearing his thoughts, somewhere an unborn child still in his dad's testicles shuddered in fear. "Master, there's no need for you to come with me. I'll be back after I deal with a few things." Diane smiled, trying his best to soothe his nagging master. Even in spirit form, she had no need of Diane to sustain her life force because the mystical world almost had too much of this energy to spare. So, as long as she was here, Diane never had to worry about her spirit dissipating. In fact, he encouraged the other spirits to stay here as well while promising the Princess of Beauty that he would bring Madeline to her soon. Truth be told, the 9 spirits breathed a sigh of relief. Every day they spent in Diane's mind's eye was like another day in prison. The scariest thing in the world to them was that baby-turned-meditating toddler. Diane couldn't blame them, of course. His soul had tried to kill them so many times that he had lost count by now. Granny Celeste watched with a smile as she lazily reclined by a calm river. It had been a long time since she felt so relaxed. Knowing that her daughter had a chance to live again felt amazing. "Don't forget to bring my other grandson too, little Diane. This old lady can only live for such simple things," she chided softly. Hearing her mother's words, Esmeralda's eyes also glistened over. She too very much wanted to see her son. Diane nodded. "I'm certain that little Zaire is a big shot by now." He had a lot of confidence in that little brother of his. Zaire's overall talent was impressive by any standards. Although Diane said that Zaire was a 7-year-old essence gatherer, how old was Zaire really during the World Tournament? He was 2 years old. Zaire might have looked like a 7 or 8-year-old, but that was because he stayed in his beast form in order to become little Lila's elder brother. After reaching that age, he limited the amount of time he spent in his beast form in order to grow up alongside his little sister. But, in strict terms, Lila was Zaire's elder sister, not the vice versa. Truth be told, the cultivation of beasts and humans were different. A newly born beast oftentimes could contend with fully grown adult humans. However, the reason Zaire's cultivation speed was so impressive was because he followed both the beast and human path, meaning he was restricted by the same rules humans were. Still, despite following the most difficult path he could, he became an essence gatherer 2 years from his birth. Who knew how much he had improved by now? Are you planning to go the Dragochilan lands? Esmeralda's expression became stern. Of course, if my little brother can. I wouldn't be much of a big brother if I didn't know? Esmeralda shook her head. You have the Dragon King's aura on you, it's very different. Dragons are too prideful to bully the young, so I'm certain all obstacles little Zaire meets will be within his abilities to deal with. However, if they believe that you're the Dragon King in a youth's body, it will be a completely different ordeal. That Geralda girl hasn't noticed yet, but that's only because of 2 reasons. Firstly, she suppressed her dragon bloodline to hide her heritage, thus dulling her senses, which was why her hair and eyes became relatively normal. Secondly, she's dealing with quite a bit of emotional distress if what you've told me about her daughter is true. Now that she's come to know you semi-personally, it's less likely that she'll immediately attack you and might actually be inclined to listen to your story, but you can't say the same for other dragons or Chilans. Remember, beasts have weak senses and often rely on their instincts. That's why Head Tudo could make such a terrible analysis of you. They won't be able to see the subtle difference between someone who is possessed and someone who isn't. They'll be blinded by the dangerous aura the Dragon King gives off. It'll be all right, Dian reassured his master. I can just use the seal to lock away the Dragon King's aura. It'll be a bit taxing on my soul energy, but I have plenty to spare. Plus, I don't plan on going there just yet. I have to go to the Sapientia Quadrant first, then I should probably help the Belmonts drive their enemies away. My in-laws are still in that universe after all. That said, the Dragochilan lands is a destination I must go to. My little sister and brother are there. It's about time I brought them home. The calming spring is just a secondary matter. After spending a few hours with his master and Granny Celeste, Dian turned to leave. But before he could, he was stopped by some unexpected visitors. Beforehand, Dian had been within the territory of the celestial deer. Their homes in the mystical world were simple but elegant. Due to the late arrival of the celestial turtle and ape clans, some rearrangement of the 18th tier was necessary, but each clan still had thousands of acres to themselves and never encroached on each other's lands. So, as expected, Dian was never bothered when he set foot into the Celestial Deer clan and often teleported directly in and out of it without bothering to explore other areas. However, today he had planned on plucking some spiritual fruits for the road and maybe taking some celestial meat along with him, only for him to walk out to find 9 kneeling figures. Dian blinked before looking to Granny Celeste and his master who were seeing him out. How long have they been here? Esmeralda turned her nose up, clearly discontent with how these 9 had treated her disciple. Almost 5 months now, even before you entered the gate. 5 months. Dian was inwardly surprised. It wasn't that he ignored them, he legitimately had no idea that they were here. Although that length of time was nothing to martial warriors of their caliber, it still showed a level of sincerity that impressed Dian at least to some extent. After all, they had no idea when Dian would allow them to stand. However, Dian had already that even if they did exactly what they were doing now, they'd never have a place in his kingdom. There was a reason he waited until the last moment to reveal the twins. With his intelligence, how could he not know how the celestial beasts would react to the reappearance of the supposedly extinct celestial hamsters? It would have ended this conflict before it even began. That said, would that have truly changed their temperaments? Even if they bowed their heads to Dian, what about when Dian was gone? Would they rebel against the next human head just because of their own innate biases? He didn't want people like this following him. Dian wasn't naive enough to believe that everyone he accepted would be good-natured, but he sure as hell wouldn't knowingly accept anyone with a black heart. The worst thing you could do in life was abandon an ally. There were plenty of terrible things in the world, but little could match betrayal of loyalty. Yet, this was exactly what these beasts were responsible for. People had died. Wives lost their husbands. Daughters lost their fathers. Dreams and aspirations were torn apart. And yet these 3 family heads had only been worried about their own petty survival. Could this even count as survival anyway? Hiding away in this beautiful mystical world may seem great, but it was nothing but a prison. Dian looked up from the kneeling celestial beasts to find many watching this scene from afar.